Yeah, it sounds like it'd be like an easy lane to stack your passive on.
Is that fear I smell?
My favorite color is spring.
The ash hate. I understand. Misfortune and Ash. He was bitching about Misfortune earlier too. Excuse me. There he is. There he got his level 2. Gotta decide what to do here. He's doing a weird path. There he is, bot. Very weird path. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh my god. There he goes. I just used the blast cone. What the hell? If I had just not marked every fucking camp in my jungle and took all that damage. Sheesh. He has it. He gets it. Those camps are still marked. I gotta go get them. I still have flash because that fucking Cinder just destroyed me. Of course he's here. Shit I have to do. Let's go get my cants. Should be spawning soon. I say that, but I'm all off count. Yeah, that was a good decision. This guy fucking knows how to play. Fucking directing me with like reins on a horse, and it's fine. I need to get better. No downtime allowed. Let's go. Oh, fuck. Fuck. All right. Fucking hell. Typing up a storm. That's good. She just wins this outright. Oh, she would have lost. Holy shit. That heal and flash. So glad I didn't do wolves. Damn, I didn't get to get the main assist. Fuck, I went the wrong way. No! Fuck, and again. If we're not careful, we're all gonna fucking die. Oh, jeez, and that's so juicy, though. I probably could have gone in and done auto smited, but screwed. I'm scared. I'm too much. Fuck me. Fuck. She's just winning without me. No! It's about the shield. Fuck you. Get in my pocket. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, shield applied. I did my job at least a little bit right. What the? Nothing more came of it. God damn it. No. How much closer is this game gonna tease me? Oh, it's out. But cinder damage. Jeez. Energies recharge. There's no way. That's fast. I don't think she's that fast. Yeah. She's fast. Whew. fucked up. Kind of throwing, but not just ending. No, my friend. Damn, almost. What the fuck is happening to me? That's just rude. Meh. No. I almost hit the button. I got 0.0001 seconds away from hitting the right button. I literally hit. Oh god, I'm bad at the game. Let's flame weed and just get better. Hmm. Elza.
Yeah, same. That is enough for me as well. I have played so many games. I maybe could play ARAMs, but like, I don't know. That was a lot of games. That last one, I was like useless. Kind of sucked. My only plans tomorrow are class at 7:10, so GG's, man. It was fun. Have a good one. I'm gonna go maybe play ARAMs.
Alright, let me go and add that guy. Amphetamines is online, but I want to give him my A game next week. Oh, it is working. Thinking if I want to play Company of Heroes. Meantime, I should just read for a little bit. I should stretch. I should maybe even do a workout. I do, as weird as it may seem, I want a stream of my stream for just a moment. I want to see. Well, yeah, sure, why not, real quick. But I want to see. I'll pause the music and slow down. The main RuneScape music. Alright. Buffer up, come on. I want to see that last fight we had. For soul, that's what I mean. Get smacked with an arrow. And I just realized there's no. Oh wait, that's not soul. Alright. Then we do like a little fountain chase. Didn't work out. A thing? A league thing? Is that what I just heard? a little further. Daisy, go check on him. I look back and it's just dead, the dragon. I'm like, alright, it's time to look at dragon. Kalissa's handled it, never mind. And I fucking showboating walk off the chat. I go over too late. I should have gone and whatever. We won anyways. Well, whatever I do, I'm gonna level up head pats again. Nope.
yes, I think in other countries, someone's job to get up really early and cook for everyone else. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're trying to say. It's that you didn't drive a tank in Cambodia because they park them all backwards.
Excalibur, sword in the stone.
What's the one that's found in a lake with a
That
lady?
is also Excalibur. I think one of the stories is that when King Arthur dies, he just tosses it in a lake.
No man can pull the sword from this stone. These strong men come along and they're pulling at it and smudging up the handle. Up comes Arthur. Oh, please.
Oh, go on then, sir. Can I ever go on the swording the jig?
Oh, we'll all be laughing at you, kid, but go on. I guess he lubes it up and then he just pulls it
Yeah,
out.
it's easy for him. That's the idea, isn't it? That means he gets to be king, which is an interesting system of governance. I reckon we should go back to whoever's the strongest gets to be the leader.
I like that idea. Once in a while, I do see someone who's kind of weak and pathetic, and I think, why do you get to be in charge?
I think it should be whoever's the strongest or who's ever slept with the most women.
Hey, now you're thinking. But how would you prove that you had slept with the most number of women in order to become the king?
I just like the idea that a guy would show up and just be like, yeah, I'm running for president, and here is a list of 50 women, you can call them up. Here's a few kids that look like me for proof.
Like a bad list of reference.
Yeah.
Hey, can I use you as a reference? Yeah.
What, are you running for presidency? Instead of having a sex scandal, he would be like, yeah, it turns out he wasn't having that many affairs.
Oh no, he was loyal to his wife.
Boo.
What's going on?
Get him out of there.
How hard is it to put a sword in the stone?
That's a really good point.
That would be much more difficult than pulling it out of the stone. So the guy who put it in there, that should be the guy who's the king. Okay, what else we got for mystical weapons? Poseidon has a trident.
Poseidon's trident, good one, yeah. So he can command the sea with that, can't he? He can make the waves move, make the fish fuck each other, something like that.
If your trident controls the ocean, what's the point of the pointy bit? He's not using the trident as well as a weapon, right? Wait, what's the point of a trident?
That's a good point. Yeah, actually, what has a trident got to do with the sea?
What is a trident? Is it used for catching fish?
I don't know.
I never thought about this. There's a three-pronged spear. It is used for spearfishing.
No way.
Okay.
I guess it does make sense. If you're going at a school of fish, you want as many prongs as you can get.
Yeah. What you'd really want is a five-pronged spear, right? Because, see, this is 2D.
Explain why is 5 better than... No.
Okay, hold on. It goes down like that.
Yeah, I'm with you so far.
Now, if you've got a spear that goes like this, then, oh shit, I missed it. Or the fish was over here, and so I missed it. So what they're doing is they're making 2 more prongs.
Nice.
But that's only 2D. What you really want is 5, because...
Yeah, I mean, that is superior. I think, in contrast to this extremely bloodthirsty and violent episode, we should walk through a meadow, holding hands,
All right.
into the sunset.
Yeah, we'll do that for about 3 seconds until the editor gets bored. Yeah.
No, all right, outro.
Right, first thing I'm going to do is fill in that mustache gap.
No, stop it.
I've got a permanent
Stop doing
marker in
that.
one hand, and I'm holding your head down with the other.
Oh yeah, well I'm hacking the mainframe, and I'm gonna turn your webcam on.
No, don't.
Hey everyone, he's a furry. He's wearing his fursuit now.
How about this, right? I'm going to be an unsuspecting victim, and you are going to be an assassin.
Brill. Okay.
And if you manage to kill me, then the episode ends. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep rambling.
Okay, well I'm coming up behind you with a plastic bag, manhunt style.
You can't just walk into my house. I keep the door locked.
That's why I kicked it in with my muscles.
I heard that. Now I've run up to my panic room. I'm on the phone with the police.
Don't worry, the police are in my pocket.
Bribed the entire police.
It was easy. Now I'm gonna put some C4 around the corners of your panic room, and I'm gonna blow this bitch up. Button press.
I now open the door with my scythe, and I begin to sweep at your legs.
Ah!
Swish, swish. Now the hunter has become the hunted.
Get away. I'll swat your hand away and pull out a funky-looking knife.
Oh no, it's got dog dew on the end of it.
Get away.
All right.
Get in your panic room.
I'm now running up the stairs and doing a very difficult action for the editor to keep up with.
Don't worry, I'll make it easier for you by flinging a shuriken into the back of your head.
Yeah, I like the idea that I'm running away, right? And mid-sentence...
We've got to end this episode, and I'm going to end it by ending you.
Okay.
I break down your door, and I start throwing some shurikens at you.
Ah, too late. I have picked up a wooden table and thought.
Well, that's okay, because that was just my distraction for my real plan, which is to feed you this delicious poisoned apple. You cannot resist its juicy goodness.
I already had breakfast.
Oh, what did you eat?
It was some duck, some chili, and some green beans from Cambodia.
God, that sounds absolutely delicious. I've really lost the appetite for murder. Would you instead like to hold hands and have a delicious Cambodian breakfast?
That sounds lovely. Maybe we could kill a cow as well, like you did in Cambodia.
That is not canon.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't a cow, was it a child? A small Cambodian refugee. They had survived a much worse country and finally made it to Cambodia. The place where they could finally prosper, but then they ended up in a hole, receiving the bad end of a grenade from ordinary things.
This is rubbish. Let's try something else.
Yeah, everyone. Go to your computer right now. Type in tickets to Syria.
Comma.
What happens if I destroy my passport? How do I renounce my citizenship?
How to buy ammo on deep/dark web.
How to smuggle cash on plane.
Do X-rays detect LSD? They don't. Save you a Google there.
Wow.
Hey.
What's like a shitty version of Pablo Escobar?
No outro this time. Video is over. Was there some weird recommended videos there? Which one do you want to watch?
We should watch one of my videos on the main channel. I like watching myself and listening to myself.
Yeah, me too. Is one of my videos in the recommended? No? Oh, that's fine. Doesn't matter.
No, I haven't watched your videos in ages. No. Is it just me? Or do you also have like tremendous contempt for the audience?
Hate them. Can't stand them.
Like I hate the fans.
They're the worst. I want to turn a weapon on them and then onto myself.
I just want to tell them, fuck off.
Oh no, the video's still going.
Someone just turned the lights off in the lounge. Quick, cause a distraction.
Quickly.
Uh-oh, now the Spanish version of this same video has started playing. Wait, quick, what's the Spanish word for weapon?
Armas. Armas. Quesca, armas.
Oh, I was about to do that.
Now I'm doing the
You stole my bed.
doing the Spanish intro, baby.
Okay, maybe something like, welcome to this Spanish version. It is exactly the same content. Instead, it is a lot sexier. A beautiful weather woman has entered the room, and we shall make sweet music together. Bing, 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 bing. And then we just like clicking on the maracas. Fuck, this is gonna be a 10-minute outro.
And then I drown myself in the toilet.
Yes.
Hitman style.
Alright, bye, ordinary thing. Ads. Ads. What are ads? If these are called ads, then what are subtracts? Why do they call it a fire sale when they keep trying to put it out? If mitochondria are the powerhouse of the cell, what are they selling? And, where do people go during these brief commercial messages? What do I usually say here? A gun! Bang, 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 bang. All this and more after these brief messages.
Have you seen this ad?
Someone added that little sound effect through the...
I didn't remember it being that ridiculous yet.
Hold on, I gotta go frame by frame. He looks like Matt Pat, right?
But that's just an ad.
Boy, imagine
Us
getting a
reading.
group of 20 kids to all pay attention to the same thing all at once. Please all look in this direction, just keep watching.
You know they went to like a school and like gave the school $500 and they were like, just don't tell the parents, just say you're on a field trip.
This is funny, man. This is so stupid.
Bruh. And it's just their coats.
Yeah, they've taken like 2 different shots and then they've just cropped between them. I wonder if you can even see the line.
Dude, this is where all the budget went.
Look at the way the tree and shit is all deforming.
Did I tell you about the time I got pulled over for watching Futurama while driving home?
Sounds like you.
My girlfriend doesn't drive at this point, so I'm picking her up or dropping her off, but it's snowing. It's obscene. Like, we're maybe doing a mile of the road in like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I have this phone holder for my phone in my car that I usually use for the GPS, but you just turn it horizontally and then you can watch YouTube videos.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm just watching through like an entire season of The Office, 2 seasons of The Office on the 4 hours it's taking me to drop her off and then drive back. So I'm driving home. It's like midnight or something, and I've got Futurama on, and the lights go off behind me, and I was like, fuck, pull over, lock my screen so it's black, and then the cop comes up to my side and he's like, buddy, are you watching Futurama? And I was like, yeah, I was just kind of listening. I wasn't like watching. He was like, you can't have your phone out unless it's got your GPS up.
Right.
And I was like, oh, my bad.
What was the experience like? Did you put both hands on the steering wheel? Oh, officer, it's not me.
Oh, I get pulled over all the time, dude. My car is illegal as fuck, dude.
Really?
Yeah, all the like my.
I love the idea that like all these times you're just like softly clutching your gun at your hip. Like it's all gonna go off at any moment. Beads of sweat dripping down your face. Thank you, officer. I didn't realize about the headlight.
No, it's literally not even a scary experience anymore. I've been pulled over so many times.
Oh, look at the time. Samito, you're late for your meeting at the Twitch offices.
I'll be Bounty Paper Towels.
I'm Jeff Bezos, Mr. Bounty. I'm so
this
glad
one
you're
first,
here.
man.
Welcome to the
Yes.
Twitch offices. You're being live streamed right now, by the way, so just be careful.
Oh,
What you say?
brilliant. Oh, I take my seat in my comfy PewDiePie gaming chair. You seem to have a spill on your table at the moment.
It's fine. We've got Kleenex for that. Don't worry about that.
Clearly, you need our product. What can you offer us?
Hold on. Let me just hop in this hot tub here. Get a little comfy.
$300,000 and 15 minutes alone with Pokimane, and we will accept nothing less.
So look, I think you've got a very fine product here. These Bounty bars are just tremendous.
Are you under the impression that we are the Bounty Chocolate Company? Because we are.
And look, we would love for you to spend your money here at Twitch. If you need an audience that is 98% male with very little purchasing power outside of their parents' credit card, you are in the right place, let me tell you.
I'm sorry, did you say sticky gaming men? Because that's our core demographic here at Bounty Chocolate Paper Towels.
That's right. In fact, I was a bit sticky. That's why I jumped into the hot tub.
Ah, yes, of course.
I just clean off and then it's let all the chocolate float to the top. Now, why don't you jump in here with me?
Oh, this is a very cold hot tub.
So I like to keep it room temperature. It saves money, you see. We're all about cost cutting here at Amazon.
Ah, yes, as are we.
How many Bounty rolls do you think it would take to absorb all this water in this hot tub?
Well, considering that we're toe-to-toe at this point, it's not a very large hot tub. I reckon between 4 rolls of Bounty triple ply and 300 rolls of the Bounty nose tissues.
Wow, that's an absorbency rate that you just don't see much elsewhere.
Yes, we are the market leading in absorbency rate, as you'll find in this brochure that is soaking wet at the moment.
We propose that you spend $2 million over the next quarter.
I'm sorry, could you repeat yourself? I was dunking my head into the water.
Let's get down to brass tacks. We propose that you spend about $2 million.
$2 million. That's a lot of paper.
For that, we could get you 5 cents per click. Rest assured, this office is as diverse as it gets. We never say the N-word, even if it's really funny in the moment. We consider that a terms of service violation, and you get banned immediately.
Really?
Yes, that's right. Except for me.
But what if you're just singing along to your favorite hip-hop song?
It depends if you're a girl.
Ah, yes, of course. Would it be possible to perhaps become incorporated into the culture of live streaming?
We could give you a Bounty paper towel emote. It'll mean something racist within a couple of weeks. And then we're going to have to ban anyone who uses it.
Would it at least be spammed in the chat every time somebody knocks over a beverage on their desk?
I'm going to be honest, I wasn't listening. I was thinking about my ex-wife.
Brilliant.
She took so much from me, and I don't think she even uses Bounty paper towels, to be honest.
Yeah, they're not great.
Ad time. There's one thing you should know about me. I specialize in a very specific type of security.
Shit.
Internet security.
No, sir, he got away again.
What if we could have unlimited region unlocked content by tomorrow? Wouldn't that be worth fighting for? Wouldn't that be worth dying for? Wouldn't that be worth signing up for? You are not ready.
You think
Guess
I
that's
don't know
the
that? I didn't ask for any of this.
Better be.
I'm just an ordinary man.
And you're the only one who can set them free.
I'm ready.
They really just
Jack
wanna
me
step
in.
up. That's kind of gay.
I think I found a way home. All I have to do is this one last job.
Holy shit.
Not much of a threat without your phone.
You think that's the only one? I can use up to 6 different devices on this account.
I'm afraid he's gone.
My god, he's using a VPN within a VPN.
He's starting to believe.
If we do this, there's no going back.
How are you still going?
I got a huge deal on a 2-year plan.
But it's been more than 2 years.
Yeah, because it comes with 4 bonus months. Go to nordvpn.com/incognito for a huge deal on a 2-year plan, plus 4 bonus months. Adova. I'd love ad jingles. Like, I think they're just as good as regular music. Mentos is easily the best.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah, this one.
Or, you know, just take off the jacket for the interview.
Heh.
Absolutely retarded solution, though.
You didn't hire the dude with the tacky suit, did you? Bro, his breath.
It's just so minty, I couldn't do anything about it. All I want to do is watch these ads and make guesses on what the solution is now.
Yeah, I mean, this fits in the theme.
Hold on, I've never seen this one at all.
Oh no.
Oh no, she's pregnant and she's been caught by her parents. Quick, put your dick away. What's the solution to the boyfriend problem? I'm gonna say she cuts up his body and ties it to pieces of string and then says that he's a chandelier that's always been in her room.
I think he offers the dad a Mentos, and the dad's like, you can't be a bad kid. You've got Mentos.
Honestly, I think you might be right.
That's what my money's on.
You know what, that was just a better solution than anything we came up with. That was actually not bad. I'm slightly impressed by that one.
Nope.
Oh, she spit something.
Oh, you idiot. You kept on your shoes? I was going to say the end of that ad feels like the beginning of a porn. Listen, I won't tell dad that your girlfriend's actually your boyfriend.
What are you doing, stepmom? Airport.
What do you think happens?
The premise is she's got this bomb and she's trying to get it onto the plane post 9/11.
In this 90s commercial?
I don't know. You tell me what her problem is.
All you have to do is not mention 9/11. I think she grabs somebody else's bag, and then that person grabs her hand like, hey, that's my bag.
No, it's that she can't find a trolley.
Well, we tried.
We've already figured out the solution before she hit the Mentos. It's just some bullshit. Obviously, she's going to put the explosives on that car and then ram that right through the front door.
I can't believe you predicted.
Look straight at the camera. Who are these 3 people? Wave. Goodbye. Oh. Alright, what's the problem with the rock concert?
Oh, their fucking tickets are fake. Obviously, they don't get scanned in.
I reckon they can't see over the top of a tall person's head. 1, please. No, never mind. Sold out.
I feel like mine was closer, but whatever.
Yeah, yours was closer.
Oh, maybe they
You wanna
bribed their way in by giving Mentos to the security guard.
He's going to turn his jacket inside out, and for some reason, it'll be exactly the same color as the security.
He's with the band!
Is that Winona Ryder?
You know I don't know who that is. Stop making fun of me.
Winona Ryder.
I hardly know her.
This is the equivalent of, like, the middle finger. Like, every time at the very end. With the Mentos.
That's literally what it has
Yeah,
been.
go fuck yourself.
Well, you got me.
Fuck you.
I'm gonna get pinned by a car.
Have I ever talked to you
Oh, I
about
love it.
Jennifer
I love it.
Lopez's song "My Love Doesn't Cost a Thing"?
No.
Jennifer Lopez, J-Lo, as I know her.
First and last name basis, right?
Yeah. And there's this
I got
one
it.
lyric
Sure.
that goes,
Right.
I also thought, like,
lordy.
what is the significance
you
of that?
doing,
Why would you have
AI?
to bring, say, your own floss
that is
and
an
then
AI.
what, store it in my bathroom? It's such a strange thing to not offer to share. It all clicked. One day, like 15 years after floss
Right.
was another term for jewelry and shit.
Yeah, or just like flexing.
Yeah.
You know that song Riot? Basically, the song goes, "Let's start a riot."
Right.
I remember listening to it in my buddy's basement as we're playing, Halo 3 multiplayer. And I was like, why are they just screaming Mr. Ryan? I don't get this.
No way.
Is that in the-
Oh, shut up, let me listen. Holy shit, that sounds way more like Mr. Ryan than Let Us Start a Riot.
Yeah.
Alright, Samito. I understand you want this job at this prestigious marketing agency. What makes you so qualified? Don't you know there are thousands of people outside the door just queuing, waiting to have the job?
Of course. You know how in most interviews for a sales position, they will have this ludicrous test where they will ask the applicant to sell them a pen? I've already come prepared. I have brought you a old typewriter. No longer will you need pens. Think about it. Press on the keys. Press on the keys.
Okay, no,
I think you'll find it quite satisfying.
so I'm gonna be honest, it's creasing all the papers on my desk.
Yeah,
Look, here's a pen. Why don't you sell me this pen?
absolutely. How you doing today? How you been?
Terrible.
Really? What happened?
Someone murdered my wife with a pen.
I am so sorry to hear that. You gotta be angry. You're upset, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know what? Talking's for losers. I understand why you don't want to talk about it. I've been there. I've been in the exact place that you're in. You know what you got to do instead of talk? You got to take action.
Really?
You got to get out there. You need to take something from him.
Hey, you're right.
That's the only thing you can do. I've got his home address.
Wait.
I'll write it down for you. And as I slide you his home address, here's a pen for $10. Hand over the cash.
Surely a gun would be a better weapon.
Revenge is a dish best served in ink.
This pen reminds me of my wife too much. I can't even look at
It's
it.
time for action, man. Give me $10.
Oh, alright, you've got the job. That'll be nice. That'll be a 30-second segment.
That would actually, the trick to the pen thing is to like ignore the pen, find a problem the customer has, sell them that the pen will fix their problem.
Nothing will fit in my urethra.
That would legitimately pass the test. Oh, we gotta look at fucking overseas Indian phone plan ad.
नो प्रॉब्लम अब तो सिर्फ 1 सेंट पर मिनट में मैं तुम्हें 100 बार कॉल कर सकता हूँ.
They're speaking their native language, and then all of a sudden you hear
3 easy payments, hi. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 easy payments.
That's actually a huge thing in Japan. They have a word for it. This one's sort of cute. My Hindi isn't great, but she's basically like, I've called you 3 times. And he's like, oh, not a problem. It's only 1 cent per minute.
Oh, you know what he's saying?
I don't understand Hindi, but some of the words are the same in Bengali.
Oh, how interesting. Okay. What did he say? What is that?
My onomatopoeia is not as good as my English. Bastardizing it, but it's like, what have I told you? Don't drive the car inside. Do you not understand?
This is actually, I'm finding this very impressive.
দেখো পড়ে যাচ্ছে দেখো দেখো খুলে যাচ্ছে কথা বোঝে না.
He said, why isn't the house made of cement? Cement is so beautiful. Look at our house. Look, it's falling apart. Don't you understand what I'm saying? And he said it just like his dad said to him, don't you know what I'm saying?
Oh, right, okay.
I only ever speak with my moms. I know how to talk about like food and how to argue, but outside of that, my Bengali's useless. Did you ever watch those channels that were just infomercial after infomercial?
This would be fun. We could totally just sell stuff on like a live stream.
That's true. Just get like the absolute stupidest, unsellable products they could find.
All right, buy some coyote urine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Boy, have I got a product for all you hunters out there. No longer will you only be able to purchase the urine of your favorite e-girl online. We now have primetime pure coyote
Use
urine.
the code below. How many cans of this do we
The
have?
first 150. Oh, and they're already gone.
Ah.
They're already gone. I'm afraid you'll have to make do with your own urine. Thank you so much, everybody.
What do you think of this glass decanter?
Oh, you'd absolutely not be able to clean it. And they're like, yeah, you can't just drink it right out of the glass, dumb fuck. You gotta aerator it, and then it tastes like wine.
That's some bullshit. They should just pour it out all over the kitchen bench, just like how they do with those terrible meals you see on like TikTok and stuff.
Yeah.
And then you just soak it up with a rag, and then you squeegee it back into a cup. There you go, aerated wine.
People unironically blend it. They'll dump a bottle of wine into a blender and then just fucking blend it with the lid off.
I suppose it feels wrong. That's probably a really good way to do it. Sandra, what do you reckon about this brand new cat-licking brush?
Ah, yes, the cat-licking brush. You know how your cat hates you enough already? Take your fully grown cat that's never felt the lick of a mother and treat it to some proper fur agitation.
Do male cats lick each other? Is that like a weird... Is it kind of like...
Yeah, it's not...
Oh, it's gay, dude.
I think they do.
You know what I mean?
I think just cleaning in general is just kind of a... Yeah, they're gay, basically.
Right.
They just got...
As long as they don't make eye contact.
Well, no, it's super gay, because they're just like, listen, I don't even care if this place has to be
Do
clean.
they take turns? No, okay, let's move.
I'd like to admit that I do not own any cats.
I'm going to be a customer, you're going to be
Go for it.
Adobe salesman.
I will remind you that I have 6 years in this professionally, but sure, go for it. Let's do this role play.
Hello.
I'm on break.
Alright, Samito, you'll be back after these commercial messages.
Hey,
There it is.
what's going on, YouTube viewer? Let me guess.
Try that
You
again.
sick of waiting 6 years for Internet Historian to come out with a video on the main channel?
Excuse me, I resent that.
Hold on, this ain't your part yet. Read the script.
I apologize. Sorry, it was in Bengali.
Yeah. Let me tell you about In the Field. Let's take it away to Internet Historian for some detailed facts.
It's very rarely in a field. And I hadn't thought this far ahead. No, wait, we can do a better outro. Well, Tomito, thanks for coming to my office. I really don't need any more pens. I'm trying to be polite, but please leave.
Okay, listen, let me pitch you one more idea.
Oh, I don't know. Hold on, I'm looking at my watch.
Listen, you got 40 more applicants in the hallway, and I promise you can save the rest of your day and not have to interview a single one of them
Those are
because
detectives. They want to know where my wife is.
you're gonna hire me on the spot after this. Listen.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Your profits last year were under $200,000 for your marketing company. What if I told you I will give you $50 if you hire me right now? 3% increase. Think about it. Don't run those numbers.
You know what? This is an unpaid internship. That sounds kind of good.
Nice. All right. Well, I'll start tomorrow.
Wait, what's your position?
I don't-
Also, what's my position?
Is this at the Twitch offices?
This is just where I came to hide from the police.
Oh, that's what those sirens have been outside. You do fit the description. I didn't think about
Can you
that.
hold this pen for me?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a knife. Wait, where'd he go? What's this body doing here? Dude.
Yeah, officer. that way.
Holy
He's
shit.
in there. Come out with your hands up.
I'm holding a pen. It's quite
We're
heavy.
gonna start firing in 3,
Who gives a countdown for police brutality?
2. We always start firing on 2. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. A gun. All this and more on In the...
Have you got any weird travel or like holiday stories?
No, none. I've never even been traveling.
What, really?
But
Are you doing a bit? No, you're doing a bit. You're definitely doing a bit.
if you've ever been traveling and done a holiday in that, please leave a comment in the comment section below. We'd love to feature it in the next video. Alright, you have to be dropped somewhere in the wilderness. You can't pick a place with civilization, right? And you gotta survive there for a week.
Yeah.
Where do you go?
Okay, so somewhere completely lawless and abandoned.
Yeah.
Okay, London. London.
Shut up.
Have you ever been to Spain?
Yeah, I went there once, but I got lost in Barcelona for like a full day.
Oh, right. Really? What happened? How old were you? Like...
14?
Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry, I still just imagine your YouTube picture just in the body of a chop.
Where does my mind go? Infinite game chance. Hmm. Yeah, okay. It's gonna be bad. Bot's doing good. Call it getting carried if you wish. It might be true too. Fuck. Another one bites the dust. Shit. Boy. Fuck, they got covered. That's bad. Yeah, that's bad. He played. There it is. Oof, they're dead. And they're dead. Yikes. That was unfortunate. Alright, what's next? Let me fucking retreat because I was stupid. Okay, you've been a valiant warrior, I see. Nice. Bot's just got control. Maybe their opponent is bad. Who knows? I'm not good enough to look at two places at once, I must admit. Ah, shit. Good thing I have a second one. Shit. Okay, well, Cash is still alive. Fuck. And he's bugged. Jeez, and here comes the fucking tank finally. We held the line. These guys are holding the line. Not everything is bad. Thank God. Oh shit, we're getting mortared. Did you stop it? Yep. Oh, let's go. Oh shit! Run. Okay. This is a bad spot. We are a good bait, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Let's see, medical truck anywhere? No, not from medical tent. Okay, you guys go visit the medics. You get to the front, and you craft me a tank, please. A cheap tank with big ass armor plates. That's right. Go to the medical tent. Oh shit, that's a lot. Get up there. Go repair a tank or something. My tank's almost ready. Here we go. I want mid fuel. I want it bad. Let's get in position. Okay, they're healed. They're healed. No machine gun. Nice. Bulldoze it. They missed. Now this is pretty bold of me, but I like fuel. What can I say? I don't even think I'm a bad player. I think I just need... Oh shit. I need a good, solid team to be patient while I get my Shermans. So cringy when they leave. Hmm. Let's get that tank off of there. Okay. Get to the medics. Oh, fire. Go. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I should go help bot. Oh my god, he... Okay, that's right. Fuck. Can you please drive out? Fuck. He's dead. Faster. Shit, that was a lot of damage. A lot of... Oh, that's a tank guy. Okay. Mechanics. Squad of mechanics. Windows bot to secure even more fuel. Jeez, Bazooka's just chilling out there. How careless can I be? Back up. The range on this is insane. Armor upgrades worthless. Jesus. Okay, where you at? Shoot up. You guys get out? Nope. We will.
Engineers here. M4A1 Sherman deploying. Engineers, secure that point. Engineers taking losses here. Flag raised. Now what? Hey, you gotta relax. We got this. Engineers under control. Give us a plan to run it down. Reverse! Burn those chairs! All right, we had it. Got orders. Reset all ass. We'll fix her up. Who's this? Us? Quit lagging behind. Give me the cash on this resource. Time to get to work, crew. We have 100 points remaining. Got the word from the tank. We need to mark it over there. Territory is falling into enemy hands. Hey, guys, I'm lost. Back off. Give us something to do. That's an affirmative. The enemy have taken territory from us. M4A1 Sherman deployed. Give us something to do. Sherman on point. Bazooka Squad reporting in. Boys, keep your spacey. Don't watch out. Only 75 points left for us. Here we go. This one comes from the top. Keep your spacey. Don't watch out. Take down a tank. Initiating seek and destroy. Give them hell, boys.
Just won't hit him. No. Gee.
Get the wounded out of there. Down to only 50 points.
Oh shit, we lost a Sherman out there.
Ability ready. Just fix what you can. Don't push your luck.
What the fuck? All the engineers died. Jesus. Okay. bad feeling we're delaying and recapping bottom. So send these guys bottom, why not? There it is. It can repair too? Some fast repairs. Alright, I'm gonna go help. Is that no? This is bad. Oh boy. I'm trying to select them both. And he's already dead. He's dead. That's so cringy. We were already losing anyways, but I couldn't. Make a good decision there. They have a martyr right there. My front armor is just so-so. It's just so-so-so. He dead. He not dead. They lost line of sight. I've won games before with 10 points left, but I don't think this is it. Those are usually with comms too. Oh man. GG.
Food. Food. What is food? Why is everyone always taking photos of their food? And how come there are so many free samples these days? If people in Africa are starving, why don't they just go to the grocery store? But why is my church so cheap with all the free samples? And why does this tiny rice make my tummy feel dry? And why are you crying? I saved you a leg piece. All this and more on In the Mother Energy. Right, so they've got these Mother Energy drinks. Right, I love them. They've got the same caffeine as all the other energy drinks. But man, they've got this copy on the back. And it is the wankiest copy not ever seen on any product. But it's close to Mother Original. Under the stars of the Southern Cross, we live life our way. Life is in perpetual motion. And to slow down is to be left in the dust. The infinite bounds of sunburnt land and barreling blue swells are limited only by your imagination. Kick out the sand, bump up the tunes, and rip into some mother. Crisp and cool with a kaleidoscope blend of flavors. It'll keep the fast time spinning. Morning, noon, and night. Mother is calling. Pursue your dreams. Search for adventure. Get out there and let the good times flow. Whoever wrote this thing, hopefully this video will be large enough that someone connects the dots and Mother Energy gets the message that this shite can't be printed on the back of their can any longer.
Mother Energy.
They've got a great product. They've got the best product. It is like the cheapest energy drink on the market, and it's the best one.
The Sour Apple one's pretty good.
Is it good?
It's Epic Swell. It's the light blue one. Yeah, you'll like it. You like sour things.
Get a free Mother mobile phone card holder. I don't understand what is happening with this. They have the worst marketing of anyone.
Yeah.
It's like, what does this pattern mean? It doesn't mean anything. Okay, it's got Gothic writing, which is incredibly hard to read. It looks like it says "wather," and then they've put all that shite on the back, and then they go, well, I know how to attract customers. They'll get a free mobile phone card.
What does that mean? A mobile phone card?
What's a mobile phone card? Oh, it sticks to your phone and it holds power.
Okay. Sure. So I can lose everything at once. That's helpful. Since 2006, Mother has been the trusted brand to give the people of our country the energy to explore, create, have fun, and live life to the fullest. From sunrise to sunset, city to surf, next door to the great outdoors, rooftops to the underground.
It's the same shit. I'm just going to list all the places.
I'm going to list as many contrasting places as I can and knock off early for a cold mother. Rip open a mother and keep the good times coming morning, noon, and night. Hashtag always on.
Okay, so we haven't updated the website since 2019. Okay, so that's well over a year ago now. Wait, I have to check out the Instagram real quick.
Is this up to date at least?
Last post 3 days ago.
Okay, so they're still kicking it.
I just want to be in the room when they decided that it was going to be called Mother. It's just Mother. It's second cousin. Like, it doesn't mean anything.
Good post, guys. This is someone's job.
Who? They're just out of ideas. Like, look how many followers it's got. Not very many at all. This is a fairly small brand. We could totally have influence over these guys.
We could bully them.
I like the idea of just, taking over a small brand. That would be fun.
Just like leverage your immense clout over them.
Hold on, boys. Ad time. It's Mother Man. Yeah. It's me, Mother Man. I just had sex with your wife. Suggestions for Mother Man. It'll be great. The editor will have to do some difficult stuff.
Okay. Mother Man.
It's not easy to have it all. When you're a mother and a busy professional, there's just not enough hours in the day. That's why I drink Mother Energy.
And my kids, and my husband, and my car. Try new Mother Snortables. Put it in your eyes, and your eyes will see twice as quickly.
Mom, I'm kind of getting sick of this energy drink. I'd like just some water. Is there any water?
There's water
I'm
in
really
Mother.
thirsty.
What do you think the main ingredient is?
It's Soccer Mother as well.
That goal was legit! She's simultaneously a mother and a... Well, I'm not really seeing the man part. I'm seeing a lot of the mother, if you know what I mean. I'm seeing some fucking cans.
Yeah, well, that's her tagline. She goes, take a look at my delicious cans. Or it's
She's like completely oblivious.
Yeah, no, she has no idea. She's got straws in one hand and then she's got all the flavors here.
Yeah.
Mother, of course, she arrives to the scene in the Mothermobile.
Of course. What would that be?
It's like an SUV.
Yeah, an affordable SUV.
She's racing to the scene to pick up her kids from soccer practice. Hey kids, it's me, your mom.
She just got done cheating on her husband with the pool boy again.
Yes, she's on it all the time.
And you know she has a custom license plate.
Oh yeah, but she couldn't get Mother. Yeah, oh, she's in a hurry. Mother man, we need you at the scene.
She smashes an entire can of Mother and throws it out the window. Just goes through the guy's windshield.
No, Mother man.
There's this chaos. It's like a 16-car pile up behind her. She just continues driving.
She finally gets to the scene. I gotta save those kids. By the way, this is fine. This photo is taken from a scene where the kids all got out just fine. Otherwise, we wouldn't show this image. Anyway, she gets there.
Skids up. The door opens. 4 cans fall out.
You look like you kids could use some refreshing beverages.
Wow, Mother man, you're here.
She covers them all in Berry Blast.
Yeah, that's the cold one. That she shakes it up and sprays all over them. This thin coating of liquid energy will completely protect you from the fire.
But there's one kid who's like, oh, I can't, Mother man. What's wrong, Steve? I'm diabetic.
She just goes flat-faced, like her smile drops. Drink the fucking can, Steve.
What are you talking about? Diabetes is a myth. Just drink the Mother. No, it's fine. She's got the sugar-free, so he gets one of those. Oh, it's on an empty stomach. My tummy really hurts.
Well, the kid throws up and she's like, drink it. Drink your vomit.
The Mother made me do it.
Okay.
What does that mean? This is terrible.
I mean, but you still drink it. So what does that say about you?
Oh, well, it tastes good. Best drunk, freeze your nuts off cold.
There's just like a random mash of words together.
Yeah. Oh, so they've gone, oh man, it's best drunk cold. Yeah, oh, we'll say something edgy like freeze your nuts off. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll make that into a sentence. Best drunk, freeze your nuts off cold.
And then you scroll up a little bit and it's like, also we have fish derivatives.
What's the fish derivative?
We contain blended fish lips for your convenience.
Contact us.
Can we send them an email about that?
Alright, so what's my first name?
Derek Fastman.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid. Yeah. Max?
Speed.
Life live or something, you know, like...
Life Livison.
This could end one of two ways.
Mother.
It ends up with the Mother company destroyed or a lucrative sponsorship. We're going all in.
Because we recorded a lot of nice things about it.
We did.
But if you don't fix that copy, that audio is not getting released.
That's right. Okay. So, long story short, I was spinning in perpetual motion so as to not be left into the dust, of course. And the good times were seemingly never ceasing until, to my shock, my mouth was full of, fuck, how do you spell kaleidoscopes? My whole world came crashing down. From sunrise to sunset, city to surf, next door to the greater... let's just remove one of these. It would never be the same again. Wait, hold on. Hold on a sec. I'm getting a call. It's Mother. Yes, Mother. I'll be right there. Alright, I guess we just send this and just...
Yeah, hope for the best.
The interesting thing about this as well is...
Cut! Cut! That's it! We've been talking about Mother for 2 hours. We're not doing this. We're moving on. I don't want to edit a whole video of nothing but Mother. Moving on!
What's up, guys? It's your boy, Nordman here. And today we're going out on the streets to do some savage acts. Excuse me, sir. Could you load up Netflix on your phone?
Yeah, sure, I guess. It's connected to Netflix Iceland.
Whoa! You just got pranked so hard. We've just connected your phone to one of Nord's thousands of international servers. Now you can access content from all over the globe.
Oh yeah, dude! I'll buy the merch!
You're on Nord prank. Hey girl, you want to do scissors, paper, rock for a kiss?
Gross, get away from me.
Suit yourself. Guess I'll see if someone else wants to be one of the 6 devices on my NordVPN account.
Actually, now that you mention it, I kinda do
Too
want
late. You had your chance. You just got Nord prank. What's up, guys? We just stole this dog, and we're gonna hold him to ransom. We'll use NordVPN so no one can find our location.
Actually, I forgot to turn on NordVPN.
Alright guys, that's the end of the video. Big thanks to NordVPN. They're the ones who keep approving these ads.
Remember, no Russian.
Go to nordvpn.com/incognito for a huge deal off a 2-year plan. We had a game at school. It was called fruit bagging.
I'm intrigued.
So what you do is you find a relatively thin tree, you know, something around sort of 6 inches in diameter, something like that. You get a plastic bag and you get a nice ripe fruit like this one, and you put it in the plastic bag, and then you swing it around as hard as you can, and then you hit the tree. The plastic bag then wants to wrap around the tree
of course.
with a lot of force, and it is absolutely unpredictable in which direction the fruit will burst out.
So it's like a Russian roulette, like you all stand in a circle.
Yeah, it's brilliant, and nobody knows who's going to get fucking beamed. It's brilliant.
That's amazing. Kids inventing Russian roulette. I love that.
Hold on, so stripper cakes, right?
Yes.
Are you supposed to eat the stripper cake? It's just made of cardboard, right? Wouldn't you spot?
So you're going to say you mean to eat the stripper?
Surely they're not made of real cake. Otherwise, you would have to do a ton of labor on the outside.
Just for, yeah.
But you can spot a cardboard cake a mile away.
I don't know what kind of Bundy cardboard cake factory you've been going to.
Have you seen a stripper cake in real life?
I've seen a stripper, but I haven't seen a cake. But I can imagine...
Was she eating cake?
No, she was jiggling around a lot, and I watched in awe.
Did you eat cake?
Do you know if you go through the McDonald's drive-thru at 3 a.m, they'll do literally anything you ask? If you go up to the little box, you can just say to put anything in a burger, and they'll do it.
There's all sorts of things that you can also ask for that aren't on the menu. Like, you can ask for a cup of pickles, and they'll just do a cup of pickles.
Yeah. So here, we've been trying to get rid of these fucking things for days.
We got jars of the stuff, and more keeps coming.
I love the idea of a McDonald's manager who just doesn't understand how the supply chain works. Where does all this keep coming from?
The fridges are full, damn it.
Fuck. Just walking out into the restaurant area with just boxes of frozen meat. He's like, do you want this? It just keeps showing up.
So it seems like my whole adult life, it's a 50-50 chance whether the ice cream machine is out of service. And I don't believe that the technology has not improved such that you cannot, for example, clean the ice cream machine within 10 minutes and have it up and running again, and only need to clean it twice a day at most.
McDonald's, we're fucking coming for you.
Like, I want to know what's actually happening, because I don't believe that the machine is out of service. I think that they're covering up for something. It's like, for some reason, they don't want to serve ice cream at particular times.
Oh, sure. Like they go there just for ice cream.
Yeah.
But then you say they're broken and they're too awkward to back out at this point.
Exactly. So you still got your like, oh, here's a 50-cent cone, guys, and it costs them like, 45 cents to make, so the margin on it's way too low. But then, oh, well, sorry guys, it's broken. You got to order whatever else you get. Oh, I have fries and a cheeseburger then. And all of a sudden, dollar margin.
Hope I'm just melting down the cheese with my palate knife. Maybe I'll put mustard.
This burger's better put together than I am right now.
Ketchup, mustard, ketchup.
Holy shit.
We introduce you to
Imaging specialist.
do a little finessing of the product.
Ah,
But
cheating!
just enhancing some color, taking out.
You fucking liars.
I want to see what the comments say for that.
Oh, cowards.
You.
Cowards.
Oh, hold on. French.
Agents de conservation artificiales.
Oh, if we have one of those Twitch groups, like offline TV or one of those things, we should be Agents de conservation artificiales. It's quite good.
I do like that. That does sound pretty cool, actually.
And then our acronym will be SAMS. But, each of those letters doesn't correspond with the... I gotta diverge for a moment. I can always tell when a fucking movie or video game is gonna do badly when they have a title like that. Reckoning Kingdoms of Amalur. And I think, oh, it's gonna fail.
Yeah.
I don't even need to look at the poster. I don't need to look at the reviews. I just know it will do badly. Because they just couldn't pick a fucking name. There was one that came close, but did actually do well. Bro, just call it Kingdom Come. That's fine. You don't need...
I hate that the colons, I guess they're either expecting a sequel, or they think it looks more authentic or something.
Yeah. Kena, Bridge of Spirit. Right. Just call it Kena.
Here's a worse one, okay, and this one just came out recently. Werewolf, the Apocalypse, Earthblood. It's got 2 of them. It's got 2 of them. How cool would it have been if it was just called Werewolf?
Yeah, I guarantee this will fail. We'll get some person in the comment section who'll go, actually, it did alright in Japan and blah blah blah. No. They want these things to go fucking gangbusters.
It's not going to be the New York Times bestseller it's dying to be.
Thank you. Have you ever seen how people kill squid?
No.
It's kind of weird. You just give them a karate chop. It's very strange.
Oh, really?
Watch this. That's it. It's dead.
Damn.
It didn't even hit him hard.
Yeah.
It's just a literal like karate touch of death.
Yeah.
It's like, ha.
You would feel kind of badass. I remember one time I was a kid, we were fishing at this lake in the town that I'm from, and one of my friends fished up this little fish. I don't know if we were like meant to have a knife or what the fuck happened, but he just bashed it on a rock. That was like his way of killing it. And I remember thinking, that's not good. I mean, it worked.
Yeah.
That fish is no longer alive.
Yielded.
You know what those things at the front look like?
What?
Have you seen those like spice markets in India where they have the giant cones?
What's up with that? Why don't they fall over?
Have you ever just slightly bumped something in a shop and it just flies everywhere?
Maybe that's the plan. Have it so that someone goes, oh, I'll have 1 scoop, please. And then the whole thing collapses.
They're like, what have you done? You've ruined my setup. You have to pay for this. Yeah, that would almost be like a scam. Yeah, that's
what happens when a mild breeze comes along and blows these guys' stupid dunce hats away. That's ridiculous.
Or do you reckon it's like fake? It's just a big cardboard cone with like some glue and some seasoning on it. I'm starting to think more and more these are just for show.
Like, how does he pack it up at the end of the day without...
Because you never see ones that are half cut.
What's this scene?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
it's cardboard.
You reckon it's fake?
I reckon they're all faked.
That's fine.
Wait, did that guy roll the footage back like 15 seconds? This guy in the middle.
No. There's gonna be this like totally innocuous 1,000 view video, and he was 1 extra, and now he's fucking famous for dropping his phone when on a date with a lady. Is this like the Indian David Blaine? Is he doing magic tricks? Is he about to steal her watch? This guy is absolutely mind freaking right now. This is Indian David Blaine.
He's got the open shirt, he's got the chain.
Watch, I shall make this date disappear. Well, yeah, I mean, he just dropped it on the fucking ground. Are you stupid?
I love that title. All caps. This isn't food, this is unbelievable art. It's only art until it's eaten, and then it becomes quite the opposite.
You know, I wonder if that would be a gimmick in the future, like, you eat these, like, capsules that are just filled with food dye. Concentrated food dye.
Yeah.
And then they just turn everything blue or something. Yes, it's what us wealthy people do.
It's like what the rich people in the Hunger Games would do.
Yes.
Like they're just doing these creepy things just to like flex on poor people.
You know, you're a guest at someone else's house, there's like a dinner party, and then someone walks into the bathroom and there's like this blue stain down the side.
Yeah.
Who the hell did this? And then like everybody puts up their hand. It was blue, you say, oh, it was mine. It's like, no, it was mine.
Oh, you're on the blue as well. Oh. It kind of becomes like a bit of a bonding moment. You really have to try this new brand I got. The blue is so much more vibrant.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've got the vegan friendly.
Oh, of course.
Yes, it's made of copper sulfate.
Oh, of course. My one's made of paint, so that sounds much nicer.
That'll do a number on you.
Destroyed it.
Sorry.
She's genuinely disgusted.
I want to see that reaction again.
I've just destroyed it.
Okay. Well, how close was it to it?
Not at all. I guess to be fair.
This just works on so many levels.
So it's me mining in Minecraft. I'm always surprised by prawns, like how pink they turn out. Because I'm always like, oh, I guess I got the kind of prawns that aren't pink. And then you cook them and then they turn vibrant
Yeah, what's
pink.
up with that? It's not like people turn a different color really when they get cooked. Maybe they do.
Let's find out.
Beef goes kind of grey. Pork goes kind of grey as well.
Chicken goes white.
Yeah, chicken goes white. Yeah, why did prawns go orange? They just picked a color, didn't they?
Yeah, they're like completely.
Do you reckon like a cooked flamingo would just go more pink then? Or do you reckon it would go like red?
Well, because they are pink from eating so many shrimp, isn't it?
I heard that. I don't think it's actually true. I want to pick out...
Shrimp or
yeah,
what?
I want to say that that's not true. Why aren't the flamingos that are in the zoo also not pink? Oh, right. They feed them pellets. Okay, I was wrong.
Oh.
Oh, they're already doing the rich person die.
Oh, no.
Ah,
Our birds aren't pink enough. Bring out the pellets.
So, in theory, could you just feed them different colors?
That's the real rich person hell. They've got like a rainbow flamingo setup.
Yes. Thank you, many kudos for coming on the show. I can't believe this was your first time.
I'm in
And
the
then
background of every previous one, if you look closely.
And then we did this all in one recording in half an hour. Oh, no edit.
This was such a natural...
All right, well, I'm walking into this school now with a gun, and...
Don't put that away. Swap it out for a baguette. It's we can't say that.
It's all right. That's a baguette. All right.
That's always been a baguette. It has never for our legal team.
Okay, I'm going into this
always...
maternity ward with a cigarette, and I'm gonna...
That was socially acceptable until the 90s.
No problem.
This skit was set during the 80s. We're
well,
good.
Many kudos. Thank you for coming in a beautiful sundress. And
I got this from Cotton On. It was cheap.
Well,
thank you, Estherwin, for wearing that beautiful overalls with one of the straps down.
You came out as gay in this episode. It's really going to be a surprise for your partner there.
Thank you for mimicking American Gothic with me.
No problem. Anyway, on a more serious note, congratulations, man, on making it 3 weeks sober.
Thank you.
You know, I know that was a big. We had to cut that from the recording.
You've had some bad luck. Samito got cancer or COVID or whatever.
Yeah, I know.
So that was bad.
Yeah, it was testicular cancer.
Who would have thought? I heard he had both testicles removed.
Yeah, no.
He's the Lance Armstrong of YouTubers.
Well, no. The funny thing is, they didn't actually remove them, but they're just really, really small now, and it makes him talk in a slightly different pitch, and it sounds like the audio is just being pitch shifted, but that's actually his voice.
Burger King.
Can you believe it?
He lost his balls, and then Ordinary Things lost his nose. Not a lot of people know that.
Because Samito has such a bad immune system, we've had to replace him.
Yeah.
With you, so it's a shame.
Yeah, you clearly got someone very similar in appearance.
Hold on, we're... And Samito White. There we go. Hey, how come you're so tense?
Don't edit my gimmick. Anyway, I'm walking into the school now, the one you were walking into before.
I'm going back into Josef Fritzl's attic.
Okay. I'm delivering Uber Eats to Joseph Fritzl's attic.
5-star rating. I'll make sure to give you a tip. Thank you.
Thank you. Come again.
Fashion. Fashion. What is fashion? Is this a fashion? How come all fashion needs to be on a runway? And when it's hot, it should be called fashion. But when it's not, it should be called fash-ow. I'm gonna need to speak to a very fashionable pilot and get me 2 glasses of Don Perignon and a bag of peanut. Out of my way, peasant. Take this thing to Milan. All this and more on this episode of In the Field.
Everybody's realized that it's not about what you have on your body, because that's all interchangeable. But what's always going to remain organic? That's right, the lifeless cloth in which you wrap your body. Fashion. The things that are considered aesthetic that you have control over because your parents make money and you're at home. Fashion. What do you know about fashion, Internet Historian?
How much Chanel No. 5 do you reckon I can drink before I just get sick? It does look very fancy, though.
That's really fucking cool. What the hell's... What?
What do you reckon is the most fashionable hide of the endangered species? I reckon...
Oh, it's probably got to be, like, wearing a fox.
That is pretty cool. I can't tell if this is just really cool on its own, or it's like my 5,000-year-old brain kicking in, going, oh, that's cool, you know? You can tell how that wouldn't just make a good coat, its face would make a good slipper too. You can totally imagine putting your foot into the back of its head and your toes just coming out of its little mouth.
That wasn't my immediate thought, but you're right.
The cool thing about this is a full-on plate. You could have a cheese platter and just serve it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you could just cover it in like raisins and stuff, and then like while you're gaming, and then just like tilt your head back.
What would you give this 1 out of 10?
That's a 0.
Really?
In terms of fashion, like, yeah.
Now what do you think?
I guess I could see a movement of kids behind it.
I'd say that brings it up to about a 2. Like, that's pretty cool.
Okay, fine. I'll give it a 2. Fine.
The neck ring thing. I think this is a little bit cooler.
It's a toughie, man. The proportions of this just don't make sense to me.
It looks so photoshopped. Oh, does
what does she look like? wait. What did we've discovered something here. What is she? She looks like something from a video game. Hold on.
Does it make her taller? Or is it making her head smaller?
Yeah. She's 6'6" in that picture at least, dude.
She's always looks like she's looking over a fence, though. Oh, what's going on in the neighbor's yard?
What is this picture in the bottom right in the search results? That looks like something that's photoshopped.
Okay.
That's not right.
There is no way that's real.
That's pretty far gone.
What do you rate neck rings as a fashion statement?
I'll give this one a 6. I do still think it's horribly crippling, but you can get away with a few neck rings and it probably won't kill you. And the fact that they're always gold, I mean, that just screams fashion. You know what I mean?
Why in the Middle Ages did they have these big boofy dresses? And my theory towards that was something like it's a mark of fertility and motherhood.
Yep.
Because the idea is not just that I have these big broad hips, it's that I am soon to be or will be a mother. And so kids can sort of gather around my legs and they can hide away from everyone else.
Right.
Now, I got a second one along a similar vein. You ever notice how they got these big foreheads?
Yeah.
And in fact, they seem to be shaving their heads sometimes as well. See how they've got these? And I don't just think it's because they've got a bad hairline. I think they are deliberately shaving it in order to reveal a big forehead. Back in the day, where 1 in 20 women would die in childbirth, this is a statement saying, look how big my forehead is. Imagine how big the baby's head would be that I can push out of me. That's how good at breeding I am.
I hate this so much. I mean, clearly they're doing it on purpose. Why was the bar for women so fucking low back in the day?
It is some odd stuff. I suppose maybe it's because a lot of the time they're being commissioned maybe for political purposes. Obviously the sheep doesn't look like that. They have commissioned this painting as a display of wealth.
This is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen. Whoever had this commission has never seen a sheep in their fucking life.
Nah, man, this is a massive flex. You go into someone's house and they've just got pictures like this everywhere, and they're like, these are what my sheep look like. Do not look into the fields, but this is, you know, this is a standard sheep for us. It's not even the biggest one. Holy shit, you guys just must make so much money. Yes, that's true.
This is such a stupid flex.
And that's why the women look so...
Oh, that's right.
This is the one where they're like, what's the thing that annoys you the most? And she's like, oh, it's not Versace, it's Versace, or whatever the right way to say it is. I'm building it up too much. It's probably not even that serious.
Versace. Is Versace.
Versace, what, with 3 eyes at the end?
You see what I mean? It was nowhere near as aggressive as I remembered it being. It's actually pretty eloquently executed. Not Versace, Versace.
È vero che non indossi mai il profumo.
Yeah, I stink.
At least 4. What?
È vero che who would you consider to be your muse?
Strong women all over the world.
Oh, you know, women.
Can we take a time for moms and all women? What was the meme from the YouTube Rewind?
Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
Does that matter to the most?
To everyone who proved it's okay to talk about mental health this year and show.
You see my dislike.
It's fine. You and 18 million of us.
Showing their viewers that it's okay to go through tough times like that.
It takes.
What does that mean? It's okay to go through tough times like that.
This whole sequence is just dumb.
It doesn't mean anything.
This whole sequence is awful.
It takes a lot of bravery to be that vulnerable, and I'm so proud of this team.
There it is. She did the meme. She did the meme. We got it, boys.
Can we give a moment to working moms?
There you go. Working moms.
Can we also give a moment to Asian representation in entertainment this year? Major
Oh,
strides.
wait, Samito, that's you technically.
Is it? Wait, what did she say?
Asian representation. You're South Asian.
Nah, fuck that box.
Bengali, it counts. Congratulations.
I'll just take creator, thank you. Don't lump me in with the idiots making iPhone jailbreaking tutorials. Fuck out of here.
Here's to all women in 2018.
There it is.
Thank you for inspiring Donatello Versace. I forgot how bad this was.
I know, it's tough to watch it more than twice.
What's the first reaction when you heard Lady Gaga's song Donatella?
I say, wow, finally.
Yeah, finally. I would never write a song about her.
Do you write many songs?
Yeah, what? I'm a rapist.
Do you want to do a quick rap about Donatello Versace?
Sure. Here, play me a copyright-free beat here.
You got it.
internethistorian.com/NordVPN. Ah, fuck.
Number 9.
Fashion. Versace. Luxury threads all on my body. My shoulders, my tummy, and on my crotchy. Versace. Or is it Versace? Who could say? It's not gay. Today. Italian. Like my salami. My Maserati. My Lamborghini. Versace.
What is an issue that you wish a lot of us would be talking about a lot more often?
Wager a guess?
What is a lot of us would be talking about a lot more often? If she was smart, she'd say like poverty in Africa or something, but she's gonna say fucking like unemployed women or working moms or something stupid.
Unrecognized women.
Women.
Not even.
Oh,
Not
I don't want to
even-
fucking hear it. Comments. We get full points for that one.
Not even specifically about the topic, just like...
Doesn't have to.
Oh,
All
shit.
women, dude. She saw the rewind.
There's a problem at the moment. What is it? When?
It's an all-time low.
The American people are tired of women.
No. Don't do it. Ad time? And finished. Wow, Steve, you look like you could use the Raycon Everyday E25 earbuds. What do I look like, the King of England? Far too expensive for me. No. Actually, the Raycon Everyday E25 earbuds are half the price of other premium. No, get out of my face. Wait, hold that elevator. Why don't you just use wireless earbuds? What, then have my music sound like it's coming from a tin can? No thank you.
But the noise isolating Raycon E25 earbuds provide
Shut up. Sorry about that. Little elevator action. Excuse me, waiter. We're ready to order. Waiter.
I thought part of your New Year's resolution was to get
Shut up, I'm sick of you talking about the earbuds all the time. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm the only survivor of this restaurant explosion.
Oh, if only he used the wireless compact design of the Raycon E25 earbuds, ours wouldn't have happened. Clear! You're not getting another one today. Scott, clear!
Wow. Unfortunately, kids, this sort of thing happens all the time. Mostly to kids just like yourselves. So in conclusion, Raycon equals good, wires equals bad. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Who the hell are you? Alright kids, I've been Raycon, man, and remember to use the URL buyraycon.com/incognito to get 15% off your order. Free E25 earbuds from Raycon. Make it your New Year's routine.
Jin's just like, what
We're
the
back.
fuck?
We're here.
What happened? Samito, what the hell happened? You were gone for 5 minutes.
I know, it's terrible. I got the Corona 19 extra light diet with lime.
Oh no, how did it happen?
My girlfriend got COVID, and then she came over like a couple of weekends ago, and she just thought she was sick.
And then she just started coughing all over you and touching doorknobs and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. You know, sick people stuff.
Well, glad you're not dead.
Yeah, that would have put a stint in the old YouTuber plans, yeah.
That would have been a thorn in this video. Would have had to use a bunch of text-to-speech, you know.
Hello, I am Sumoto Media. I am alive and well. Do not come looking for me.
Weekend at Bernie's at pretend you were still alive. We could have still animated you as well. It's all just cartoons.
Weekend at Sumito's.
And then there'd just be like a tribute at the end, and it would just like come out of nowhere. Rip, Sumito Media, and then it's just playing like that, in the arms of an angel on some black and white text.
I would hate that. Everybody would be like, Internet Historian has no idea what the fuck he's doing, because there's no way Cement would approve In the Arms of an Angel to be played over his image.
And then there'd be like a call out at the very end. It's like, if you'd like to be a new host on In the Field, please send an email to...
So I go to the emergency room, because it's like 10 p.m. I don't know where else to go. And they administer the test, and I was like, do I get any medication or anything? Like, is there any...
Can I have the vaccine, please?
Do you guys have the vaccine here? Can I borrow one of those?
8 doses at once. 8 times as powerful, isn't it?
Hopefully. If you took a bunch of vaccines at once, would you just get the disease? Nah, it's just bed rest. You're too young to, like, be administered for COVID. Okay.
Did you put one of those signs on the door that's like, don't dead infected inside?
Nah, I looked at Amazon stuff, and then I collapsed.
Shit. How'd you get food? So just order food?
I had an okay amount of food at first, and then I just wasn't eating. Really, I was eating like once every 24 hours again just to get the pills down.
Yeah. And so have you just dropped a ton of weight then?
I can't tell.
So I mean, you know, that would cause you to have to go down a dress size, or you know, and going down a dress size. Speaking of which. Fashion, seamless segue.
Ooh.
Stay healthy, stay cool, Burberry.
That's kind of neat.
That's pretty cool with the matching mask.
That's the Burberry.
That doesn't do anything.
It's not, but to be fair, I don't think anyone's allowed to be within 6 feet of Billie Eilish.
Okay.
Wait, that third one's just cabbage.
It's lettuce, I think. This is quite good branding. Like, I could imagine someone has done a string of bank robberies. They're constantly wearing a mask that's just made out of...
The Romaine Robber. Yeah.
Hey, that's the one. Or the Ice Burglar.
The Ice Burglar. It'd be disappointing to find out that that's not a supervillain. You need to return the money you stole. Yeah, you'll never catch me, Batman. I'm the Ice Burglar.
Instead of like, ice to meet you, it's like, nice to meet you. That's my goal, to make you giggle enough that you cough.
Yeah, I mean, the bar is pretty low.
I like the idea that to tell him anything, you'd have to actually talk probably straight into this hole. Yeah. And you're just filling it with your own bad air. Well, I like this in addition to the mask. I think that's pretty cool. This is kind of like a ready for battle look.
I think you should just stay home at that point.
I want to know why you cut eye holes.
That's a good point.
It's clear plastic. What do you
see?
see?
It is clear plastic. That is true. This guy. I thought we'd seen every variation of the bottle on the face.
I don't understand this. Yeah.
He's laser focused, dude.
Yeah, he's a sniper or something, I guess. And he's...
Yeah, he's a different infantryman. These ones take 2 hits to kill, but they move a little bit slower.
Who do you reckon has the best military outfit?
Ooh, the best? The Russian military, like the classic Russian military outfit.
No way, that can't be real.
Nah, it's real. Sorry, man. You gotta accept that as fact.
That's way too cool.
That's
There's
my
no
vote.
way
That's my vote.
That's the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, look at that, man.
Nah,
it's an Asian dude modeling it, but
it's not even Russian.
He's Russian.
What the hell is the Kumatang?
It's the Russian military.
Chinese.
Yep, Russia.
These ones have got the beret, I guess. What the hell is going on here? Who's this?
French honoring Bastille Day.
Lame. Lame. The blue eggshell. Do you reckon you could beat Kim Jong-un in a fight?
So long as he isn't 6'6", I'm pretty sure I'd whoop his ass. Hell yeah.
1.6. Okay, so he's like, what, 5'6"?
He's shorter than me. No, I'd pound him into a pudding. I'd destroy him.
What do you think?
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll get a 6.
That's not bad. Number 24, Argentina Sergeant School.
He's such a nice dude, by the way. When he did the voice for
Jeff the Killer.
Yeah.
Mom, they were the ones who pulled the knives on me and Lou.
What do you rate this one? This looks stupid as shit.
I mean, a nice bright red stupid hats. I mean, it's a classic 7. This is probably the most recognizable military dumb shit ever. The Spanish Royal Guard.
That's pretty cool.
That's a proper military outfit.
What's the point of a spike? Yeah,
Who gives a fuck? Do you need a reason? Think about it. Nobody's fucking with you when you got a spiky hat.
This might be entirely wrong, but I've got two theories on spiky hat.
Sure.
First is, you run out of weapons, or you lost your gun or whatever, you can swing your hat.
Absolutely.
Or the other is, it's a statement that says, our men are so disciplined, they never need to sit down.
Oh, because you can't sit on the hat.
Yeah, like that, the half coat on the shoulder thing, that's pretty neato.
No nameplates, no metal whatsoever. It's like a very, it almost looks like a costume.
Hold on a minute.
Swiss Vatican Guard uniform.
That is proper cool.
I mean, they're wearing designer belts, dude. Are you seeing that buckle?
Italian. Hey.
Ooh.
Everyone's a vampire. That's kind of cool.
Italians have police? I thought they just had the mob. Like, why have both? You know what I mean? It's such a waste. Put the taxpayer money towards other shit. Just let the mob handle the city.
That is swish. That's really nice.
That red stripe down the leg, I like that one. That's a solid one.
Easy number one.
Tattoos on the hands. When you have your hands completely covered, it's like, I'm not planning on working another day in my life. These hands aren't gonna touch cash money or anything of the sort. I'm confident in that.
That's what's going on with Post Malone and all that stuff. It's like, well, I've got tattoos all over my face because, I'm not expecting to work retail.
That's exactly what that is.
Yeah, that's interesting as like a sort of status marker.
Yeah. Why do you think people go to the trouble of getting removed like Japanese lettering and stuff? Like, how much could that really matter?
Yeah, no, I don't get that.
I don't want them knowing that I've got spicy mustard down my spine. Just leave it. What? The shit costs like thousands of dollars to get removed. Just live with it.
Spicy mustard.
No.
Great.
Here's the thing. That looks like a real tattoo.
That does look real to me as well.
What about my next?
Oh my god, these are, yeah, some of these kind of...
The terrible thing is that he's going to get a DMCA claim for that tattoo now.
I like the idea that he loses this hand in like a wheat thresher or something. So he's just got one hand.
You're thinking too basic. I like to imagine that that's the symbol of the Japanese god that's trapped within him. So he does these sort of hand motions like in Naruto, and his final power is like, overcome! And he just splooges everywhere to overcome his enemies.
It sounds like a limit break for in Final Fantasy VII.
You know what else sounds like a limit break?
What?
Uber driver. Because it's quite a boring thing when you just think about it normally, but if you kind of shout it with all your energy, Uber driver, like it feels like a power move, dude.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. What is Supreme?
It very much started as a meme where they were literally making fun of high fashion. And then upon seeing the very easy profitability of the success of their meme, they decided to double down on the meme, but then also unironically make clothing. But then they also have a Supreme crowbar and a brick that's like $900 and is always sold out. $1 billion company.
Yeah. Fuck.
They're big boys. They're big boys. It's stuff like this that gives me hope. Nothing but good marketing.
Or just have like a lot of dumb customers. Quick, Samito, plug your merch.
Internethistorian.com/NordVPN. Fuck. If you can find anything to buy, I'll buy it for you.
How do I get to the brick?
I don't know what their catalog looks like.
I really like that, to be honest.
This is a pill designed, what is that, a sofa?
Yeah.
A bed? Yeah, go for that, dude. $1,900. Bet you Jake Paul's got one of these. You want to see another website kind of like Supreme?
Yes.
You've definitely seen these guys. The Antisocial Social Club?
Nope.
You've never seen these?
Nope.
Not even on YouTube videos or something?
Nope.
This logo with the tiny little wave aesthetic, sometimes with flowers over it, on the chest of t-shirts, on the back of hoodies. I mean, these are hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Buy one. I dare you.
That's
dare
very
you.
Funny. This really is excellent marketing.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if high fashion is about scarcity, then this is about as good as it gets, it seems to me.
Yeah, man. Well, Internet Historian, it's probably about time we bring this to an end. I've actually already invested all of my meme coins into purchasing my half of the In the Field trademark.
Oh.
Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, exactly. I now own this half of the screen.
Now, hold on a minute.
This half of the room.
Oh.
This chair. This is all
Yeah,
now.
you can have the bottom half with the task
You see
bar
this
and-
watermark that's slowly coming in from your side
No,
of the
I
screen?
don't like that actually. I'm just gonna push that. I'll push that over there.
This is now the In the Field Media Show. I'm going through a tunnel. Leave your house, please.
Oh no, fuck that. I've pulled out my gun actually. And,
You can't have those.
My Dolce and
This
Gabbana
isn't
gold-plated gun, and I'm firing wildly and to the left. I don't know where you are on the screen.
It's fine. Neither do the editors.
I'm just spinning.
I'm holding up my Alexander Wang bulletproof shield from Call of Duty 3. You know who we're having on next time?
Who?
We're having on who you having on next time?
I think it's you. No, it's many kudos.
Next, we're getting many fucking kudos.
Listen, you got the COVID. You need to get out of my lounge before you give me the COVID as well.
Will remain as it is. I'll go out.
Mythology. Mythology. What is mythology? Everyone get down, this is a mythology. Is this a mythology? Take me to the treasure room, I want to see it. I will speak the magic words. Open sesame. I knew they were hiding it. Anyway, here's that deposit I wanted to make. Aha! What's this? The mythological Holy Grail? I won't be needing this for another 6 months. All this and more on this episode of In the Quarantine.
Do you know the story of Orpheus?
Is that the guy that travels down to Hades?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I know this one. Yeah, this is a good one. Okay.
Everyone loves this theremin player, including, what was her name? Eurydice?
Eurydice.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they fall in love, and all is well.
So she's a beautiful woman, and he loves her very much, and he plays beautiful music for her, and the music makes everyone happy, and it's more than just that. It also encourages things to grow, and everyone loves this dude. And his lady walks off, goes into the forest, and there, I think she's running away, and she gets bitten by a snake. She was in a NordVPN ad. It was region locked, so they couldn't suck out the poison. And so she died and she went down to Hades.
He named it after himself, which,
yeah,
you know, that just saves time, I suppose. But might be a little bit confusing. Oh, I'm going to Hades. Oh, how was he? Oh, well, I didn't actually see him, but I went to his house. So Orpheus finds his wife dead and is stricken, so he has to go get his wife back from Hades. So he walks to Hades through like a hole in the ground, I believe.
Yes. He goes down these thousands and thousands of steps, and he reaches the river Styx, and there he sees the boatman.
The boatman. I like to think of the boatman with like headphones on. He's not really that enthusiastic about his job.
No, well, why would you be at that point? Yeah, same old, same old. Arr. What do you want?
Hi, yeah, I'm Orpheus. I'm a pretty major musician in the upper world. You might have heard of me.
Nope.
Okay, well, that's good that I reminded you of it then. Anyway, I'm new in town and I'm looking for the best boat service possible to get me straight to Hades. The guy, not the place.
Well, it's just me, and you're not getting on because you're clearly alive.
Well, I mean, I don't think you should hold it against me. What is this? Oh, I didn't expect to run into such prejudice in this eternal lake of fire and sinners.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't mean to discriminate. I mean, some of my best friends are alive.
Where can you take me? What part of hell can you take me that's close?
Listen, you can't get on the boat. People need to pay me to get on this boat. You know, man's got to make a living. I don't know what I do with the cash. I don't know why there is a toll to pay for this ferry, because to be honest, I just take all these coins and I put them over here in this big pile. It's kind of like a Scrooge McDuck thing. Listen, I'm not a man easily convinced. You're either dead or you're not getting on the boat.
What if I told you that this was a mission for love?
I wouldn't be moved, unless there was some sort of music that you were going to play on the lyre.
What can persuade this boatman, I wonder to myself? Perhaps a banging tune on my lyre.
Yeah, I'm going to take off my headphones. Go on. Can you do Toto? Africa? I like that one.
Oh yeah, of course. That's what every lyre player knows how to do, Toto.
Rain.
Raining men. Oh, that's another song. That will do.
You know what? I'm convinced. That's a beautiful tune. I'm so moved I'm going to take you down the river.
Terrific.
Wipe your shoes first.
Sure. What am I seeing in hell?
Oh man, there's a whole bunch of lost souls underneath you. Yeah, you get used to the wailing. Over there's fire. It doesn't go out for some reason. I don't know what else there is down here, to be honest. Last and only stop. Don't forget to give me a good rating on Uber.
Sure, no worries.
5 stars, please.
Thanks. Surely it'd be lift as hell.
What, no tip? There's bottled water in the back.
I would have given a tip, but the whistle-stop tour of the adulterers lining up in front of a little guillotine really bummed me out. So.
Oh, sorry. So, you get down to Hades. Fee-fi, fo-fum, who's this?
Great Lord Hades, it is I, Orpheus, famous musician of the Overground.
Who?
Don't worry about it. People know me. It's okay. Anyway, I'm here for my girlfriend. You've got her, and I'd like to take her back to the top world, please and thank you.
I don't think so, actually. Once someone comes down to Hades, they don't ever leave. And my wife's here to back me up. Oh, yeah, no, actually, you don't get to leave. And you know what? I'm a pretty big deal. So I'm going to have a second wife. And you know what? Her name's going to be Eurydice.
What? Oh, Hades, you're out of line.
2 wives, isn't it? Twice as good.
Oh, but she's my wife.
Well, I'm in charge.
That's true. But I feel like I can persuade you by Toto in Africa.
Okay, alright, cracking tune. You know what, I think it's good. But I am still unmoved. But, hold on a minute. Oh, my wife. Oh, she's crying. She is moved. Oh, please, Hades. Oh, please, let him have his wife back. You know what, I'm gonna make you a deal. This one time, I'm gonna let someone have their wife back. But, special conditions. She's going to leave behind you, and she will not make any noise whatsoever. But you must not turn around to see that she is there. And if you do turn around, then she will be mine forever.
I'm just making notes as you say this. So, got it. Walking behind me.
Yep.
Don't turn around.
Yep.
Got it. Well, that seems simple enough there, Hades. I'm sure that won't be a problem.
Alright, I have to go.
Out through the little fire exit.
I believe he plays the lyre on the way out to try and guide her out, something like that.
This guy is very self-involved, isn't he? He's always...
Every solution involves the lyre. Yep. It's like Wolverine. Every solution is the claws.
So he walks out. For some reason, he wants to look behind him because he can't hear her. So he looks.
No, don't look.
And she just is there, and then she just slowly gets like pulled back into hell.
Do you remember what happens next?
A bit of a blur from here. I think Orpheus is pretty upset about what went down.
Sure is.
Probably plays a sad song on the lyre to himself.
More than just a sad song. So there he is, and it's driving everyone mad. If I remember correctly, women are miscarrying, people are killing themselves, crops aren't growing properly.
That is a bad song.
That's a bad song, and he's playing this way for days and days, and then eventually the villagers go, fuck this, and they decide to kill him.
I'm reading it here, it's a group of irate women, they've called it, which I think is very funny. The women kill him and cut his body into pieces and throw him and his lyre into the river. Outrageous. That's
a bummer.
Yeah. Poor Orpheus.
I don't know if it's going to be trite to point out the whole problem with Icarus. I suppose the Greeks have never been up high before, and they just didn't know that actually things get colder up there, and anyway, he's flying along, and the wings are made of feathers and wax, and apparently the wax smells, but that doesn't make no sense, because it gets colder, innit?
You know, I've never considered that aspect of the myth. You know, you've got your time machine, and you go back to ancient Greece to find whoever made this myth, because obviously you need to correct them with all the intensity of someone in the comments who needs to correct your incorrect facts.
Yeah, like a scorning teacher.
Exactly. Actually, Daedalus, or whoever told this myth, actually, when you go up high, it actually gets colder. Do you know much about Socrates?
Socrates?
From most descriptions, he was just like a rambling madman who walked around with no shoes on, but everyone thought he was pretty wise.
There were people who were more rambling and more mad, but he was certainly one of them. He used to go around accosting people in the
philosophy center.
Yeah, and he used to just ask people questions until they submitted. Yeah, he used to go, oh, what's a horse? And they go, oh, I don't know, about 60 quid? No. What is a horse? And they go, oh, well, it's a big creature with 4 legs. You go, oh, okay, so is every creature that's big and has 4 legs a horse? Well, no, there's elephants and giraffes. Oh, okay. So what makes a horse then? Well, you can ride on it. He would just ask questions and questions and questions.
He sounds
insufferable.
Yeah, totally obnoxious.
That's why he was executed.
Yeah, they made him drink poison. It was just like, I've had enough of this guy. There's just 2 ancient Greek dudes hanging out in the philosophy center and just chatting away, just like, oh yeah, maybe I've heard there might be war with Sparta. Oh shit, it's Socrates, he's here, act normal. Hey guys, ever wonder if we're all living in a cave? We're not, man, like, this guy.
Look, I do shadow puppets. We don't want to see the shadow puppets again. Not again.
This is the thing about philosophy in general, it's all about like contrary knowledge. It's all about going, oh, you think the world works this way? Well, what if it worked like this?
I think the world goes a little something like this. He was charged and found guilty of blasphemy.
Yes.
And for corrupting the youth, I think.
Well, yes, he had a bit of a history of that, didn't he? Allegedly.
Not the sodomy. They mean like corrupting the youth's mind.
Yes.
By doing the blasphemy.
There's that famous painting of him being handed his poison.
He was like 72 or something when he died, wasn't he? I think the idea was that he figured, well, what I got now is further decline. I guess I may as well go. Boy, he's loving it. He's loving it. Chugging it down.
So this is what I've always been waiting for. This is why I've been annoying you all for so long.
Anyway, so I was correct.
Like, everyone's interpreted this painting to mean like, oh, I'm so sad. When really they're just like, thank God, he's finally gonna shut the fuck up.
On the left here with the curly hair, he's just slamming his head against the wall. Shut up, shut up. This dude, he's a little more tolerant. This dude is going, just drink it. Just come on, man. Hurry up.
Come on, man.
And then this guy's got his hand over his ears. Yeah.
Yeah, he actually does. Just like, this guy has got to go.
Anyway, so that's the reason why Season 8 of Game of Thrones wasn't actually that bad. Fuck.
Don't throw rocks in a glass house. Never quite understood the meaning of that phrase.
What, of glass houses?
Yeah, so why shouldn't people... I mean, obviously, they shouldn't throw rocks in a glass house to break the glass, but what are they... What kind of behavior is that supposed to...
It's a thing against hypocrisy, so a small amount of criticism in return could also do a huge amount of damage, because the person who's living in the glass house is guilty of so much.
That's what I was missing. Guilty of walking around in just a t-shirt. Not completely naked, a t-shirt.
Yeah.
I just think that's more offensive.
We can do fables, right?
Yeah, let's do fables.
Yeah, okay. What, Aesop's?
Aesop's and the Grimm's ones, they're good.
Aesop, I've always thought is just such a stupid name. Like,
yeah.
It reminds me of, you ever have a bad handshake?
Of course, yes.
It reminds me of that phenomenon where someone just puts their limp hand in your hand to shake it. You go, oh yeah, that's an Aesop.
That's... That is spot, because it's almost like an onomatopoeia, because that's what the handshake sounds like as well, but Aesop.
Yeah, always giving me a bloody Aesop. Oh, I'm doing all the work.
There is, of course, the other bad form of handshake, which is the overly aggressive, asserting dominance handshake.
That's what you call a grim.
That's a grim handshake, I like it.
A short story typically with animals as characters conveying a moral. Oh, okay. I only know about 3 of these fables. Maybe 4. Okay, so there's the turtle and the hare, the scorpion and the frog, the fox with the grapes.
Oh, I don't know that one.
You don't know sour grapes?
No. Oh, is it where the term comes from?
Yeah. Okay, so oh, this is nice.
Yeah, it's a lovely little website.
Read.gov.
Yeah. This is what the government wants you to read. Government-sanctioned mythology right here. Don't listen to them.
A fox one day spied a beautiful bunch of ripe grapes hanging from a vine. The grapes seemed ready to burst with juice, and the fox's mouth watered as he gazed longingly at them. The bunch hung from the high branch, and the fox had to jump for it. The first time he jumped, he missed it by a long way, so he walked off a short distance and took a running leap at it, only to fall short once again. And again, and again he tried, but in vain. Now he sat down and looked at the grapes in disgust. "What a fool I am," he said. "Here I am wearing myself out to get a bunch of sour grapes that are not worth, grasping for." And he walked off very, very scornfully. Yeah, so he's like, "Well, I fucking want it anyway. Bitch grapes,
There are those who pretend.
So that's where the term sour grapes comes from.
I didn't know that. That's actually a really good story.
Alright, we're going to look at some images, and you tell me which myth this is from. This is going to be like a quiz. Audience, you can join in on this one.
Mythbusters, if you... Oh, wait, that one's taken.
Myth destroyers.
Myth pounders. Okay, what's that? That's an underworld story, for sure.
Yeah, this is those three ladies, what only share an eye?
Oh, yeah, I remember hearing that as a kid. I haven't thought about that myth since I was a kid. It's super creepy.
And so everybody's life has a string, and then they cut the string. What? It's no good. They've got the titles at the top here. Look away.
I would have got that one anyway. It's fine.
All right, who's this?
Oh, it's Thingy. She's got a box. I know who she is. I've seen that box before.
Oh, okay. Look at this one.
Hey,
who's this?
So that's Medusa's head in the middle. So, who cut off Medusa's head?
I'm not giving you any clues. It's in another episode in the field. You should know this one.
Oh, a real fan would know.
Yeah.
Perseus.
Yay! Who's this?
Old guy dying.
Yep.
Authority figures there. Lots of people are trying to kill him. It's Jeffrey Epstein. Murder of Jeffrey Epstein.
You got it. Next one. Who's this fella?
That can only be Hercules. Yeah.
I would not be fighting a lion nudes. Ad time. Nord, activate.
This is a message to everyone out there. Our privacy's in danger. We have to do something.
68% off a 2-year plan. Protect your internet privacy. International content, plus a free extra month. David and Goliath? I think that one's pretty good.
What's the moral of David and Goliath?
I think it's supposed to be about sort of overcoming the odds. But I've heard an interpretation by Malcolm Gladwell that I thought was really good. Have you ever heard this one where it's like...
I don't think I have. What does Gladders say?
You've got two armies, and you're cross from one another on a field. You're there in the Bronze Age. You're about to stab each other with these horribly blunt weapons and hurt each other and maim each other. And, you might have 2,000 troops on one side, 2,000 troops on the other, and you're all fairly evenly matched. The idea is that, instead of 4,000 of us getting potentially injured or killed, we'll take our strongest fighter and put him on the front lines, and you take your strongest fighter and put him on the front lines, and these two will duel, and whoever wins the battle.
So that's really good diplomacy. I think we should do that now.
It is a good idea, right? His argument is that actually David had a massive advantage all along.
Technology.
Yeah, well, basically.
Yeah.
He goes into what effectively a slingshot was back in the day. So apparently these guys used to be incredibly accurate with their slingshots. They all used to practice slinging because they were shepherds, and so that was your main weapon against things that were going to eat your flock.
Wolves.
Yeah, exactly. And foxes and large crows and such.
Monsters that live in the backs of theaters.
Yeah, Mento.
Yeah. like really good ideas, IP wise. Just saying.
The other thing about a sling is that actually it's an incredibly powerful weapon. Like, you can very easily kill someone with a sling. They've recorded it's like the equivalent of like a 32 caliber bullet if you get hit by a rock from a sling. And so basically it's the story of a man with a knife going up against a man with a gun.
Yeah, the moral of the story is bring a gun to a knife fight.
Or at least wear a helmet.
Yes. That is the lesson according to Goliath, if you take his perspective.
If David comes along and he goes, oh, you know what, I'm the toughest fighter from my village, and then Goliath's like, oh, I'm gonna fuck you up, kid. And then David goes, oh, I found a stone, look at this. And then basically hits them with the gun of their day.
Yeah.
You'd be like, you can't just, this is cheating. And everybody charge, you know?
You're right, it was like set up like this samurai duel of honor, and this kid walks up and hollows some guy's head out in front of everyone. To be fair though, it's consistent with David's character. Do you know what he ends up doing after this?
Goes on massive bender.
He does do that, invades loads of places, becomes king.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so a bit of an upgrade from shepherd. He becomes king of Israel. And then he spots a woman that he really likes far away, taking a shower from his palace, and he's like, I like her.
Really?
Yeah, he sees this beautiful, I've never seen a woman that beautiful before. This is a part of the story that I've never quite understood about, is that he sees this woman bathing from his palace, so I don't know how he's managing that. But
Well, she's living in a glass house.
there we go, explains it, perfect. Anyway, so he goes over and she's like, I'm the king, so you should think about upgrading. And she's like, well, actually, my husband fights in your army, so it'd be a little bit dishonorable. So David goes back, finds out who this guy is, sends him to the front line, and has him killed, and takes his wife.
Oh.
That's the story, yeah.
That's not so pleasant. What's your favorite myth?
My favorite myth? Ooh, King Midas is one of my favorites. The king who wishes to turn everything to gold.
Yes. So there's a guy. His name's Midas. One day... Oh, who the hell's Ovid?
Oh, he's a poet. He wrote the Metamorphoses. Yeah, so a lot of the myths are sort of formalized because he's the first one who actually got it down on paper.
Alright, so he retains the copyright.
Yes, exactly.
So one day, Dionysus found that his old schoolmaster and foster father, the satyr Silenus...
The old satyr had been drinking wine and wandering away drunk to be found by some Pythagorean peasants who carried him to their king, Midas. Midas treated him nice, 10 days in hospital, told him stories and songs. For someone governing a major Greek state, he's got a lot of time on his hands. And on the 11th day, he brought him back to Dionysus, the god of debauchery and drinking, and then he gets a reward.
You may have one wish. And then, oddly, he decides, anything I touch will turn into gold? Midas rejoices at his new power, which he has hastened to put to the test. He touches an oak twig and a stone, both turn to gold. Overjoyed, as soon as he got home, he touched every rose in the rose garden, and they all became gold. He ordered the servants to set a feast on the table. Upon discovering how even the food and drink turned to gold in his hands, he regretted his wish and cursed it.
Here's one loophole I don't think he thought of. Could he not hold something and then have the thing that he actually wants to hold in the thing?
They said that he was about to starve to death, so must not have worked. Otherwise, I mean, unless he's just dumb. Like, really dumb. Like, keeps picking up another apple and go, oh, not this one again.
I wonder if this is in some way linked to the magical gambit I made earlier this afternoon.
Dude, that'd be the worst. Could you imagine, like, testing all that stuff? Because I suppose you'd go, like, I'm so hungry, I guess I won't use my hands then. So you get some chopsticks, and you start putting stuff in your mouth, and then it touches your lips, then it just turns to gold. That would be the worst.
Does gold just taste like pennies? Because it's gold, I assume it tastes better than the inferior metals.
Yeah, I think it's got like even less flavor than pennies.
It's just pennies. There's nothing worse. You're in a situation and you accidentally taste pennies because you know something's gone wrong. It's like, not the penny taste.
Hold on, so is he turning the air particles that go into his lungs into gold? Because you're breathing in bits of dust too. Surely they would turn to gold.
Yes, so I think particles or maybe gases are exempt from his gold touching powers.
No, wait. His clothes, the clothes on his body, would instantly turn to gold then. You would think.
You would think. I think, as is the nature of myths, I think they have to sacrifice a bit of conceptual clarity. And when you have a character like the Hulk show up, like, he's always got to break his clothes in the right way. Otherwise, you just would have to have a bit of exposition in every film of just like, oh, do you see the Hulk's cock? Yeah, it is distressingly big. I'm scared.
It's exceedingly muscular, foreskin and scrotum.
The loophole is necessary for storytelling as well as everything else, I suppose.
Yeah. Bro, it's... No, never mind. Yeah, I'll throw that thought away. It was just more about the Hulk's balls. Go on.
I know, tell me more about the Hulk's balls. That's great.
Well, I don't know, is it regenerative? If you got, like, circumcised as a kid or something, does it grow back?
I would... Does the Hulk have regenerative powers, or is he just super strong?
Is that what happens to Wolverine, though?
Yeah, I mean, you can almost certainly suggest that Wolverine is uncircumcised.
In a version told by Nathaniel Hawthorne, Midas's daughter... Wait a minute. Is the daughter thing not in the original?
King Midas's daughter is not canon.
What the fuck? In the version told by Nathaniel Hawthorne in the Wonder Book for Boys and Girls. That's nice. That's a nice title.
That's so wholesome.
The Wonder Book. And Midas's daughter came to him, upset about the roses, and that had lost their fragrance and became hard. And when he reached out to comfort her, found that he touched his daughter, and she turned soon to... So that version of the story...
Ah, it's from 1852. Didn't know that. Honestly, that's a genuine improvement.
Yeah, it's kind of like the peak of the conflict in the story.
Yeah, it's good. It's way better storytelling. Well done, Nathaniel Hawthorne. You've improved the classic. You say we should write a Wonder Book for girls and boys.
We should get Nathaniel in on it.
The Wonder Book for e-girls and incels.
That's not bad.
Buy a Wonder Book for e-girls and incels. As approved by the internet historian, that's canon now, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Midas didn't do anything wrong. He shouldn't really be punished forever.
No, disagree.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Midas did so, and when he touched the waters, the power flowed into the river, and the river sands turned into gold. This explained why the river Pactolus was so rich in gold.
We were wrong this whole time. This isn't a story about, like, not being materialistic. It's just a story about why there's gold in the river.
Yeah, I love that idea. Like, Ovid shows up.
Yeah.
He's like, what? That's what you took from the story? No, I was explaining why I'm holding this gold pan. and up to me ankles.
I feel like this myth is just constantly misunderstood. It is about properly checking for loopholes in whatever agreement you make.
Be greedy, but be smartly greedy.
If King Midas had gone to his attorney and said, just want you to maybe look at this witch and see if there might be anything that might backfire dramatically.
You're allowed to put caveats with your wish, right? So surely you could get around all of this stuff by just adding a clause that says, in the way that I hope for and the desired results expect.
That's great. That is the perfect magic wish loophole avoider. That's what King Midas should have done.
Yep, he should have talked to us first.
Exactly. He should have consulted us.
I'm sure there's practical uses for it, though. Like, if you were... No, hold on. There must be one practical use of being able to immediately turn something into gold.
I'm trying to think about it, because the main thing is to have a lot of gold.
Okay, I've got one.
I'm impressed that you've got even one, because I've been trying to think of one.
You're at war with the Japanese.
Not again.
Okay, no. You're at war, and you decide to hire some Japanese ninjas.
Cool.
You could take out some parchment and cut it into shuriken, or whatever they're...
Shurikens. Yeah.
Shaped stars, and then have Midas go swing over them, and then you could probably still throw them. Shall we wrap it up there? We need we need a bit of an outro in it.
Yeah. Oh. Let's do something brave and original.
Well, I'm about to jump into fashion. Fashion. What is fashion? Is this a fashion? How come all fashion needs to be on a runway? And when it's hot, it should be called fashion. But when it's not, it should be called fash out. I'm gonna need to speak to a very fashionable pilot and get me 2 glasses of Dom Perignon and a bag of peanuts. Out of my way, peasant. Take this thing to Milan. All this and more on this episode of In the Field. Mythology. Etiquette. Etiquette. What is etiquette? Morty, Lady Feathersham. Is pinkies out good etiquette? No. Wrong fork, Mr. Blackwell. Is it proper etiquette to eat M&Ms with a spoon? Mr. Druckmann, you haven't touched your sandwich. Is it about holding the door for a woman? For the last time, Mrs. Fairfax. Elbows off the table. Yes, hello. Can't you see you're interrupting our dining experience? How rude. All this and get cultured AF on this episode of In the Quarantine.
How rude does your waiter need to be before you feel the need to say something?
Oh, that's a good one.
Right. What if they spill a second glass of beverage on you? First time it's an accident, I don't think anybody would make that a problem. They come back to get you your replacement soda. They trip on the first drink that they spilled. They haven't cleaned it up. They just immediately went to get you another drink.
Okay.
Fumble it.
And they go, I'm so sorry, sir. I cannot apologize enough. That's 2 drinks. That's unbelievable. Let me go and get you another.
Would you let them get you a 3rd drink at this point?
I think I would.
You think you would?
By the 3rd one, I'd be standing up and going, what the fuck?
You'd be at the next table over like, put it down, step away.
It depends how apologetic they are after the 2nd one.
I have to imagine they'd be fucking bowing at that point. So sorry. I cannot imagine how this happens twice.
What I'm worried about is like, so if he spills a drink a 3rd time, but then he gets injured.
He smacked his head on the table on the way down.
And so he's just lying unconscious on the floor.
Yeah, outside of the immediate knee-jerk reaction, like do you milk it at all? Do you immediately suck it up and be like, hold on, there's bigger stuff going on here?
Yeah, you have to suck it up. But then, what do you do if a second waiter comes out and goes, oh my god, this man's on the floor, but then they trip over the body.
Right.
And another drink, and it just lands like right on your crotch.
Right.
Do you then say so? I don't even think I would say something at that point. It's still like, well, the guy's still on the floor.
Is the second dude also hit his head on the way down? That's the question. Because the second dude you can now be mad at. There's no blame, the sympathy shifted to him. Right?
Right. Yep.
At this point, you could be like, this dude's unconscious. Yeah, 2 drinks though, bro. 2 drinks. That's on you.
No one in the restaurant is enjoying their meal anymore. Everyone's just staring in our direction. Just pants are soaked through and through. And then the manager comes out and goes, where's my 2 waiters? My 2 best men.
My 2 heavy left-footed waiters, yeah.
Oh my god, looking at the 2 unconscious bodies. And one of them has died.
Yeah, I didn't know if I wanted to go that serious, but I feel like that's a...
Are you obliged to stick around?
No, I feel like I'd leave immediately. Dude hits his head and he's not getting up off the ground. I'm leaving. I'm not following up with what. This had nothing to do with me. I don't want to deal with the police reports that are going to ask me if I witnessed something. They've got cameras. You guys can handle it.
You go home. And, oh, man, this was such a terrible evening. Ring ring.
Moshi Moshi.
You don't know me, but I'm the wife of the waiter who served you this evening.
Oh, Jessica Robbins, yes. How's it going?
Well, not so good. My husband is dead.
What?
I know, and this may sound odd, but would you come to the funeral?
Fuck no.
He was dedicated to serving people, and I remember he said, the very last person I serve on the job is the person I want to come to my funeral.
For the love of fuck. Okay, fine.
It would mean the world to me.
Fine. I'll consider it, yeah.
All right.
I guess. My concern would be that they're trying to murder me.
So you're at the wake.
What? Okay, fine, whatever.
You're at the wake, and the wife comes up, and she goes...
I swear to God, if she asked me to speak at this thing.
No. She comes up, she goes, hey, thank you so much for coming here. I brought you a drink.
What?
What do? Do you say anything?
No, it's the same thing. The first dude hit his head, you know, the sympathy's on him. At this point, this girl must be getting, you know, fucking flashbacks to how her husband just died. No, I'm not fucking saying anything. I'm helping her off the ground. It's okay. Don't sweat it. I brought extra shorts. That's a thing I do now. Okay. I'm also wearing shorts to a funeral for some reason.
I think that's kind of how.
Yeah, I don't know what else to do here. I feel like I played that pretty well.
All right. Well, I think we've taught people a valuable lesson. So that's what you do.
If you ever get a drink spilled on you, you know, make an effort and attend the funeral. Yeah.
Me and your mother. We've Samito, we're going out to dinner. You know, you just entertain yourself. There's hot dogs thawing in the sink.
It's hitting really close to home.
And we leave. drive away, you hear the car pulling away, and then you put on Titanic, right? And we've never seen Titanic.
Right.
Anyway, you're loving the movie. It's great. It's a great movie. Then it gets to the bit where Jack and Kate are having their romance, and they're in the back of the old-timey car, and it's all steamy.
Right.
Oh, well, you know, it was the restaurant was closed because of the COVID. I can't believe we left the house. Samito, what are you watching?
I guess one of two things. I would either turn off the TV and just pretend to be passed out.
No. We've like.
No. I get that. No. I get that. That's still what I would do.
What? So we've busted through the door. We've seen you. We've seen you with your eyes open watching the movie. And then you would just, close your eyes and turn off the television and pretend.
I've been asleep. I haven't been watching TV for an hour. I fell asleep an hour ago. Either that. What the fuck else are you gonna do? You know what I mean? My parents are Muslim. That would have been like a very big deal, I imagine.
No, but you were like actively watching the movie, right? We came in and we saw you with your eyes open, right?
No, I get that. I'm saying I would still pretend to be asleep.
You would still pretend to be asleep, just sitting up.
I think that would be my gut reaction. If I had never been caught with anything and I was like really young, like 9 or 10, and I really felt like I was getting away with something.
Would you make the snoring noises?
No, hell no. Well, I snore, that's the thing. But I guess, yeah, either that or be like or maybe not pretend to be asleep, but maybe pretend to have just woken up and gone, the TV's been on. I have no idea what this was. You guys woke me up.
We're not buying that you're asleep. Why were you watching this movie? Why were you watching this? This looks like an adult film. There are sex scenes in here. What is this? What are you watching?
I would tell them I thought it was an action movie.
What kind of I can see some action. There's plenty of action in this movie, Samito.
Right before this, I swear, James Bond was on, they were shooting each other, this must be a scene in the movie, I have no idea. If it's on the TV, that's the thing. If you get caught on the computer, it's different, because you're not just watching Titanic on the computer, you pulled up that adult film. That's happened exactly once, and I told my dad it was a pop-up, and I need to update my antivirus.
People tend to be like, one at a time when you get the trolley. It'd be rude to sort of push forward, but you could.
Right.
You get your trolley, and technically, you could fill your trolley with stuff, and then just go, I'm done shopping.
Yeah.
And leave. Like, that's not stealing, that's just moving shit around.
It is.
And you could, look in other people's trolleys, just stare at it, and kind of go, oh, that's interesting shopping. And then maybe take a couple of the things you like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't belong to them yet. It's not theft.
Yeah, an intent to buy does not make it your possession, yeah. You could take a grape, because it doesn't hurt the integrity of the rest of the bunch of grapes.
No, but what if you look at the bunch of grapes and you go, how come this vine has one missing?
Well, that's more of a Karen thing to do. That's not a reasonable... Nah, there should be at least 3 more grapes on this. I can see this.
Then how come...
They pick it off by the bunch.
Are you allowed to open the punnet of blueberries and take one blueberry?
Yeah, well, I think the etiquette there is if nobody's going to notice when they're buying the thing of blueberries or strawberries or grapes, right? You can't take a hot dog out of the pack of hot dog. That's way too fucking obvious.
Hey ladies, want to see a real VP? The Nord signal, quick, to the Nord hole. NordVPN, man. People just don't know how much money they can save using NordVPN. I need you to get out there and save them. You got it, Chief. Time to suit up. Sorry, citizen. I need this more than you do.
Help, that man just stole my purse.
Oof. That's rough. You know, you can get cheaper prices on purses and aprons and other girly items by using international pricing through nordvpn.com/incognito and get 68% off the 2-year plan and a free month also. You're welcome. Ooh.
Region-specific pricing on Steam. What the hell?
I know, right? Cheaper games on Steam. You are welcome. Just grab that. Rejoice, good people. Share in the spoils of my savings using the URL nordvpn.com/incognito to get 68% off 2-year plan. Why not? Alright, this city oh, looks like the work has already been done. He's the VPN this city needs. Douche. But not the one it deserves. Douche. So anyway, ladies, you can save with NordVPN. He watches over us. Dish. 68% off. A 2-year plan. Dish.
My dad doesn't understand the internet fully well yet. He's got an iPad now.
Yeah.
But maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago, whenever my mom went to visit our home country, she went on her own because I refused to go. Because all I do is eat street food and get sick, right?
Yeah.
So I get home one day, I can hear that the TV's on, you know, like the static or whatever. So I was like, oh, my dad's in the living room.
Yeah.
Open the door, and my dad's watching porn in the living room.
Oh my god.
I don't think he says anything. Maybe he just gives like a oh, you know. He just sort of jumped up a bit, and I just sort of put my head down and then went into my room. And then, like an hour later, half an hour later, I'm like going to get a glass of water, and he's like, "Hey, did you catch what was on the TV?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Don't tell your mom." And I was like, "Why would I tell mom? Why the fuck would I? Why the fuck would I have that conversation with mom?"
I bet that was a relief though. As soon as someone else is brought into the dynamic, like, don't tell your mom. I bet it's like, oh, thank God, this isn't about the awkwardness between me and him now.
Yeah. It very much was, because later we did have a smart TV, and my dad comes to me one day and goes, "Hey, how do you delete the search history on YouTube?" And I was like, "I need to teach you how to do this, actually. You need to know how to do this." So I go down to the search history, and his most recent searches were like food, coffee, blah, 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 whatever. And then I click into that tab, and the 4 searches after that are like porn stars. And I was like, okay. And then he was like, wait, don't go that far. And I was like, chill. I know what is, I understand this. Here's the button to clear the search history. And he was like, okay, cool. And then a year after that, not that long ago, I get him an iPad. And he calls me, and he goes, "Samet, your mom was out of the house." So I was like, all right, I'll be fine.
Here's one thing I've noticed. 5G. People say, oh, that's ridiculous. 5G ain't gonna hurt you. And I agree.
Oh, okay.
If you start going on about 5G towers, yada, 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 you know, people mostly tune out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not listening currently.
Yeah, exactly. But let's say you went to someone's house and you took their Wi-Fi router.
Okay.
And then started holding it next to their baby's head.
Right.
All of a sudden you'd get in trouble.
Yeah.
And it's like...
I feel like that's more etiquette around babies, though.
Yeah, but it's like, hold on a minute, I thought you didn't believe it whatsoever. But as soon as you put it next to their baby's soft skull,
right,
they'll go, well, don't do that, please.
Right. At the very least, yeah. Could you not?
Yeah.
I feel like if you drop the stakes just a little bit, like if instead of your newborn baby, it's like your dog or something, I feel like much more people would be like, I mean, yeah, that's weird, but whatever, it's not going to hurt anything. I feel like you introduce anything to a baby, it just sets the stakes too high.
Yeah.
Oh, the safety's off. It's like, I don't care if the safety's on, dude. Just get it away from the baby.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah, you could be like, there's no bullet in the chamber. There's no magazine in the gun. This thing is just a replica.
Yeah.
It's only a cap gun anyway.
Can I pull the trigger? No. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. You could probably have something that couldn't even be very dangerous. Like...
You could have 2 spoons.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, something like a spatula, yeah. 2 spoons, and just hold them next to a baby's head. Eventually someone would tell you to stop.
Yeah, yo, get away from my baby, you weird hobo. Like, what are you doing with 2 spoons?
Just holding 2 spoons. What's the problem?
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever had situations where you've done something wrong, but it's too complicated in the moment to explain what you've done wrong, and you just have to kind of give up? Okay, so this happened to me once. I was at a dinner, and there were maybe a dozen of us, and we're all at this table. It's like an outdoor setting, and we're joking around. I think we were talking about being rude to waitstaff.
Right.
I said, oh yeah, like the French, where they just put their hand in the air and snap their fingers and say garçon.
Right.
And I did that motion, and then a waiter saw it and came over.
Right.
And I was mortified because effectively I had just done the thing.
Right.
I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring you over like that. And he had this look on his face like, what? And then I'm like trying to explain it, and there's like a dozen of us there, and it's like loud in a restaurant, and it's like I've just done like the rudest thing, and then it's like there's no way to explain it, and so you just go, yeah, I'll have the chicken schnitzel, please.
At least in a French accent. Come on, at least pretend you're a French tourist.
Yeah, and then it must have been like other people at other tables had seen it as well. It's like, I can't go over to them and explain to them.
Yeah, right.
Has anything like that ever happened to you?
So I'm plant sitting at one of the neighbors' houses.
Right.
So I'm supposed to go to the house every day or every other day.
Okay.
Dump some fish food in the fish tank, water the plants, and not order any pay-per-view porn on their TV. They didn't explicitly say that last part, but I learned this after the fact.
Wait, how old are you? How old are you?
I mean, I wasn't 10, so 13, 14 maybe.
Okay.
They have a smart TV. I don't have cable, but I've never just had lone access to pay-per-view and being able to order stuff. So I'm browsing through the TV. I'm just watching TV. Who's gonna get mad at the plant sitter watching TV, right? And I'm browsing through the sections, and I find the sections that say adult only or XXX or 18 plus or whatever. Everything's got a free preview to it. So I'm watching the free previews. You know, at this point, like, I remember specifically thinking, I was like, this is wrong. I don't want to get caught doing this, but I have to know what a vagina looks like because I have no clue, right? I must have been younger. Let's say 12. And I was like, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah,
I'm going to find a scene. I'm going to find something where a girl shows her vagina, and then I'm out of here. And then I'm going to be more knowledgeable than when I went in, and this will be a net positive for me. And I'm supposed to get paid $60 for house sitting their place for 9 days. And she calls me over, gives me a text, maybe knocks on my door. I don't remember how we got in communication that day. And she sits me down, and she goes, did you order anything on the TV? And I was like, I don't think so. Nah, I don't think so. And she was like, we got a receipt for, you know, a certain film that we know is an adult film. And immediately she goes, I'm not going to tell your parents, but did you order something on the TV? And I was like, I flipped through the TV. I clicked on some buttons. I swear I don't remember ordering anything of that nature. Turns out I didn't actually watch a free preview. I did, in fact, order something that was $25 that she took out of the money that she was going to pay me. And I was like, cool. All right, I'm going to go home.
Yeah, so she just wanted the honesty out of you.
Yeah, and I couldn't even give her that. I mean, they live in the neighborhood, so I see them like walking their dog and stuff. At some point, her husband had walked up and was like, just admit that you ordered something on the TV. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. And then we stopped talking after that.
Camping.
Okay.
I can't imagine any other time that I would be as polite as when I'm going fucking camping. You know, you run into another tent, say, you've got absolutely no idea what these people could be like.
Sure.
They could kill you and probably get away with it.
That's true.
If I ran across someone else and their tent, I would not be getting anywhere near their tent.
Yeah.
I would be standing about 30 feet away and be going, hello?
Right,
hello?
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You wouldn't like walk up to the tent and like unzip it or knock on the tent. Hello?
Oh!
Oh, Submitted, do you want to give a quick rundown on why you don't shake with the left hand?
Yeah, so considering that everybody is right-handed, the right hand is always used for eating, and the left hand is always used for cleaning yourself on the toilet.
That's right, and also, usually you hold your sword with the right hand as well, so it shows, oh, I don't have anything dangerous in my hand.
Right.
But, problem with that, I have seen a lot of cute, right? That's nice.
Right.
But E is holding his left hand.
Yeah, interesting.
So, is there an etiquette between, like, who gets the right hand and who gets the left hand? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, probably not.
Is he, like, the submissive one then?
It's not, so they... Why barbers feel like it's okay to put their dick on your hand while they're cutting your hair.
That's true.
That's a thing. I've never said that to somebody and they've had no idea what I'm talking about.
Yep.
But a good portion of the time it's like, come on, man, it's like the third time this haircut. Like, what? You can tell me to lean to a side so you don't need to fucking stretch over, dude.
Yep, I know exactly what you mean.
Have you ever said anything?
No, but I always move, and the sheer fact that you've moved...
That's a sensitive enough area that they're like, oh, wait a second.
...is a signal, yeah.
Maybe I should stop doing what I'm doing.
I still haven't figured out. I don't know where to look. Someone's got me in a chair, and they've put me in front of a mirror, and it's like, oh, I guess I just stare at myself?
Right.
I can't stare at the barber. That's no good. Imagine just making eye contact with someone the whole time they're trying to cut your hair.
Yeah.
Feels wrong. But then you just like, what, staring into space, having like an existential crisis in the mirror.
What am I? Who am I?
And a lot of the time, unless you've got like AirPods or something, if you've got headphones, you can't exactly wear them while you're getting your hair cut.
You never tell them that you didn't like the haircut.
Yeah.
I remember seeing a meme that was like, yo, after my barber does my shit, if he holds up the mirror and that mirror is a picture of him fucking my mom, I'd still be like, yeah, man, looks great, dude, thank you. I remember I was at the beach in LA when we went to VidCon, and me and my girlfriend saw people riding up and down the beaches on these double bicycles where the seats are like side by side, and they all advertised the same little shack where you could rent the bikes. So I went in and I was looking at the thing and I was like, I think it's $36 for half an hour, but that seems like a lot for a bike. And there's 9 bikes outside. Like hardly anybody's buying these things. The dude working there must have overheard me say this out loud to my girlfriend. But I went to make sure and I asked him and I was like, hey, how much are the bikes? And he was like, it's gonna be too much for you, buddy. I was like, oh, okay, so it must be the $36 for half an hour, which, yeah, it does seem like way too much.
What if rude asshole? It's too expensive for you.
Yeah.
Bruh. You know what you're supposed to do in that situation? What you do is you go to your local bike store, right? And then you buy like 8 bikes.
Open a bike store next to him?
No, then you walk back to the rental place and you hold 4 of the bikes in each hand. And you go, you work on commission, right? Big mistake. Huge. Just fucking leave.
Pretty woman my way out of there.
Alright, Samito, I'm afraid I'm phasing through the floor right now. That means it's time to leave. Goodbye.
Is he gone? Has he phased through the floor? Alright. Twitch.tv/Sumeto Media.
Hey, what are you doing?
I was recording a thing for my channel.
All right. Well, looks like the room is spinning. That's your cue to leave. Leave my house, please.
Okay. As I low budget animate my way over to stage left. See you in a month.
Goodbye. Monsters. Monsters. Ooh, monsters. What is a monster? Are monsters real? Is this a monster? How about this monster? Is man the real monster? Ooh, that's deep. Thank you. But more importantly, what was that noise? And why is it so dark in here? Hello? And who's in the closet? And what's under this bed? And whose room is this? And I don't know what happened to your son. It was a monster. I'd like to go home now, please. All this and more on this episode of In Da Quarantine. I don't think I can get behind orangutans. I'm not too bothered if they go extinct.
Oh, what?
It's the flaps that bother me.
Oh, the flaps
You know
are
what I mean?
part of their appeal.
Oh, they're just awful.
Have you ever seen one in real life?
No.
IRL, they are amazing. They communicate really incredibly with humans. They're so cool. I love them.
Like, look at this. Shave that bit off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now that I'm like focusing on the oranga flaps, I will admit that they are quite unseemly. They're unpleasant.
If I was like in the orangutan world, right, I would be constantly just walking past and just slapping them behind the back of the face flap. It's kind of, yeah. Hey Greg, what's up, Stacy? Whack. Just like a little flick as you're walking by.
Oh, okay.
And I bet it makes like a real meaty sound, like when you slap 2 palms together.
I'm imagining this in like a primate high school where like the chimps and the gorillas are all hanging out with the orangutans, and the orangutans are just getting bullied for their flaps. It's like, sup flaps, how's it going?
No, wait, it's the other way around. It's like, oh, well, you don't have your flaps yet. We've had our flaps for 6 months now. It's some runt of the litter, and he looks in the mirror and he goes, what if I never get any flaps? What if they never grow through? And then like the orangutan mum sort of comes into the room, puts her arm around his shoulder. It's okay, honey. You know, we all grow at different rates and you'll get your flaps one day.
Your dad didn't get his face flaps until he was at least... His dad walks past the bedroom with just these like enormous face flaps.
In Slavic myths, Baba Yaga is a wild woman or dark lady of magic in Russian folklore. There are many stories about her. Like most witches, Baba Yaga can fly, but she does not use a broomstick. Instead, she sits in a giant mortar, a bowl, for grinding food, with her knees almost touching her chin. This is terrible form of transport. Right? She drives very fast across or above the forest floor, and uses the pestle as a rudder.
I love it.
It's one of those things when someone said, yeah, well, have you heard about our folklore?
So, like, all the representatives of monster folklore have met for a summit. The Slavic guy has just, like, forgotten his notes.
Well, we've got this witch, right? And, she can fly. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, well, ours is a witch, too. Okay, well... it flies on a broomstick. Oh, broomstick, okay. What do you got? And then you go, oh, mine's different. It's got, and then you just start scanning the kitchen. And you're like, look, hold on a minute. Pot, it's a wheel of cheese. Mortar and pestle. That's stupid. You can't stand on a mortar and pestle. It's way too small. Big one. Oh, well.
Just looking around the kitchen. I love it. That's so funny.
It's from the Feast of Maximum Occupancy.
What is the most monster-like of the real animals, though?
I suppose the giant squid.
The giant squid is the thing of haunting dreams. Like, I can't watch those deep ocean documentaries. They are terrifying.
I tell you what's really annoying about that, right? I've been in the deep ocean before, and been fishing in the deep ocean, even jumped out of the boat, gone swimming in the deep ocean, gone snorkeling. I never had any fear of the deep ocean. It never occurred to me that I should be afraid of it. And then someone started pointing out how afraid they were of the deep ocean. And gradually over the last few years, I've been cultivating this fear of the deep ocean. And it's born out of nothing. It's just because someone else is afraid of something. All of a sudden, I've started to become afraid of it as well.
I think you've just gained their rationality. I think there's every reason to be scared of the deep ocean. It is objectively terrifying. It is where all the Lovecraftian creatures live. You've just come round to sense, if you ask me. Doppelganger monster. Why is there a picture of Leo? What? What is that?
It's Fat Leo Doppelganger.
His doppelganger from Russia, of course. He was made in a Russian lab to battle the American movie stars and try and rival them, but he got squished up against the test tube, and this happened.
Can you get Leo on the phone? No, he's busy.
Get me his Russian non-union equivalent. Yeah,
that's it. These are just both Chris Pratt. That's ridiculous.
I'm fairly certain, yes.
That's just both Chris Pratt.
Oh, no, wait. The headline is Chris Pratt warns of pervy dude doppelganger. That's the exact excuse I'd use as well.
I would say Mothra is a pretty shitty...
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
Who cares? It's a big moth, innit? I mean, not good if you've left a lamp on in the house and the door open at night, but otherwise, fine.
May I come in?
So easily defeated, that monster. Shoot some BBs through its wings, and it's done.
Yeah, it is light a candle. Go straight into it.
I really don't like King Kong.
No,
I just think it shows a lack of imagination.
I don't think the sociological commentary about it is very clever either.
No, don't be bad to nature, otherwise it'll crush you with its big monkey paw.
What, so it's like a shitty Moby Dick?
Yeah, it's like a Moby Dick for idiots. Moby Dick for people who can't read.
I don't know, man. I think you can get revenge on nature. Like, doesn't it make perfect sense? I mean, I could imagine it not an Ahab's day, where you gotta go fight the whale and it's all difficult and you lose your life and hell's heart stab at thee and all that bullshit, but...
Ooh, literary historian.
I read bits of it once. I think I heard some Simpsons references on it. If we wanted to take revenge on all the whales, hunt them all down and kill them, we could probably do it.
Like me and you. We take all that sweet YouTube cash, get ourselves a ship, and we're just like at the port. And he's going, "Sir, why are you going on the seven seas? We're on a quest to kill all the whales." What, is it like you're getting like blubber or ambergris or what have you? No, it's whale genocide.
Clicks.
Yeah, we're vlogging it. I'm gonna vlog my unending quest to murder all the whales.
I mean, whales are pretty close to monsters. At least the blue whales.
If whales didn't exist, they would be monsters. If you described a whale in a world where they didn't exist, that's a straight monster right there.
I mean, that's very monster-like. It's enormous. That to there is probably like a bus.
It's so big.
You know what? It's too big.
Yeah.
It's kind of rude.
That's why they gotta die.
Yeah. I bet it's really easy, like just a couple cyanide pellets. Like, oh, here's some krill, little fellow. Doop, doop, doop. And then just keep swimming.
We just go around the ocean with like a giant wine corks.
Yeah, wine cork, maybe. I think they'll blow that one out, but if you put like a grenade.
It's just us on like the bow of a ship whipping grenades, 3 pointers into the holes of whales.
I reckon, there's all these endangered species, save the whales, save the dolphins, blah, 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 blah.
Fuck those guys.
True. You could save the whales and save the dolphins. Or if we just kill them all.
We wouldn't have to save them.
Like, if it's just done,
Yeah.
probably saves you a bunch of cost. Don't have to hear about, oh, we're damaging the environment, it'll hurt the whale. You can have as much sonar as you like.
We're doing the charity sector a favour by eliminating their problem.
Yeah, think of how many resources we could put into other animals, or, like, people, if we just...
Yeah. Kill all the whales.
Mm. I love this song. Excuse me? I love this song. It's region locked in my country, but I use NordVPN. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, Shadow Man. The girls just don't want my VPN. Listen, buddy. You gotta go out there and be assertive. Women love a VPN with confidence. Assertiveness. Confidence. Okay.
So Pyrocynical just stole my whole ad and made a low-energy version of it.
Hey there. My name's NordVPN Man. I'm a Gemini. I love to and I can offer you 70% off a 3-year plan. It's not working, Shadowbound. Well, have you tried coming across as needy? If girls love a VPN they can take care of. Try again. Hi. I can't get the full Netflix catalog in this country, and I lost my mom's credit card. Can you buy me a subscription to NordVPN at nordvpn.com/incognito? You okay in there, buddy? It's fine, it's a glitter in my eye. It never works out for me, Shadow Man. I'm destined to be alone forever. Hey, I know what'll cheer you up. Yeah?
Yeah. Ugh, what a sim. I know, right? Who is she?
Oh my god.
I love that dress.
Lucky guy. Damn, she's smoking.
I kinda want a VPN now.
Out of the way, thoughts. I got me a real woman. Too late now, you had your chance. You gonna cry about it? Huh? Here's your drink back. Guess you should have gotten NordVPN. Nord. Mermaids were always supposed to be sort of dangerous, weren't they? And then they've become kind of sexy.
Yeah, but their sexiness is part of their danger. Isn't their whole thing that they like sing and make sailors crash into rocks?
I think the real question is, would you?
Would I? No. Probably.
No.
I would be so preoccupied with the existence of a monster. How does this happen? Under what circumstances? Are we like dating?
Look, I found this girl. You're gonna love her.
Okay.
Right?
All right, yeah.
All right.
I'm open-minded, you know me.
Come and meet her. She's hanging out by the pool.
Oh, great. Yeah, no, I'm big into swimming and stuff, so that's cool.
Yeah, cool. Anyway, here she is. Her name's Ariel.
Cool name.
This is Ordinary Things.
Hi, Ariel. Nice to meet you. We just get to talking. She's just hands on the rim of the pool. I'm unaware.
Yeah, the whole time. Yeah.
At this stage, the connection is made. So that's all the go.
So you guys are chatting. It's all going very well. And she says, you want to grab a cup of coffee sometime? You said, yes. Wow, that's really great. And then she props her hands up on the side of the pool and she lifts out her big tail. What do you say?
Yeah, the tail, I hate to appear shallow, but, I can get past the tail. I mean, I shouldn't be so prejudiced, perhaps. Maybe I should open my life up to the potential of dating a nautical creature.
So, there she is, standing on the bridge. Can't wait to see her. You guys have just matched on Tinder, right? She looks great from that distance, from the bridge, and you walk up to the bridge, and she turns to you and she goes, "Oh, Ordinary Things, it's so great to meet you."
Terrific.
It's such a pleasure to meet you. Oh my god, we've got so much in common. What do you say, second date?
Sure. I'm going to take my shallow hat off and just be like, this could be useful. There are practical advantages to going out with a girl who has cat butt.
Yeah.
She can reach stuff. Jump up and grab stuff. She probably has excellent hygiene.
Yeah.
Cat's very clean.
I think she's slightly offended by that.
Beggars can't be choosers, though. I feel like this girl's probably, just a bit unlucky in love.
I cannot believe you are saying this. This is a fine young lady. And she doesn't lick herself, right? She just cleans herself in the shower like a normal person.
Oh, have you ever smelled a wet cat? That's no good. What say you, cat or mermaid? What's better?
I think the fish would smell. And also, you're stuck beside the water. Cat is more practical for getting around.
I mean, Catwoman is a character. I feel like cat ladies are often sexualized in media, which is strange now I think about it.
Yes. So you would be willing to live with cat?
No.
No!
I'm gonna be honest with you now and just say that, like, I think all animal-human hybrids, I'm gonna say it, I don't care if it's politically incorrect. Animal-human hybrids, not for me.
This is outrageous. People are going to be offended by this.
That's right. Cancelled.
Ordinary things. I know we've been going out for 2 weeks. I'm starting to develop feelings for you, and I have to tell you something.
What is it?
I just have to come out and show you. It's about my hooves.
What behooves you? No, I'm not going to use a pun. What do you mean?
Well, look at these.
Suckers. Look at these babies. Wow, that's a lot to take in. That's almost acceptable. If she kept some shoes on...
I could live with that.
I could live with that, yeah.
I think that's all right. These look like they fit into a high heel.
That's true. I think it would all come to a head when you're at a social gathering with her. You're at the beach or something and everyone's taking their shoes off and you just be like, could you leave your plimsolls on? your Doc Martens, but we're at the beach. Yeah, but... And that's where the relationship really falls apart. It's like, I just don't want people to know that you've got deer hooves. Sorry.
She's a great climber, though. Great climber.
Yeah, so at the climbing gym, she's looking good.
What about if it's like this?
That's freaky. I'm scared of that, to be honest.
You don't like that?
You're going to get hoofed into next week with those babies.
You know, she's saying, oh, let's go on a second date. But she goes, wait, ordinary things, there's just one thing you've got to know.
What's that?
This. Okay.
That is a big tail. I think I could get past the tail.
Nice. All right.
Because you know what? It's an addition rather than a
substitution.
Squirrel girl, I will call her.
She hates that. She hates it when you call her that.
You would always have an ample supply of nuts. And that is, for me, a big bonus. You'd be like in the park and you'd just be like, oh, I could really go for some pecans right now. And she'd be like, no, don't worry about it. I've got us sorted. She'd just burrow.
What you want? Hazelnut, walnut, pecan, pistachio. I got everything. Shell on, shell off.
I mean, Pokemons are monsters. They're pocket monsters, aren't they?
Well, they must be. It's in the name.
Pokemon monsters. Oh, wait, that's Digimon. Okay, I'm going to read you some names of some new Pokemon.
Oh, go on. You're going to do that, and I'm going to draw what I think it looks like as well.
Okay, I'm going to go over a new one. So this Pokemon is called Rayquaza.
Rayquaza.
We're gonna watch this one first, though. Apparently, 2 individuals have made a video about me. They have spelled my name wrong in the video title. Steelovsky and G9 destroy Asmond Golds. Take on Elden Ring PvP. Oh my fucking god.
Today, Stilovsky and I will be reacting to Asmongold's latest take on the Elden Ring PvP support. Let's just jump straight into it. I hope you guys enjoy. Let's just watch it.
Okay.
I find it humorous that in the latest official Elden Ring tournament, a long list of banned weaponry and spells was necessary to maintain some semblance of fair PvP combat. This is not good.
That's not why they were banned. So the reason why you ban weapons is actually to create diversity.
Do you want to pause there?
I want pause.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
I know you want to put something in there.
So, the tournament that we currently see, or like the rule set that we currently see, is for the Twitch Rivals tournament. The second one, and
That's the one XQC uninstalled the game for, right? Yeah, okay.
to make things clear, this rule set wasn't updated for like half a year. So the rules are as outdated as it is only possible. And also a lot of them basically makes no sense at all. So this is very bad example, and this is both like a bad example on the source material, in the meaning that the person that created the original video, and of course Asmongold couldn't know that his theory is somewhat correct. Sometimes the tournament hosts make the rule set for the sake of to create certain environment, for example, to eliminate the overpowered stuff and so on.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Okay, so I was right.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is not the case. Here it is just Twitch rivals being incompetent.
And I think that's very fair. You know, if I was wrong on this contextually around that specific example of Twitch rivals, in no way, shape, or form does that mean that every single time that an organization takes any weapon off, it's a good decision. But I'm saying that categorically, removing weapons from the tournament rules is not a bad idea.
That's basically it.
Okay.
Yeah, the rule set was basically outdated from like 2 or 3 patches ago.
And they fucked up.
Have you seen the Twitch rivals? Like,
Yeah, I did. A little bit. Not. I've watched like some of the last day.
Anyway, you can continue, yeah?
Okay. Yep, let's keep going.
Something that is so powerful and so overpowered and good, then that's going to completely dominate the entire like competition. So you have to ban like the top 5 meta things if you want to have a competition that isn't just of those top 5 meta things.
I mean,
like my staff, yeah, because
that's a logical point. I mean, he's kind of right on that. Like,
I totally was right. I agree with myself. I think I was right too. Yeah, I was completely right. Absolutely, so true.
An extent, but I mean, it depends on what people are looking for, and that's not necessarily like always a good thing. Like, it just depends on what the.
That's also fair for him to say that like some people just want to have a no rules tournament. Totally fine.
Tournament hosts are looking for, but let's keep going. I don't think that's the important point here.
I'm just gonna add that when you are going to ban certain OP, then you are going to enable different OP. Like,
yeah, exactly.
That is true. That's a good point. Usually there are certain outliers. Like, for example, there's like you can have like equivalent balance between. This happens in WoW a lot, where like you have one class that's like performing 10% better than the other classes, but then between the next 10 classes, there's only a 10% differential in total. So it's like, yes, that's true, but it's not about whether something is going to be the best, because there's always going to be people are always going to find a way for there to be something that is the best. Like, this is always what happens. However, it's really the difference between what the best is and what the second best is.
Always meta within meta always happens, so yeah.
Yeah, because everybody will use it, exactly. Because the reason why Rivers of Blood, everybody uses it, is because it's really good. It's like insanely fucking good.
Rivers is really good, man. But here's the thing, keep going. I want to go back to this.
I think this is a joke about the fact that they nerfed the weapon, and then they had to, I think, unnerf it or something. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't keep up with every single good weapon, but whenever you think overpowered PvP weapons in Elden Ring, the first 2 you're going to think of are Rivers of Blood and Moonveil Katana. Because whenever the game came out, those were the 2 most overpowered weapons that everybody used. So whenever I'm talking about that, my goal is to communicate an idea, not necessarily be completely accurate, like at the moment that I record the video.
But after the other part.
Maybe just rebalance them? I mean, it's easy to say, but the truth is that I don't...
It's constantly the same bosses, you have the same animations across the series and so on, and sadly...
This is a value judgment right now, by the way. This has nothing to do with PvP or PvE. This is a value judgment.
in case of PvP, that means that they are constantly introducing essentially the same fundamental system when it comes to the invasions, when it comes to the PvP. That is junky. Let's be honest, it is junky, but
Okay.
But yeah, like
That's
the
why
state.
nobody plays it. It's because it's janky. Exactly.
That hey, it is not PvP game, it is PvE game, and whatever.
It is
just false.
Well, you can't say false and then have no argument for why it's false. Well, it's just not true. Okay, well then let's look at the metrics on Twitch. Let's look at the amount of people talking about the game. Let's look at how fast it takes to do invasions. Let's look for the people that are talking about the game and PvP inside of the game. Let's look at the viewership for channels creating PvP content versus PvE content. Like, there's a million different ways that you can verify this, and every single way you're not using because you know that every single way proves my point. It's not even close. Yeah, it's like 95%.
To be fair though, about the reusing stuff, every studio does that. It depends to what extent they wanna
The
improve
Erdtree avatars are asylum demons.
upon their last entry, but every studio reuses all of their assets. There's nothing wrong with that. But,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but with the with the PvP argument, I think he's mostly talking about they should not care about PvP because it's not as popular. Because
No, I don't think that they shouldn't care about it. I don't think that they should change the fundamentals of the game at the expense of PvE for PvP. I hope that they continue making PvP better, and I enjoyed the Coliseum update. I never said that. I just don't think that they should spend development time, massive development time, on PvP, especially whenever it has such a fundamentally janky foundation that even they agree on. Why are you going to build a castle on sand? Why are you going to build something that has a cracked foundation at the very beginning?
to him, it's only a small portion of players that actually care and play PvP. But my problem with that is
it's not to me. It's according to every observable metric that exists on the internet.
If you don't give a chance to PvP, or if you release it in a state that Elden Ring released in, like there was a ton of people that all tried PvP. Even he mentions in this own vid that he tried the Coliseum. Everyone gave it a shot. Like even people were not necessarily interested, but they gave it a shot. They gave it a chance. It's just that it didn't live up to it. So it's not that
it's not that it didn't live up to it. It's that the fundamental problems with Elden Ring and Dark Souls PvP exist in the Coliseum in the same way that they existed in Dark Souls 1, 2, 3. All of the exact same problems existed there too. There's nothing new about this. And also, the PvP is... there is some nuance to it and some complexities to it, but it's effectively just 1v1s. People get tired of that.
He doesn't have the potential to be popular.
And whenever I say people, I don't mean everybody. There are some people who like that a lot. Of course there are some people, but we are talking about generalities.
If they put some work into it, then it could be elevated to a level where it could be more popular, but it's not going...
They can never elevate it to a point where it is popular unless they actually fix the MS issues and the netcode. Nobody will ever give a fuck about this if you can get hit inside of a roll. Because people are going to play it, they're going to get hit, they're going to say this is garbage, and they're going to quit. That's it.
To happen if they don't give it like any thought to it, or if they don't like listen to the community for balance and all of that. But this is where I want to bring the Rivers of Blood clip into all of this. Okay. So this is the irony I find in this entire
idea.
Maybe twice, maybe
support like right now, because during the patching process of Souls games, it was usually just some sort of a...
And it is absolutely a PvE game. I can't see... I don't see that...
they were visible during the invasion.
In Elden Ring, like even if we had like Covenant you know, we've played these long enough to.
Everybody. It's all a shade of bad.
If you are not used to how the netcode of these games plays out, you're ending up in the situation that you might.
Let him know, Flo.
Of nations, and observing how closely the effects follow their causes. There are broad patterns of, we might say, fatalism, expounded by the teachings of Oswald Spengler, who points out that there is a constant relationship between events, and that similar causes always produce similar consequences. The consequences may be modified by time or place, and will differ in detail because of nations or races or cultural structures. But in essence, a certain action will inevitably produce a correspondingly significant reaction. War, therefore, must result in war, not in peace. And why, then, do we say that this law of destiny is essentially benevolent? Because if war must always produce war, then war is eternal. And this we do not believe. If every mistake that we make results in another catastrophe from which we have learned nothing, and about which we make no thoughtful consideration, then the vicious circles of circumstances must go on indefinitely. They will not go on, however, forever. Indefinitely means for a time, because man is so constituted in himself that he cannot enjoy suffering forever. The mere thought of suffering in a purgatory or perdition forever is too much for him. And it is also obvious that the average person does desire to be comfortable. He wants to be as pleasant as conditions permit. He would like to live in a peaceful world and in a cooperative society. Because when he gets a taste of these benefits, he likes them. But unfortunately, his own character will not maintain his desire or his intention. He drops back into being what he has always been, and that is a competitive creature. He has not yet had enough suffering to realize that suffering is due to wrong action, that there is no possible way, scientifically, religiously, or philosophically, that the individual can make a mistake without paying for it. We like to hope that this point is not as severe as it sounds. We like to hope that we can do as we please and that all will come out well. This is possible only in a person so enlightened that what he pleases to do is the greatest good for himself and everyone else. Until this is the basis of his pleasure, pleasure will alternate with displeasure down through time. The individual, facing the consequences of his own conduct, has developed a considerable literature on the subject, much of which we call history. Now, history for most persons is a boresome subject. It is also a very unpleasant one. For the most part, modern histories are accounts and repetitions of the delinquencies of mankind. They contain the constant record of our mistakes. They show the inevitable consequences of man's inhumanity to his own kind and to other forms in nature. Everywhere history tells us that we are making mistakes, and we keep right on making them. We have not yet realized that history is a kind of scripture. It has a sacred meaning, for it tells us what we ought to do and what we ought not to do. Now, when we study what we should do and what we should not do, we are reminded of a concept of Goethe, in which he points out that there are two selves, or two souls, or two individualities inside of each of us. One of these is forever struggling toward the good, and the other is constantly struggling towards the gratification of appetites. Now, an appetite is not necessarily limited to food intake. An appetite is a desire of any kind that satisfies an appetite within ourselves. We can say that cupidity is an appetite, jealousy is an appetite, because in each case we are catering to something which we want to use to satisfy non-constructive attitudes. So according to Goethe, every individual is a divided person. Every individual has something in himself that is aspiring to union with the eternal, something that should transcend all limitation and all material shortcomings. This something that is striving for perfection is an idealism in ourselves. It is probably the basis of qualms of conscience. It also is constantly reminding us that we could do things better. It may impel us to unselfishness, or to kindliness, or recommend that we forgive our enemies. But the other being within ourselves is highly personal. If we have difficulties with others, this lower being does not wish to forgive or forget. It wishes to revenge. It wants to do an ill turn for every ill turn that is done to it. It wishes to revenge itself upon life, upon people. And where it cannot pick out an individual to be the subject or object of its revenge, it turns against society as a whole, trying desperately to get back at the world for any suffering that occurs to itself. So these two struggling within us constitute a basis of most persons' compound dispositions. Now in some, that part which is struggling toward the beautiful and the good is a little dominant. It's making headway. It is becoming more and more involved in decisions, making these decisions more kind, more gentle, more forgiving. Then, when others, the other type of attitude, the negative being, is gaining strength because of disillusionments, because of frustrations, and simply because the individual is becoming more and more centered upon the gratification of his personal appetites and desires. One thing, of course, that complicates the whole issue is the circle of the unknown, which is drawn around the lives of all of us. We live in the midst of a circle, and there is a wall beyond which we cannot see and we cannot even guess with complete accuracy. Everyone, therefore, lives within this environment and is dominated by it. In this environment, there are certain fallacies that have become almost canonical. We regard them as scriptural. We regard some of these fallacies as little less than of divine origin, when in reality they are not. Among the fallacies, of course, is that we must build in our entire way of life upon the program for the 70, 80, 90 years of our present embodiment. Everything that we can possibly do to gratify ourselves must be done while we're here. After we're not here, what happens is a very dim thought for most folks. even though they may believe in a hereafter. They very seldom subdivide it into various cultural levels, or make any effort to carefully map or chart it. But the problem is that while we are here, we must do what we can to please ourselves. We must gratify every habit that we can gratify, fulfill our ambitions. We must also get back at our enemies. I know cases in which an individual has carried an enmity to the deathbed, and then, the last attitude in this world, had something unpleasant to say about his enemy, and died with it on his lips. We never give up. And we feel that if someone has injured us, it is our divine right before heaven to dislike that person to the end of time. These kind of thoughts had a very serious effect upon our environment. They result in conditions that have gone on generation after generation, and we gradually take this pattern and tie it into the concept of destiny. It is destiny that certain things had happened. It is destiny that we shall go on living as we do and passing on a heritage of suffering to our descendants. We must fulfill the pattern of things as they have always been. And this brings the individual into a very sharp decision. Namely, the problem is, can he change? Can any individual really, basically, change their ways of life? There are people that tell us they've changed, and in many ways, probably they have. But change means not merely a new adjustment to a situation. It may mean to move out of that situation entirely. A change means that the individual achieves a social change by a personal one. He improves his family by changing himself and not his family. He improves his ethics by becoming more ethical rather than demanding ethics from others. He achieves a spiritual insight, not necessarily because he receives instructions, but because he experiences the importance of self-improvement. Change, therefore, is the one thing that can change the course of destiny. For destiny is the thing as it is, continuing to be as it is, and continuing to result in the difficulties associated with it until some long-range program changes it. Very few people are able to make a major change in their living while in the midstream of an embodiment. They would like to, and a few in desperation try to make a change. But now what motivates this change? What motivates the desperation that causes some people to make a major break in their pattern of living? Well, one thing is, of course, disillusionment. A way of life has failed. The individual is not happy, so he tries something else. In nearly every instance, change is brought on by suffering, disillusionment, frustration, or that the individual is unable to continue in his course because of health or financial conditions or something that requires a change in life pattern.
Man, they be all
But
too
this
real.
is not the way it should be done. We should not wait until change is forced upon us by our own mistakes. The individual should begin to change the moment he begins to think. For every thought, every use of the mind should reveal elements of character, conduct, patterns, associations, relationships, which can be improved, and which therefore need to be changed from something less to something better. All of this means that change is a voluntary growth, inspired by the desire to be better, and not the desire to escape difficulty. It is not that we should live well because we fear pain, if we do not, but we live well because it gives us help. which is a positive achievement in itself. Whenever we grow because we can't endure our own way, then there is this grudging effort that makes no alteration in our basic morality and ethics. We are simply reluctantly giving up a bad habit that we would prefer to keep if it was not so difficult on our dispositions. We would like to make mistakes, only they become a little too painful. This results in a magnificent reformation of character. But very often this new character begins to find ways to make the old mistakes under new names. Getting around the old pattern, it starts in and repeats itself, probably throughout the rest of life. There is only one way, therefore, that destiny can be changed. Prayers to heaven to change its ways are not effective. The universe will continue, and it will do what it has always done because that is the best for all living things. The problem man has to face is how long will it take him to recognize that nature's ways are best. One of the most common defects we have today is our desperate desire to reform nature. We have a feeling that the time has come when we are empowered to instruct God how to operate. We are quite convinced that the divine plan needs revamping. We know that at the present time there's a little difficulty about ourselves in relation to this plan. Therefore, we would like to explain to deity why we are right and he's wrong. We would like to make it clear that we are going to pick at him if things don't change. So, as you may remember in a little book that was written years ago called Heavenly Discourses, there was a picketing, presumably, in heaven. But whatever it is, it's man's rebellion against the things that he does not like. And the moment God disagrees with man, so much the worse for God, as far as man's thinking is concerned. He must, in some way, cause the universe to go the way he wants it to go. And he tries in some ways to explain that that is also why God wants it to go that way. But it is hard to prove that God wants man to keep on forever doing things that hurt man. Disfigure his career, destroy his resources, impoverish his environment. It is difficult to believe that God wants this, or that God wishes man to suffer as a result of it. Man does not suffer because God wants suffering. Man suffers because of his own mistakes. And when these mistakes come back on him, he declares to be a misfortune. In other words, it is something that shouldn't have happened. But the cause of it has not been corrected. And as the individual continues to keep on causing trouble, he will suffer. Now, this is a good form of parental discipline. Deity no longer stands as a wicked stepfather, punishing out of pleasure or conceit, but a wise parent that realizes that every child needs discipline. So the universal plan is built upon discipline. And discipline is the one thing the average individual would like to get rid of. He does not want to be disciplined. And yet a child who rejects discipline in his teens will blame his parent for not giving it to him when he reaches 30.
Damn it, Daisy.
Because he
Also
cannot
listen to my
live
orders to kill yourself.
without discipline. And where he is spoiled, he is damaged. Now what we would like is for heaven to spoil us, every one of us. We would like heaven to do just what we want. We would like heaven to make happy, wealthy people out of everyone. Heaven should not permit any evil to confront us, any problem to face us. Heaven should be a kind of paradise. Well, according to some of the old accounts, it started that way, but something went wrong. And the thing that went wrong always is disobedience. And heaven will not tolerate it. Now, heaven doesn't pick out anybody for revenge or something of that nature. Every process
And
of
I
nature,
misspelled it.
every
Okay, I should
moment of
listen.
our own
Every
lives, we are
fucking
operating within a
process of
network
nature.
of laws. We only breathe because of laws. We only have bodies because of laws. We can only think because of laws. Every single action, thought, emotion we possess within ourselves as faculties or powers are all under laws. Every one of them is subject to a right and wrong use. These laws tell us that the processes will work smoothly and properly if they are not abused. If, however, we disobey rules, then a whole group of faculties go out of equilibrium. The individual who becomes a narcotics addict is destroying a whole group of law patterns which he needs for a successful life. He is damaging himself.
I'll be right back.
No one is making him do it. We may say that he is beginning at a time when he's not wise enough to know what to do. He is over-influenced by others. That is the reason why the growing person, the immature person, must be given adequate discipline, parental control and direction. And this may be a very difficult job, and in some cases it's impossible. But where this fails, then the state has to step in and complete the discipline, because the individual cannot be permitted to live an undisciplined life and expect anything but disaster. So this is what we call destiny. This destiny is ourselves catching up with ourselves. It's what we have set in motion, finally coming back upon us. The blackbirds coming back to roost under our own eaves. This problem, then, is that destiny can be changed. Destiny does not have to act this way. And the old astral theologians had much to say about this. Ptolemy pointed out in astrology that there is no inevitable destiny. There is no way in which fatalism can be interpreted into the human process. The only thing that we call fatalism is that once we have made a mistake, we must face the consequences. No mistake, no consequences. A good action, good consequences. A corrupt, negative, or destructive action, a bad consequence. This is immutable. This is inevitable, and there is no way to avoid it. And it sometimes takes a lifetime to learn this, and it may take 50 lifetimes to learn it. We may come back again and again hating society because it will not fulfill our wishes. But someday, we're going to learn the simple lesson that our happiness in the environments in which we find ourselves are the results, consequences, and harvests of our own integrities. These are the things that are important. Realizing this, then we can see what destiny really means. Destiny is unwritten in our terminology, but it is the fact that every process that exists in nature has a reason for its existence. It is part of a perfection without which nothing can be complete. The complete pattern. This is the full structure or archetype for our existence. Within this grand archetype are innumerable small ways of existence. And we find in the animal kingdom a good example of the very simple, actual intuitional factor which controls animals. We call it instinct. But animals seldom break law. They do that which is inevitable to themselves. They fulfill the archetype of their own kind. So do flowers and plants. All forms of life, even mineral forms, fulfill their archetypes. and by fulfilling them, keep faith with the principle or destiny for which they were intended. It is perfectly obvious that if the living thing does not mentally interfere with its own destiny, instinct will lead it in the way it should go. Now, instinct is a very valuable thing, and human beings still have it, but only in residual quantities. Instinct is no longer the dominant with man. Man has been raised to another level, and it is this other level to which he belongs that makes him humanity. Man is not simply an animal standing on its hind legs. Man is a creation of itself, the creation being different from all others because it has self-determinism through the existence of mind. Mind makes the human being a species of itself, not tied to any other except perhaps in the long patterns of evolution. But as a creation today, it is unique. It is unique because it has to change from instinct to reason. It has to be guided no longer by immutable principles operating through it. Man must direct and use these resources by conscious decision. In other words, man suddenly becomes capable of fulfilling the mystery of evolution. For evolution is impossible except to a creature that is self-governing. A creature living entirely by instinct cannot be either virtuous or vice-ridden. He cannot earn something better or deserve something worse, because he is not a free agent. He is bound only by instincts within himself which he cannot resist. Man, however, is no longer so bound. He has the power to use and abuse the resources of his own humanity. He is able to make good laws or bad ones. He has the right to live according to principles or to transgress principles. He has the eternal privilege of being happy, but he also has the responsibility which makes him make himself miserable. Man, therefore, is a self-motivating being, and in his self-motivation, he is moving gradually and inevitably toward the great archetype of the universe itself, which is also a vast self-moving organism, moving exactly according to law. When man fits into the pattern as one fragment of this great creation process, the moment he adjusts to the pattern and there is no inconsistency between his own conduct and that of the grand pattern, pain, misery, and suffering cease. These things all arise, these misfortunes, are always the result of the fact that man's conduct does not agree with the inevitable conduct necessary for the perfection of the divine plan. So having come to this realization, he begins to think how he can do it. Now, everyone has certain tolerances, and we observe around us and down through history, from the very beginning, that there have always been some who sensed this mystery, who realized that they were living in a better system than they could invent for themselves, and that the most successful structures in nature are those which are built according to natural laws and are merely a specialization within natural law. Human life is a specialization within natural law. And if this specialization is by virtue of a self-resident intellect, if this specialization is unfolded properly and correctly, humanity can live in peace and happiness in a secure world indefinitely. He can live in such complete peace that he will then be able to further develop still higher resources which he cannot work with until he overcomes the common problems of daily living. They have to be overcome. They cannot be discarded. A man looking at these problems gets all kinds of attitudes about them. He has one thing that he's always hoping, that somewhere in nature the great laws will become sentimental and will pat him on the head and say, "You poor fellow, I'll make an exception in your case." We are all looking for this kind of paternalism. We are all trying to figure in some way how to escape the consequences of our own conduct in a universe where this appears to be impossible. So we have developed philosophies and ideas for evasion of our own responsibilities. We have not decided to earn our way out of our troubles. We have hoped that someone will forgive them and let us go sailing on our way in peace and impropriety. But it doesn't work this way. No matter how much we believe that we can break rules and still be happy, we are still miserable because we haven't sense enough to realize from experience that we cannot succeed in doing that which nature denies. So we have this thing called destiny, which we are working with, and destiny is just the plan. And the destiny plan, as far as we can recognize it in our own limited ability, is the perfection of all that lives. By perfection, we mean that every living thing in a certain level or condition will achieve 100% unfoldment of that potential. He will go as far in the environment as this potential requires. Now, in each environment, there is a different level of potential. The individual is not expected to achieve a condition suitable to a creature from a different environment. He is not expected to be better than the environment makes possible. But the environment in every case proves itself by the fact that living things gradually, through their own conduct, so discipline themselves and the environment that they achieve its final graduating mark. They graduate with honors when there is nothing in their own conduct that conflicts with the environment. There is no longer any part of man's human endowment that is not humanely unfolded. When he has to do something else on some other level of unfoldment, then that will be another time. But in order to graduate from this level of education, he must graduate because he has learned the lesson and turned in an adequate dissertation. He must have graduated because he has learned the lesson that this environment requires. And he can never learn the lesson by resenting it. He can never look upon this lesson as a hardship, a burden, or a crime, or some indication that God does not love him. The truth of the matter is that the Lord so loveth man that he gave him these problems to face. He expected the final product of the divine creative process is that the individual shall achieve integrity, that he shall come to grow into the likeness of the divine plan of which he is a part. Now fate comes in with another little contribution to this pattern. A man without any particular recognition of the law of cause and effect, many people talk about it, but very few live as though it meant anything. The law of cause and effect does have certain relationships to conduct. And when an individual makes a long-range mistake, he may at the same time cause a short-range dilemma. We do something wrong, we think it's all right. One of the reasons we think we can get away with it is because we know someone else that did. And the fellow that we thought got away from it, we haven't seen in years. but we assume that he is still going gloriously on his way, when the fact of the matter is fate has probably caught up with him also by this time. No one can escape the fact that you do something and something happens as a result. What happens as a result may be misfortune, but misfortune is not something that is accidental. Misfortune is something that has to be part of a plan. Now, nature in its various processes has many plans we do not understand. This we take for granted. We do not understand much of the confusion of our present day. We do not know why things have to be as they are. We do not understand why there has to be social injustice, or all this type of thing. So we go out and we picket and we try our best to present our displeasures to representative leaders and order them to change. But this is not the answer to anything. The answer lies that all these difficulties arise from some form of ignorance. Now, there is a common ignorance, which we all share in common. There is highly specialized ignorance, and we have to receive an advanced education to attain that type. That just doesn't come naturally. There is a kind of ignorance that arises from simply refusing to think, or of having become very carefully learned in something that isn't so. All of these things affect our thinking. But whatever it may be, most of our problems arise from ignorance. And anything that is selfish is ignorant. Anything that seeks self-advantage at the expense of others is ignorant. Maybe ignorant cum laude, but they're still ignorant. Whenever we do it wrong, we are ignorant. Now, if we do it wrong because we don't know any better, that is simple ignorance. If we do it wrong and know better, that is compound ignorance. But regardless of what it is, an individual who breaks the common laws of human integrity is ignorant, and vice is one of the byproducts of ignorance. There is therefore no way in which the things can change into what we want them to be until the tendency to seek ulterior advantages is overcome. We are not sure what level of wisdom or ignorance is leading all this, but one thing is certain: we have for thousands of years been wrong. We have been wrong in our basic attitudes. We have been so wrong that in several thousand years we have had several thousand wars. We have the depressions and all types of financial disasters. We have had innumerable inquisitions, massacres. We have had the pillaging of peoples, the destruction of properties. We have had in the present century more bloodshed probably than in the rest of history put together. And these things are all monuments to something that is tremendously and fundamentally wrong. Now, as the mistakes get bigger and bigger, the penalties get heavier and heavier. If we do not correct these mistakes, there is no use shaking our fist at heaven or declaring that destiny has moved against us. The truth is, we have moved selfishly and self-centeredly against destiny, and this cannot be done. It seems too bad that the human being, having been given a mind, has been so reluctant to use it intelligently. He would like to use it only to advance his own cause. And he likes to think of having a life in which he can do as he pleases, can think as little as possible, because that's a great strain on his nervous system, and will depend upon righteous, genuine, enlightened, and virtuous leaders to do all his thinking for him. This is one of the great errors of our time. It cannot be done. So we come to an environment in which young people come and from which the older depart, and everyone is in trouble. It looks as though we are ill-starred. We are reminded of the fact that the word disaster means disaster, evil star. So we all think of disasters as coming from the heavens. A planet is doing it to us. But the planet can do nothing to us except fulfill what we are doing to ourselves. It can strengthen us toward the right or the wrong, according to our own integrity. There are no ill fortunes in the ordinary sense of the word. There are only lessons that have to be learned, and lessons which we resent learning. Now, the problem would look pretty bad, very sad, and almost unsolvable if we continue to assume that our entire evolutionary procedure is limited to one embodiment in this world. If the one life that we live here now is the sum and total of all our opportunities to grow or become, we are really in a sad condition. We are faced with an impossible state. A great many persons haven't contacted serious thinking until they were so far along in years they couldn't possibly put it all into practice. We cannot assume that destiny can be fulfilled in 60 or 70 or 80 or 90 years of human life. It is simply impossible. Destiny is as great as creation itself. Destiny moved into manifestation billions of years before the creation of our universal system. Destiny is something that extends from the infinite past into the infinite future. It is something so big that there is no possible way of capturing it completely in even the destiny of a solar system. It is much bigger than anything of this kind. Obviously, therefore, the individual cannot accomplish a perfect adjustment with processes, many of which have not yet even come into manifestation. 1,000 years from now, there will be adjustments necessary which we do not even know about. And individuals will have to continue to grow into patterns that we can't even imagine. So that destiny is bigger than we are. Destiny, however, has still the same problem to confront us, namely that we've got to learn. And the only possible answer is that we have to think of ourselves as eternally living. We have to think of ourselves as creatures that have a destiny long enough to accomplish the perfection of ourselves. Now, this perfection of ourselves is not in order that we might take a leading aristocratic part in this plan of things. Perfection of ourselves means that we shall be completely united to the divine purpose, that we shall live for the fulfillment of the infinite truth and not for the glorification of ourselves. But it is also true that this requires more opportunity for growth than can possibly be captured in a single lifetime. Destiny also has to step in to regulate this on account of the relationships of living things, which constantly vary and change due to the actions of human beings themselves. Therefore, if we create a war and thousands of young men and women die, children and villages and towns are destroyed, it becomes obvious that those who have perished have, in some sense of the word, been taken out of the world of opportunity to learn. They have been frustrated of their right to a life. Many of them will never have the opportunity of parenthood or maturity or the achievement of wisdom or the completion of education. And those that survive, many will starve to death or suffer from plagues and pestilences. Therefore, nature has to recognize the simple fact that in the large pattern of things, no one is deprived of anything. Therefore, the person who apparently is deprived is only deprived by our selfishness, which fortunately cannot really touch the other person. We may try our best to destroy him, but all that we do is destroy ourselves. The life of this other person will go on and be perfected and completed and fulfilled just as surely as it was cut short in this embodiment. Nature has therefore the large school, and the best we can say is that our days here are merely days in school, and that each incarnation is kind of like a term or course in study. We are going to go on into the University of the Infinite. We are going to keep on learning until we have learned. And the proof of the learning is that we have perfected our own integrities and perfected our own level of moral values. There is nothing going to stop us. But because of the short range of our own perception and the limiting walls that separate embodiments so that things appear here and disappear here, we are inclined to try to find justice in each separate appearance. We might be able to do that if we had a greater degree of internal sensory development. But for the most part, we cannot. We tune in only a fragment of something. And the larger pattern of that we do not see or understand. Therefore, the fragment looks dishonest. The fragment looks cruel. It looks unkind, unfair, unreasonable. But it's because we can see only the fragment. In the large pattern of things, there is no dishonesty, no mistake. Everything is working together for the ultimate good of all that lives. It is heaven that has to decree these things. It is man who has to accept. Now, the man, as he grows older, and humanity as it becomes more mature, gains certain insights into acceptances. Thousands of years ago, there were enlightened persons, a few. Some of them were leaders of our own race and kind. Others were teachers from other realms. But there were great systems of instruction established. Probably the most important of these systems was the system of the mysteries. These were institutions that were set up under the leadership and patronage of deities, through oracles, or through sages, or through mystics, or through enlightenment and illumination. These systems had a key to the problem, and they accepted into their groups those that had a sincere desire to cooperate with the divine purpose of things. There have always been some who realized the facts, but they were few in number in comparison to the body of humanity. And those who had the facts and tried to preach them and teach them were often heavily penalized. The individual who is ambition-ridden, who is wealth-dominated and obsessed, will turn against anyone or any system which threatens his superiority or security. So most of the great teachers of humanity have been martyred or disgraced or ridiculed, and their systems have been gradually corrupted and perverted if they survived. So there has been a definite effort to block that type of thinking which would liberate the individual from the tyranny and oppression of ignorance. In some cases, this has succeeded, and today, as never before, thoughtful persons are turning to find solutions to some of these problems. They want to live better. They are trying to. And at the moment this effort is made, there is a distinct change in the social structure of mankind. Today, probably, there is greater emphasis upon an effort to find some working solutions than there has been in the last 1,000 years. And that is because the problem is bad. The evil has come upon us. And we are beginning to wonder how we can change ourselves and thereby change our destiny. This is the answer. In changing ourselves, we change all things. An effect cannot follow if the cause has been changed, or if there is an old cause that cannot be altered. A new pattern will transmute that old cause into power for spiritual integrity rather than merely punishment. So in a long pattern of embodiment, we have the answer to the situation of the problem of fate as an evil incident, as something coming in at the moment of success to blight us, something coming in at the moment of power to cut us down. All these things are hard to understand, but they are all tied together in a concept, in a consciousness realization that is so incredible that the human mind cannot contemplate it successfully. We cannot see the interaction of millions of forces like tiny rays of light, or the magnificent vibrations radiating from innumerable and uncountable atoms. Everywhere life moving, and everywhere this movement a manifestation of an eternal law unfolding and growing. Like the seed growing in the ground, every plant is a magnificent testimony to a divine purpose. And when we consider all the fields of the earth, each bearing its own flora, we begin to realize just a tiny bit about the infinite diversity of life. And yet this infinite diversity of life is not a mass of accidents. It is not a condition in which some strange happenstance is responsible for the situation. It is all the unfoldment of one basic principle that will go on unfolding through the end of time. It is something we've got to tune into. It is something that we've got to discover in our own ways. And we won't start by finding all the answers. We'll start by finding one answer. And that one answer will suggest the second. And gradually, over a number of lifetimes, we will begin to answer more questions than we will continue to ask, because we will get answers to many that now seem unanswerable. Everywhere there is a potential in the human being that is infinite. There is nothing in space that is not also within humanity. And the full unfoldment of humankind is as mysterious, as wonderful, and as glamorous as the unfoldment of the cosmos. It has to come. And we cannot find just the right words, probably, to say why did it start in the first place. It's hard to quite figure out some of these principles, because we haven't got the intelligence to do it. So now comes something else into the pattern, and that something else is faith. There are things about the infinite purpose that we cannot know at this time. Therefore, we have to have faith, which is indeed the realization of the reality of things unseen. But faith is more than this. Faith is the individual gaining confidence concerning the unknown by gaining understanding of the known. Faith is the gradual realization of the universal integrity of the plan. If the plan is right, then the individual has the right to have faith in it. If man can convince himself that he is a purposed being and not simply some kind of a biological byproduct, if man can realize that birth, life, death, and rebirth are great truths of existence, then gradually faith is strengthened. Wherever there is evidence of the victory of virtue over vice, as faith is strengthened. Wherever we see a divine dedicated purpose gaining support, we can know that faith is increased. Faith comes as inevitable evidence of little things that we have noticed and can notice, which give us the sense of thankfulness, the realization that in some wonderful way we are protected creatures. And faith also finally gives us a large inscription upon the wall of space, namely that while we do not know it all, what we do know tells us that what we do not know is good, that all things are essentially right, that what we do not understand, when we do finally understand it, we will find that it is beautiful and good. That we will never come to an understanding that the universal plan had evil in it. We will never be deceived that evil arises from immutable purposes, but that evil is what it appears to be, simply a reaction to ignorance, superstition, or fear. That ignorance and superstition have burdened the race forever, up to now. And fear has made us the victim of almost every tyranny imaginable. Yet all these things are illusions. The illusion is the evil. Good is the reality. But we cannot quite make the adjustment to so vast a concept. So we really don't have to at this moment. If we will begin to simply accept that we are responsible agents, that we are part of something, that we are living in a universe in which we have a part to play, that we live on a planet which we can help to save. We live in communities which we can lead in better ways. We are surrounded by problems of our own making, and we have the right to solve them. We have the right to do that which is necessary to correct the mistakes that we have made or which we have inherited from our ancestors. There is no fatal necessity in the stars. There is no fatal necessity in conditions as they are. Anything that needs change can be changed, but only if the individual himself realizes his own responsibility and is willing to cooperate with a higher level of ethics than has brought him to his present dilemma. So the universe is interested in producing the ethical creation. It is interested in producing a universe of value. It is interested in the gradual perfection of all life, in order that that life may go on far beyond anything that astronomy knows about at the present time. Astronomy today is reaching out into space. It is reaching out into galaxies that we never knew existed. If we can get some bigger telescopes or stronger ones, or have greater ability at using electrical means of magnification, we will probably keep on having more and more stars. And maybe we'll finally come to the edge of the whole business. And when we get there, we will have a moment of triumph until we develop the next larger lens and discover that what we have found is only one of innumerable completenesses of life, so vast we can't even think what they are. And yet this is all on a level. This is all physical. What is behind it? Is the great universe of realities all being objectified in stars and planets? Are all these little lights something that someone has lit in space? Or are they only symbols and evidences of a great order of life that is planted in space as trees and bushes and shrubs are planted on Earth? What is the great Earth that sustains space? What lies beyond all of this? What lies beyond the magnitudes and immensities of the physical existence? Science gradually getting more and more involved, but no solution yet. There is yet no solution for why these lights are there in the first place. We may count billions of stars, but why are they there? How did they get there? What is the reason for them? The ancients believed that the star-strewn heavens was nothing but a beautiful jeweled robe concealing the true structure and nature of the infinite. That the infinite is not an infinitude of stars or suns or moons. It is not an infinity of microbes either. The infinite is a tremendous reality beyond our conception. In the Bible, it says that the waters which were above the firmament were divided from the waters which were below the firmament. We are now exploring that which is below the firmament. But what lies above? What is it that from which all these worlds are suspended? What is the great light that lights 100 million suns? We do not know. But we do sense that our own destiny goes in that direction. That when we outgrow the littleness that we know and have mastered the destiny we now deserve, that we are going to be part of this life that goes on beyond 100 million galaxies into a vastness which we might term eternity itself. An eternity that is not darkness, and an eternity that is not death, but an eternity that is oneness with eternal life itself. That everything that we are doing, we are growing towards something. That perhaps someday we will be gardeners in a garden of galaxies. Sometime the life and light and intelligence that is slowly growing up within us will burst forth to become 100 million suns. We do not know, but we do suspect strongly that even the smallest atom contains within it the prophecy of eternal life. We believe these things when we get concerned with them and we try to work them out religiously and philosophically. But we have trouble simply because we are unable to understand this immensity. It goes beyond anything that we know or believe. Yet in our own way we have to cope with it. We have to find in it the answer to our own vaster perspective. That the great life, the great purpose, the great plan of ourselves is going to go on to be part of this larger mystery. Therefore, the human being has an infinite future. Most people think they've had an infinite past, and the last few years of it are not particularly appealing to them. We do not know where we came from in substance, but we know that we come here not naked, but endowed with qualities and characteristics and powers and virtues and values, very much more than we realize. We recognize that we have had a beginning elsewhere, and an ending elsewhere will be ours. In the meantime, we are good and faithful servants here if we are wise. If we are otherwise, we're in trouble. And this seems to be the burden of our present dilemma, that we are simply in trouble because we are not taking a scientific, truly scientific, philosophic, religious, or ethical point of view in relationship with the common occurrences of life. You talk to someone who has just gone through a bankruptcy, and they feel that fate is against them, that they are the victims of some disaster. Or they will say, as some have said to me, why does this happen to me when so many other dishonest persons are getting along well? The problem of the failure of things usually breaks down. There are research patterns and projects on a number of subjects which we don't know too much about, but which have a bearing upon things. And one of these is the recurrent reality of the fact that each failure is largely responsible for its own failure, regardless of anything to the contrary. There are only two kinds of failures: those that arise from inability to understand a problem or a profession, and the other is the definite effort to dishonestly exploit an honorable profession or an honorable business. It is one or the other. Either the person is untrained and unable to do the job, or having the training, they have decided to exploit the job for an unreasonable profit for themselves. Both of these difficulties exist. We try to cope with the first one through education. But how are we going to educate an individual unless we give him some reason to want to be educated? A great many today do not want to be educated. Well, they'll take it if they have to, But what they really want is a continuance of a charitable system in which the individual can have everything he needs and anything he wants without work. This is the idea of the true utopia. Utopia is idleness. Utopia is the individual who is not interested in labor. Now we can say that we can prove by our civilization that people who do not like to work and do not work seem to succeed in many instances quite well. But then study what happens. Study the records. Go to a successful psychiatrist who is working with these people, and you will find that each individual is the source of his own trouble. Now this we hardly like to admit, but it's healthy to admit it. And a person who has a philosophical point of view or a spiritual conviction should realize this. This doesn't mean we have to go out and hang our heads in shame. It means, however, that we must begin to search in ourselves for the causes of the troubles that beset us. And they're in there. There's something that we are doing wrong that brings this ill destiny upon us. There is something that we want we shouldn't have. There's something we desire that isn't good for us. We have not as yet the courage to do that which is best. Now I know a good many people who are considered to be intelligent people, who are reasonably well educated, and who are comparatively successful, who have never found out that alcoholism is a menace. If anyone tries to get rid of alcohol, they will be held up as a tyrant, because every individual has the right to drink himself to death if he wants to. Unfortunately, he doesn't do this by himself always. Very often he has an accident on the freeway and kills a lot of sober people. He also has a great many problems arise gradually until his character is so deteriorated that everything that is important in his life fails. But you can't stop him. I've had a number of them come to me. In some instances where they had a pretty good philosophical background, we got pretty fair results. But where the individual didn't believe in anything, the only one thing he can do, and that is complete the job and get out of the way. But you can't change it. Now this is an exceptional case, and we're working nationally and internationally in the effort to curb it. But just as bad, really, as alcoholism is jealousy. And it's just as cruel and just as dangerous. And yet there is not any effort really made to change it. The individual feels he has a perfect right to be jealous. He doesn't realize what it is doing to his character. He does not realize that it is just as detrimental to his ethical life as alcohol is to his physical life. But it's very hard to change him. And it is often, in the case of jealousy, very difficult to overcome his arguments in favor of jealousy. It's very hard to give a good solid argument in favor of narcotics, but it is comparatively easy to give a strong argument in defense of selfishness. Yet selfishness is as cruel as the grave. Selfishness lies behind hundreds and thousands of miserable people. Yet they cannot change. The only way they can change and make a good deal of it is to begin to think about their responsibilities to society. Bacon was of the opinion the simplest way of converting a delinquent is to let him see what happens to delinquents. So very often we can show a person by example how selfishness or greed or jealousy or libel, how these produce misery for all involved. And sometimes you can reach them. They suddenly realize their own mistake, and then they change. The moment they will correct this fault, they will find that fate and destiny no longer burden them with the consequences of a fault that they have conquered. Now, one thing that also worries some people is that how after you have conquered a fault, we'll say, you've really made a good job of it. You've really gotten over it. And then when death comes, you lie down perhaps a little more comfortably. But what happens after that? The next time around, are you going to have the same fault again? Or have to fight it? No. A fault once corrected does not return. A fault that has been corrected by growth, by the individual becoming more than he was before, will never permit him to become again less than he is. Once the truth of a fact is driven home, it cannot be forgotten. And an individual is never confronted with the same debt twice unless he has failed to pay it. The effort to avoid it may bring it back 100 times until finally it is accepted. But it will never burden the individual but once, because he cannot correct the fault until he has outgrown it. And his growth makes it impossible for him to relapse. He can relapse from any attitude that he must or may develop, but he cannot relax or relapse from the condition of his own internal life. Once it is established, it is established. He may have other faults, but the old ones are finished. So we have to make only one great victory over a problem, and that problem then fades away. It is not like alcohol, where you can't drink again without danger of it coming back, because when you achieve this victory within yourself, you no longer want the alcohol, and it does not come back. But willpower and self-control can break down if character has not been changed. So here we are in the midst of all kinds of situations. Here we are, children of destiny. Here we are wondering where we came from and why we're here. And yet every morning on the television or newspapers or whatever our communications with the media are, we know what is wrong and we know how it should be cured. Nearly every person listening to a program can give some advice, at least to himself, as to how the matter could be improved. We say this isn't wrong because, and we have a because. We look at these things and we find selfishness and greed and intolerance and stupidity active all over the world. We know this, but we can't really change what's happening on the other side of the planet. But we can look over this mass of mistaken attitudes and see what we can find in ourselves which take on these attitudes. We can be sure that in our personal inner life, we are not acting like some intolerant nation or some fanatical faith, that we are really understanding in ourselves the meaning of the integrities. We cannot declare peace in the world, most of the time at least, but we can make peace with those close to ourselves and near us. We cannot influence other people in their various philosophies, but we can live our own as a harmless guard against mistakes and intemperances. So from the world about us, from the newspaper and the press, we realize how destinies are built. We know how those who live by the sword will perish by the sword, and we know how those who corrupt others will themselves be corrupted. We know these things, and when we start to live them, we are only fulfilling destiny. For destiny is telling us this story, that no matter what others happen, what others do or how they act, the just person stands firm in the law, and through the justice of his own integrity, he gains the courage to face the future with a good hope. Out of justice within his own life, he becomes increasingly aware of the dignity and glory of divine justice. And he also discovers that justice is for the most part a mask. Even divine justice is a kind of mask. For behind the face of justice is mercy. always mercy. The eternal plan is merciful because it protects in the long run all good things. It is merciful and ever loving because it will not permit hate to destroy anything. Things will suffer, but hate will finally die. And the individual who bear the hate will come into the fullness of love, understanding, and integrity. So we live in a world of great principles, and our destiny is perfection. Our destiny is to recognize the fatherhood of divinity and the brotherhood of humanity, and to live all things in peace. This is the destiny, and we will continue to kick against the pricks until we recognize this. And then, as we begin to smooth out our own relationships with destiny, we will find that fate becomes more benevolent. Good fortune is more common. For there is actually no possibility of good fortune apart from a noble life. Anything that seems to conflict with that is an illusion. So with these kinds of thoughts, we can perhaps get an idea of the magnitude of a plan that is simply beyond us and our understanding. We don't have to understand it. The child doesn't have to know all about where its parents learned wisdom. The child can have faith. And because the parents love the child and the child loves the parents, there is a communion. And the transmission of a previous experience becomes a beautiful event. And it is this transmission of experience from one to all, from each to the others, that can be the most wonderful experience and the most wonderful event in all our lives. And in this way, we can become more and more servants of destiny. And as a reward, we will enjoy the most propitious relationships with life. And if things become difficult, we shall also have the ever-present consolation of faith that all things will work out for good. If we can live in this way under these principles and in this consciousness, I think many things will be solved in the lives of each of us. Thank you very much. There are two schools of thought relating to extraordinary extroversions of emotion. One school teaches that the individual should correct these things in himself and not burden society with them. The other school, which has a large following today, takes the ground that whatever we feel, we should say. If we don't like something, we should complain bitterly. And if we regard ourselves as injured or abused, we should retaliate in every way possible. This is sort of extroversion. A good example of it is the modern terrorist movements in various nations. They are the ones who feel that a complaint should be aired in its full meaning and dignity. This may be a way that appeals to persons who are not especially thoughtful. But I think that the wiser part of mankind has always explained the matter as something that should be worked over, contained, and transmuted within the life and character of the person himself. Now, there's no doubt in the world that the temptations to be unpleasant or unhappy are numerous. They are, so to say, initiations or tests. Our weaknesses are the primary reason why we're here, because as the ancients certainly considered it, this world is a place of testing. It is a sphere in which we have the privilege of exhibiting the best of our own conduct, and most of all, the privilege of solving problems without unusual disturbance. Actually, to many folks, the problem of anger is one of those difficult pressures of the personality which are difficult indeed to transmute or to control. When we are unhappy or angry, critical, condemnatory, self-pitying, the whole of our libido flows into these attitudes. We seem to have no resistance to them. We feel as though a pressure greater than we can control is operating through us. And because of our psychological orientation, we feel that these pressures, or this pressure, is quite proper, reasonable, and appropriate. Handled a situation. He looks at you very innocently and says, well, I just can't help it. And most of our troubles, to a measure at least, come under the conviction that we just cannot help being ourselves. Now, it's somewhat difficult to assume that ourselves, in the best sense of the term, have bad dispositions. They do not. The internal life of man is sustained by law and order. The person themselves is never in a condition in which they cannot control their own feelings. That is, unless a distinct pathology exists. The real answer is that self-discipline is a tedious frustration of our feelings. We do not like to assume that it is our responsibility to act better than we feel. But the answer, of course, lies in the control of the way we feel, and not a control of the tongue or of some external factor of communication. We have to realize also that all dispositional inconsistencies are penalized. No matter how we approach the situation, it becomes obvious that nature wishes us to have good dispositions. And if we fail to meet nature's wish in this matter, nature has a way of enforcing its attitude or its policy in connection with human life. The body itself, the physical body, is usually the primary victim of emotional intemperance. The body is damaged by any unreasonable, stressful, negative expression of emotion. Now, nature tells us in a very simple way that this damage is inevitable, regardless of the motives which are impelling a wrong attitude. We may feel perfectly confident that our position is correct, but if our disposition is not under control, various after effects are very serious. For example, a person who has high blood pressure and a bad temper is compounding a difficulty. Under the stress of emotion, the high blood pressure can result in irreparable damage to the heart or the brain. The fact that the emotion seems to be justified does not prevent the damage. Nature, therefore, is not to be bribed by some apology, by some personal interpretation of feelings which are contrary to natural law. The law of nature is very simple and direct. Human beings must live together in peace or perish. This is obvious on a political level. It is obvious in the psychological pressures of nations, and it is equally obvious in the home or within the actual physical structure of the human being. Nearly all of the discordant political factions that are disturbing us today feel that they have legitimate grievances. They have been wronged, injured, slighted sometime along the way of history. Sometimes the damage was done centuries ago. In other cases, it appears to be contemporary.
Chapter 1. Laying Plans. Sun Tzu said, "The art of war is of vital importance to the state. It is a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin. Hence it is a subject of inquiry which can on no account be neglected. The art of war, then, is governed by 5 constant factors, to be taken into account in one's deliberations, when seeking to determine the conditions obtaining in the field. These are 1. The moral law. 2. Heaven. 3. Earth. 4. The commander. 5. Method and discipline. The moral law causes the people to be in complete accord with their ruler, so that they will follow him regardless of their lives, undismayed by any danger. Heaven signifies night and day, cold and heat, times and seasons. Earth comprises distances, great and small, danger and security, open ground and narrow passes, the chances of life and death. The commander stands for the virtues of wisdom, sincerity, benevolence, courage, and strictness. By method and discipline are to be understood the marshalling of the army in its proper subdivisions, the graduations of rank among the officers, the maintenance of roads by which supplies may reach the army, and the control of military expenditure. These 5 heads should be familiar to every general. He who knows them will be victorious. He who knows them not will fail. Therefore, in your deliberations, when seeking to determine the military conditions, let them be made the basis of a comparison, in this wise. 1. Which of the 2 sovereigns is imbued with the moral law? 2. Which of the 2 generals has most ability? 3. With whom lie the advantages derived from heaven and earth? 4. On which side is discipline most rigorously enforced? 5. Which army is stronger? 6. On which side are officers and men more highly trained? 7. In which army is there the greater constancy both in reward and punishment? By means of these 7 considerations, I can forecast victory or defeat. The general that hearkens to my counsel and acts upon it will conquer. Let such a one be retained in command. The general that hearkens not to my counsel nor acts upon it will suffer defeat. Let such a one be dismissed. While heeding the profit of my counsel, avail yourself also of any helpful circumstances over and beyond the ordinary rules. According as circumstances are favorable, one should modify one's plans. All warfare is based on deception. Hence, when able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our forces, we must seem inactive. When we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away. When far away, we must make him believe we are near. Hold out baits to entice the enemy, feign disorder, and crush him. If he is secure at all points, be prepared for him. If he is in superior strength, evade him. If your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Pretend to be weak that he may grow arrogant. If his forces are united, separate them. Attack him where he is unprepared, appear where you are not expected. These military devices, leading to victory, must not be divulged beforehand. Now the general who wins a battle makes many calculations in his temple ere the battle is fought. The general who loses a battle makes but few calculations beforehand. Thus do many calculations lead to victory and few calculations to defeat. How much more no calculation at all. It is by attention to this point that I can foresee who is likely to win or lose. Chapter 2. Waging War. Sun Tzu said, In the operations of war, where there are in the field 1,000 swift chariots, as many heavy chariots, and 100,000 mail-clad soldiers with provisions enough to carry them 1,000 li, the expenditure at home and at the front, including entertainment of guests, small items such as glue and paint, and some spent on chariots and armor, will reach the total of 1,000 ounces of silver per day. Such is the cost of raising an army of 100,000 men. When you engage in actual fighting, if victory is long in coming, then men's weapons will grow dull, and their ardor will be damped. If you lay siege to a town, you will exhaust your strength. Again, if the campaign is protracted, the resources of the state will not be equal to the strain. Now, when your weapons are dulled, your ardor damped, your strength exhausted, and your treasure spent, other chieftains will spring up to take advantage of your extremity. Then no man, however wise, will be able to avert the consequences that must ensue. Thus, though we have heard of stupid haste in war, cleverness has never been seen associated with long delays. There is no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. It is only one who is thoroughly acquainted with the evils of war that can thoroughly understand the profitable way of carrying it on. The skillful soldier does not raise a second levy, neither are his supply wagons loaded more than twice. Bring war material with you from home, but forage on the enemy. Thus the army will have food enough for its needs. Poverty of the state exchequer causes an army to be maintained by contributions from a distance. Contributing to maintain an army at a distance causes the people to be impoverished. On the other hand, the proximity of an army causes prices to go up, and high prices cause the people's substance to be drained away. When their substance is drained away, the peasantry will be afflicted by heavy exactions. With this loss of substance and exhaustion of strength, the homes of the people will be stripped bare, and 3/10 of their income will be dissipated, while government expenses for broken chariots, worn-out horses, breastplates and helmets, bows and arrows, spears and shields, protective mantles, draft oxen and heavy wagons will amount to 4/10 of its total revenue. Hence, a wise general makes a point of foraging on the enemy. 1 cartload of the enemy's provisions is equivalent to 20 of one's own, and likewise a single pickle of his provender is equivalent to 20 from one's own store. Now, in order to kill the enemy, our men must be roused to anger, that there may be advantage from defeating the enemy. They must have their rewards. Therefore, in chariot fighting, when 10 or more chariots have been taken, those should be rewarded who took the first. Our own flags should be substituted for those of the enemy, and the chariots mingled and used in conjunction with ours. The captured soldiers should be kindly treated and kept. This is called using the conquered foe to augment one's own strength. In war, then, let your great object be victory, not lengthy campaigns. Thus, it may be known that the leader of armies is the arbiter of the people's fate, the man on whom it depends whether the nation shall be in peace or in peril. Chapter 3, Attack by Stratagem. Sun Tzu said, "In the practical art of war, the best thing of all is to take the enemy's country whole and intact. To shatter and destroy it is not so good. So too it is better to recapture an army entire than to destroy it. To capture a regiment, a detachment, or a company entire than to destroy them. Hence to fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. Thus, the highest form of generalship is to balk the enemy's plans. The next best is to prevent the junction of the enemy's forces. The next in order is to attack the enemy's army in the field. And the worst policy of all is to besiege walled cities. The rule is not to besiege walled cities if it can possibly be avoided. The preparation of mantlets, movable shelters, and various implements of war will take up 3 whole months, and the piling up of mounds over against the walls will take 3 months more. The general, unable to control his irritation, will launch his men to the assault like swarming ants, with the result that 1/3 of his men are slain, while the town still remains untaken. Such are the disastrous effects of a siege. Therefore, the skillful leader subdues the enemy's troops without any fighting. He captures their cities without laying siege to them. He overthrows their kingdom without lengthy operations in the field. With his forces intact, he will dispute the mastery of the Empire, and thus, without losing a man, his triumph will be complete. This is the method of attacking by stratagem. It is the rule in war if our forces attend to the enemy's 1 to surround him, if 5 to 1 to attack him, if twice as numerous to divide our army into 2. If equally matched, we can offer battle. If slightly inferior in numbers, we can avoid the enemy. If quite unequal in every way, we can flee from him. Hence, though an obstinate fight may be made by a small force, in the end it must be captured by the larger force. Now the general is the bulwark of the state. If the bulwark is complete at all points, the state will be strong. If the bulwark is defective, the state will be weak. There are 3 ways in which a ruler can bring misfortune upon his army. 1. By commanding the army to advance or to retreat, being ignorant of the fact that it cannot obey. This is called hobbling the army. 2. By attempting to govern an army in the same way as he administers a kingdom, being ignorant of the conditions which obtain in an army. This causes restlessness in the soldiers' minds. 3. By employing the officers of his army without discrimination, through ignorance of the military principle of adaptation to circumstances. This shakes the confidence of the soldiers. But when the army is restless and distrustful, trouble is sure to come from the other feudal princes. This is simply bringing anarchy into the army and flinging victory away. Thus we may know that there are 5 essentials for victory. 1. He will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. 2. He will win who knows how to handle both superior and inferior forces. 3. He will win whose army is animated by the same spirit throughout all its ranks. 4. He will win who, prepared himself, waits to take the enemy unprepared. 5. He will win who has military capacity and is not interfered with by the sovereign. Hence the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Chapter 4, Tactical Dispositions. Sun Tzu said, "The good fighters of old first put themselves beyond the possibility of defeat, and then waited for an opportunity of defeating the enemy. To secure ourselves against defeat lies in our own hands, but the opportunity of defeating the enemy is provided by the enemy himself. Thus, the good fighter is able to secure himself against defeat, but cannot make certain of defeating the enemy. Hence the saying, one may know how to conquer without being able to do it. Security against defeat implies defensive tactics. Ability to defeat the enemy means taking the offensive. Standing on the defensive indicates insufficient strength, attacking, a superabundance of strength. The general who is skilled in defense hides in the most secret recesses of the earth. He who is skilled in attack flashes forth from the topmost heights of heaven. Thus, on the one hand, we have ability to protect ourselves. On the other, a victory that is complete. To see victory only when it is within the ken of the common herd is not the acme of excellence. Neither is it the acme of excellence if you fight and conquer and the whole empire says, well done. To lift an autumn hair is no sign of great strength. To see the sun and moon is no sign of sharp sight. To hear the noise of thunder is no sign of a quick ear. What the ancients called a clever fighter is one who not only wins, but excels in winning with ease. Hence his victories bring him neither reputation for wisdom nor credit for courage. He wins his battles by making no mistakes. Making no mistakes is what establishes the certainty of victory, for it means conquering an enemy that is already defeated. Hence the skillful fighter puts himself into a position which makes defeat impossible and does not miss the moment for defeating the enemy. Thus, it is that in war, the victorious strategist only seeks battle after the victory has been won, whereas he, who is destined to defeat, first fights and afterwards looks for victory. A consummate leader cultivates the moral law and strictly adheres to method and discipline. Thus, it is in his power to control success. In respect of military method, we have firstly, measurement, secondly, estimation of quantity, thirdly, calculation, fourthly, balancing of chances, fifthly, victory. Measurement owes its existence to earth, estimation of quantity to measurement, calculation to estimation of quantity, balancing of chances to calculation, and victory to balancing of chances. A victorious army opposed to a routed one is as a pound's weight placed in the scale against a single grain. The onrush of a conquering force is like the bursting of pent-up waters into a chasm 1,000 fathoms deep. Chapter 5, Energy. Sun Tzu said, "The control of a large force is the same principle as the control of a few men. It is merely a question of dividing up their numbers. Fighting with a large army under your command is no wise different from fighting with a small one. It is merely a question of instituting signs and signals. To ensure that your whole host may withstand the brunt of the enemy's attack and remain unshaken. This is effected by maneuvers, direct and indirect. That the impact of your army may be like a grindstone dashed against an egg. This is affected by the science of weak points and strong. In all fighting, the direct method may be used for joining battle, but indirect methods will be needed in order to secure victory. Indirect tactics, efficiently applied, are inexhaustible as heaven and earth, unending as the flow of rivers and streams. Like the sun and moon, they end but to begin anew. Like the 4 seasons, they pass away to return once more. There are not more than 5 musical notes, yet the combinations of these 5 give rise to more melodies than can ever be heard. There are not more than 5 primary colors, blue, yellow, red, white, and black. Yet in combination they produce more hues than can ever be seen. There are not more than 5 cardinal tastes, sour, acrid, salt, sweet, bitter. Yet combination of them yield more flavors than can ever be tasted. In battle, there are not more than 2 methods of attack, the direct and the indirect. Yet these 2 in combination give rise to an endless series of maneuvers. The direct and the indirect lead onto each other in turn. It is like moving in a circle, you never come to an end. Who can exhaust the possibilities of their combination? The onset of troops is like the rush of a torrent, which will even roll stones along in its course. The quality of decision is like the well-timed swoop of a falcon, which enables it to strike and destroy its victim. Therefore, the good fighter will be terrible in his onset, prompt in his decision. Energy may be likened to the bending of a crossbow, decision to the releasing of a trigger. Amid the turmoil and tumult of battle, there may be seeming disorder, and yet no real disorder at all. Amid confusion and chaos, your array may be without head or tail, yet it will be proof against defeat. Amid the turmoil and tumult of battle, there may be seeming disorder, and yet no real disorder at all. Amid confusion and chaos, your array may be without head or tail, yet it will be proof against defeat. Hiding order beneath the cloak of disorder is simply a question of subdivision. Concealing courage under a show of timidity presupposes a fund of latent energy. Masking strength with weakness is to be affected by tactical dispositions. Thus, one who is skillful at keeping the enemy on the move maintains deceitful appearances, according to which the enemy will act. He sacrifices something, that the enemy may snatch at it. By holding out baits, he keeps him on the march. Then, with a body of picked men, he lies in wait for him. The clever combatant looks to the effect of combined energy, and does not require too much from individuals. Hence his ability to pick out the right men and utilize combined energy. When he utilizes combined energy, his fighting men become, as it were, like unto rolling logs or stones. For it is the nature of a log or stone to remain motionless on level ground, and to move when on a slope if four-cornered, to come to a standstill but if round-shaped, to go rolling down. Thus, the energy developed by good fighting men is as the momentum of a round stone rolled down a mountain, thousands of feet in height. So much on the subject of energy. Chapter 6, Weak Points and Strong. Whoever is first in the field and awaits the coming of the enemy will be fresh for the fight. Whoever is second in the field and has to hasten to battle will arrive exhausted. Therefore, the clever combatant imposes his will on the enemy, but does not allow the enemy's will to be imposed on him. By holding out advantages to him, he can cause the enemy to approach of his own accord. Or, by inflicting damage, he can make it impossible for the enemy to draw near. If the enemy is taking his ease, he can harass him. If well supplied with food, he can starve him out. If quietly encamped, he can force him to move. Appear at points which the enemy must hasten to defend. March swiftly to places where you are not expected. An army may march great distances without distress if it marches through country where the enemy is not. You can be sure of succeeding in your attacks if you only attack places which are undefended. You can ensure the safety of your defense if you only hold positions that cannot be attacked. Hence, the general is skillful in attack whose opponent does not know what to defend. And he is skillful in defense whose opponent does not know what to attack. O divine art of subtlety and secrecy. Through you we learn to be invisible, through you inaudible, and hence we can hold the enemy's fate in our hands. You may advance and be absolutely irresistible if you make for the enemy's weak points. You may retire and be safe from pursuit if your movements are more rapid than those of the enemy. If we wish to fight, the enemy can be forced to an engagement even though he be sheltered behind a high rampart and a deep ditch. All we need do is attack some other place that he will be obliged to relieve. If we do not wish to fight, we can prevent the enemy from engaging us even though the lines of our encampment be merely traced out on the ground. All we need do is to throw something odd and unaccountable in his way. By discovering the enemy's dispositions and remaining invisible ourselves, we can keep our forces concentrated while the enemy's must be divided. We can form a single united body, while the enemy must split up into fractions. Hence there will be a whole pitted against separate parts of a whole, which means that we shall be many to the enemy's few. And if we are able thus to attack an inferior force with a superior one, our opponents will be in dire straits. The spot where we intend to fight must not be made known, for then the enemy will have to prepare against a possible attack at several different points. And his forces being thus distributed in many directions, the numbers we shall have to face at any given point will be proportionately few. For should the enemy strengthen his van, he will weaken his rear. Should he strengthen his rear, he will weaken his van. Should he strengthen his left, he will weaken his right. Should he strengthen his right, he will weaken his left. If he sends reinforcements everywhere, he will everywhere be weak. Numerical weakness comes from having to prepare against possible attacks. Numerical strength from compelling our adversary to make these preparations against us. Knowing the place and the time of the coming battle, we may concentrate from the greatest distances in order to fight. But if neither time nor place be known, then the left wing will be impotent to succor the right. The right equally impotent to succor the left, the van unable to relieve the rear, or the rear to support the van. How much more so if the furthest portions of the army are anything under 100 li apart, and even the nearest are separated by several li. Though according to my estimate, the soldiers of Yue exceed our own in number. That shall advantage them nothing in the matter of victory. I say then that victory can be achieved. Though the enemy be stronger in numbers, we may prevent him from fighting. Scheme so as to discover his plans and the likelihood of their success. Rouse him and learn the principle of his activity or inactivity. Force him to reveal himself, so as to find out his vulnerable spots. Carefully compare the opposing army with your own, so that you may know where strength is superabundant and where it is deficient. In making tactical dispositions, the highest pitch you can attain is to conceal them. Conceal your dispositions, and you will be safe from the prying of the subtlest spies, from the machinations of the wisest brains. How victory may be produced for them out of the enemy's own tactics, that is what the multitude cannot comprehend. All men can see the tactics whereby I conquer, but what none can see is the strategy out of which victory is evolved. Do not repeat the tactics which have gained you one victory, but let your methods be regulated by the infinite variety of circumstances. Military tactics are like unto water, for water in its natural course runs away from high places and hastens downwards. So in war, the way is to avoid what is strong and to strike at what is weak. Water shapes its course according to the nature of the ground over which it flows. The soldier works out his victory in relation to the foe whom he is facing. Therefore, just as water retains no constant shape, so in warfare there are no constant conditions. He who can modify his tactics in relation to his opponent and thereby succeed in winning may be called a heaven-born captain. The 5 elements, water, fire, wood, metal, earth, are not always equally predominant. The 4 seasons make way for each other in turn. There are short days and long. The moon has its periods of waning and waxing. Chapter 7, Maneuvering. Sun Tzu said, "In war, the general receives his commands from the sovereign. Having collected an army and concentrated his forces, he must blend and harmonize the different elements thereof before pitching his camp. After that comes tactical maneuvering, than which there is nothing more difficult. The difficulty of tactical maneuvering consists in turning the devious into the direct, and misfortune into gain. Thus, to take a long and circuitous route, after enticing the enemy out of the way and those starting after him, to contrive to reach the goal before him, shows knowledge of the artifice of deviation. Maneuvering with an army is advantageous, with an undisciplined multitude most dangerous. If you set a fully equipped army in march in order to snatch an advantage, the chances are that you will be too late. On the other hand, to detach a flying column for the purpose involves the sacrifice of its baggage and stores. Thus, if you order your men to roll up their buff coats and make forced marches without halting day or night, covering double the usual distance at a stretch, doing 100 li in order to wrest an advantage, the leaders of all your 3 divisions will fall into the hands of the enemy. The stronger men will be in front, the jaded ones will fall behind, and on this plan only 1/10 of your army will reach its destination. If you march 50 li in order to outmaneuver the enemy, you will lose the leader of your 1st division, and only half your force will reach the goal. If you march 30 li with the same object, 2/3 of your army will arrive. We may take it then that an army without its baggage train is lost. Without provisions, it is lost. Without bases of supply, it is lost. We cannot enter into alliances until we are acquainted with the designs of our neighbors. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. We shall be unable to turn natural advantage to account unless we make use of local guides. In war, practice dissimulation, and you will succeed. Whether to concentrate or to divide your troops must be decided by circumstances. Let your rapidity be that of the wind, your compactness that of the forest. In raiding and plundering be like fire, in immovability like a mountain. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. When you capture new territory, cut it up into allotments for the benefit of the soldiery. Ponder and deliberate before you make a move. He will conquer who has learnt the artifice of deviation. Such is the art of maneuvering. The Book of Army Management says, "On the field of battle, the spoken word does not carry far enough, hence the institution of gongs and drums. Nor can ordinary objects be seen clearly enough, hence the institution of banners and flags. Gongs and drums, banners and flags, are means whereby the ears and eyes of the host may be focused on one particular point. The host thus forming a single united body, is it impossible either for the brave to advance alone, or for the cowardly to retreat alone. This is the art of handling large masses of men. In night fighting, then, make much use of signal fires and drums, and in fighting by day, of flags and banners, as a means of influencing the ears and eyes of your army. A whole army may be robbed of its spirit. A commander-in-chief may be robbed of his presence of mind. Now a soldier's spirit is keenest in the morning. By noonday it has begun to flag, and in the evening his mind is bent only on returning to camp. A clever general, therefore, avoids an army when its spirit is keen, but attacks it when it is sluggish and inclined to return. This is the art of studying moods, disciplined and calm to await the appearance of disorder and hubbub amongst the enemy. This is the art of retaining self-possession. To be near the goal while the enemy is still far from it. To wait at ease while the enemy is toiling and struggling. To be well fed while the enemy is famished. This is the art of husbanding one's strength. To refrain from intercepting an enemy whose banners are in perfect order. To refrain from attacking an army drawn up in calm and confident array. This is the art of studying circumstances. It is a military axiom not to advance uphill against the enemy, nor to oppose him when he comes downhill. Do not pursue an enemy who simulates flight. Do not attack soldiers whose temper is keen. Do not swallow bait offered by the enemy. Do not interfere with an army that is returning home. When you surround an army, leave an outlet free. Do not press a desperate foe too hard. Such is the art of warfare. Chapter 8, Variation in Tactics. Sun Tzu said, "In war, the general receives his commands from the sovereign, collects his army, and concentrates his forces. When in difficult country, do not encamp. In country where high roads intersect, join hands with your allies. Do not linger in dangerously isolated positions. In hemmed-in situations, you must resort to stratagem. In desperate position, you must fight. There are roads which must not be followed, armies which must be not attacked, towns which must not be besieged, positions which must not be contested, commands of the sovereign which must not be obeyed. The general who thoroughly understands the advantages that accompany variation of tactics knows how to handle his troops. The general who does not understand these may be well acquainted with the configuration of the country, yet he will not be able to turn his knowledge to practical account. So the student of war, who is unversed in the art of war, of varying his plans, even though he be acquainted with the 5 advantages, will fail to make the best use of his men.
Oh, he got... Oh my
Hence,
God.
in the wise leader's plans, considerations of advantage and of disadvantage will be blended together. If our expectation of advantage be tempered in this way, we may succeed in accomplishing the essential part of our schemes. If, on the other hand, in the midst of difficulties, we are always ready to seize an advantage, we may extricate ourselves from misfortune, reduce the hostile chiefs by
It looks
inflicting
like
damage on them,
he didn't get really
and make
into
trouble
it,
for them,
right?
and keep them constantly engaged. Hold out specious allurements and make them rush to any given
Yeah,
point.
thank you, dude. Just disperse that.
The art of war teaches us to rely not on the likelihood of the enemy's not coming, but on our own readiness to receive him. Not on the chance of his not attacking, but rather on the fact that we have made our position unassailable. There are 5 dangerous faults which may affect
I thought he was
the general.
growling too.
1.
I thought he was
recklessness.
growling at Yin. I thought Yin was fighting him for it.
2. Cowardice,
Is that not what
which
was
leads to
happening?
capture. 3. A hasty temper, which can be provoked by insults. 4. A delicacy of honor, which is sensitive to shame. 5. Over-solicitude for his men, which exposes him to worry and trouble. These are the 5 besetting sins of a general, ruinous to the conduct of war. When an army is overthrown and its leader slain, the cause will surely be found among these 5 dangerous faults. Let them be a subject of meditation.
He went
Chapter
from...
9, The Army on the March.
I don't know.
Sun Tzu said, "We come now to the question of encamping the army and observing signs of the enemy.
It's just too slippery
Pass
for
quickly
him.
over mountains and keep in the neighborhood of valleys. Camp in high places facing the sun. Do not climb heights in order to fight. So much for mountain warfare. After crossing a river, you should get far away from it. When an
Right.
invading
Good point.
force crosses a river in its entourage, do not advance to meet it in midstream. It will be best to let half the army get across, and then deliver your attack. If you are anxious to fight, you should not go to meet the invader near a river which he has to cross. Moor your craft higher up than the enemy, and facing the sun. Do not move upstream to meet the enemy. So much for river warfare. In crossing salt marshes, your sole concern should be to get over them quickly without any delay. If forced to fight in a salt marsh, you should have water and grass near you, and get your back to a clump of trees. So much for operations in salt marshes. In dry, level country, take up an easily accessible position with rising ground to your right and on your rear, so that the danger may be in front, and safety lie behind. So much for campaigning in flat country. These are the 4 useful branches of military knowledge which enabled the Yellow Emperor to vanquish 4 several sovereigns. All armies prefer high ground to low and sunny places to dark. If you are careful of your men and camp on hard ground, the army will be free from disease of every kind. This will spell victory. When you come to a hill or a bank, occupy the sunny side with the slope on your right rear. Thus, you will at once act for the benefit of your soldiers and utilize the natural advantages of the ground. When, in consequence of heavy rains up country, a river which you wish to ford is swollen and flecked with foam, you must wait until it subsides. Country in which there are precipitous cliffs with torrents running between, deep natural hollows, tangled thickets, quagmires, and crevasses, should be left with all possible speed and not approached. While we keep away from such places, we should get the enemy to approach them. While we face them, we should let the enemy have them on his rear. If in the neighborhood of your camp there should be any hilly country, ponds surrounded by aquatic grass, hollow basins filled with reeds, or woods with thick undergrowth, they must be carefully routed out and searched. For these are places where men in ambush or insidious spies are likely to be lurking. When the enemy is close at hand and remains quiet, he is relying on the natural strength of his position. When he keeps aloof and tries to provoke a battle, he is anxious for the other side to advance. If his place of encampment is easy of access, he is tendering a bait. Movement amongst the trees of a forest shows that the enemy is advancing. The appearance of a number of screens in the midst of thick grass means that the enemy wants to make us suspicious. The rising of birds in their flight is the sign of an ambuscade. Startled beasts indicate that a sudden attack is coming. When there is dust rising in a high column, it is the sign of chariots advancing. When the dust is low but spread over a wide area, it betokens the approach of infantry. When it branches out in different directions, it shows that parties have been sent to collect firewood. A few clouds of dust moving to and fro signify that the army is encamping. Humble words and increased preparations are signs that the enemy is about to advance. Violent language and driving forward as if to the attack are signs that he will retreat. When the light chariots come out first and take up a position on the wings, it is a sign that the enemy is forming for battle. Peace proposals unaccompanied by a sworn covenant indicate a plot. When there is much running about and the soldiers fall into rank, it means that the critical moment has come. When some are seen advancing and some retreating, it is a lure. When the soldiers stand leaning on their spears, they are faint from want of food. If those who are sent to draw water begin by drinking themselves, the army is suffering from thirst. If the enemy sees an advantage to be gained and makes no effort to secure it, the soldiers are exhausted. If birds gather on any spot, it is unoccupied. Clamor by night betokens nervousness. If there is disturbance in the camp, the general's authority is weak. If the banners and flags are shifted about, sedition is afoot. If the officers are angry, it means that the men are weary. When an army feeds its horses with grain and kills its cattle for food, and when the men do not hang their cooking pots over the campfires, showing that they will not return to their tents, you may know that they are determined to fight to the death. The sight of men whispering together in small knots or speaking in subdued tones points to disaffection amongst the rank and file. Too frequent rewards signify that the enemy is at the end of his resources. Too many punishments betray a condition of dire distress. To begin by bluster, but afterwards to take fright at the enemy's numbers, shows a supreme lack of intelligence. When envoys are sent with compliments in their mouths, it is a sign that the enemy wishes for a truce. If the enemy's troops march up angrily and remain facing ours for a long time without either joining battle or taking themselves off again, the situation is one that demands great vigilance and circumspection. If our troops are no more in number than the enemy, that is amply sufficient. It only means that no direct attack can be made. What we can do is simply to concentrate all our available strength, keep a close watch on the enemy, and obtain reinforcements. He who exercises no forethought but makes light of his opponents is sure to be captured by them. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, then will be practically useless. If, when the soldiers have become attached to you, punishments are not enforced, they will still be useless. Therefore, soldiers must be treated in the first instance with humanity, but kept under control by means of iron discipline. This is a certain road to victory. If in training, soldiers' commands are habitually enforced, the army will be well disciplined. If not, its discipline will be bad. If a general shows confidence in his men but always insists on his orders being obeyed, the gain will be mutual. Chapter 10, Terrain. Sun Tzu said, "We may distinguish 6 kinds of terrain, to wit, 1. Accessible ground, 2. Entangling ground, 3. Temporizing ground, 4. Narrow passes, 5. Precipitous heights,
Finger on the trigger anytime you don't feel
6.
right.
Positions at a great distance from the enemy. Ground which can be freely traversed by both sides is called accessible. With regard to ground of this nature, Be before the enemy in occupying the raised and sunny spots, and carefully guard your line of supplies. Then you will be able to fight with advantage. Ground which can be abandoned, but is hard to reoccupy, is called entangling. From a position of this sort, if the enemy is unprepared, you may sally forth and defeat him. But if the enemy is prepared for your coming and you fail to defeat him, then, return being impossible, disaster will ensue. When the position is such that neither side will gain by making the first move, it is called temporizing ground. In a position of this sort, even though the enemy should offer us an attractive bait, it will be advisable not to stir forth, but rather to retreat, thus enticing the enemy in his turn. Then, when part of his army has come out, we may deliver our attack with advantage. With regard to narrow passes, if you can occupy them first, let them be strongly garrisoned and await the advent of the enemy. Should the army forestall you in occupying a pass, do not go after him if the pass is fully garrisoned, but only if it is weakly garrisoned. With regard to precipitous heights, if you are beforehand with your adversary, you should occupy the raised and sunny spots, and there wait for him to come up. If the enemy has occupied them before you, do not follow him, but retreat and try to entice him away. If you are situated at a great distance from the enemy, and the strength of the two armies is equal, it is not easy to provoke a battle, and fighting will be to your disadvantage. These 6 are the principles connected with Earth. The general who has attained a responsible post must be careful to study them. Now an army is exposed to 6 several calamities, not arising from natural causes, but from faults for which the general is responsible. These are 1. Flight. 2. Insubordination. 3. Collapse. 4. Ruin. 5. Disorganization. 6. Rout. Other conditions being equal, if one force is hurled against another 10 times its size, the result will be
You think
the
you're
flight
in order for a
of the
congratulations?
former. When the common soldiers are too strong and their officers too weak, the result is insubordination. When the officers are too strong and the common soldiers too weak, the result is collapse. When the higher officers are angry and insubordinate,
got a new high
and on
score.
meeting the enemy, give battle on their own account from a feeling of resentment, before the commander-in-chief can tell whether or not he is in a position to fight, the result is ruin. When the general is weak and without authority, when his orders are not clear
half and
and
half,
distinct,
sort of, huh?
when there are no fixed duties assigned
Because
to
of
officers
promotions
and men,
and stuff,
and the
timing
ranks
deliveries,
are formed
okay.
in a slovenly, haphazard manner. The result is utter disorganization. When a general, unable to estimate the enemy's strength, allows an inferior force to engage a larger one, or hurls a weak detachment against a powerful one, and neglects to place picked soldiers in the front rank, the result must be rout. These are 6 ways of courting defeat, which must be carefully noted by the general who has attained a responsible post. The natural formation of the country is the soldier's best ally, but a power of estimating the adversary, of controlling the forces of victory, and of shrewdly calculating difficulties, dangers, and distances constitutes the test of a great general. He who knows these things, and in fighting puts his knowledge into practice, will win his battles. He who knows them not, nor practices them, will surely be defeated. If fighting is sure to result in victory, then you must fight, even though the ruler forbid it. If fighting will not result in victory, then you must not fight, even at the ruler's bidding. The general who advances without coveting fame and retreats without fearing disgrace, whose only thought is to protect his country and do good service for his sovereign, is the jewel of the kingdom. Regard your soldiers as your children, and they will follow you into the deepest valleys. Look upon them as your own beloved sons, and they will stand by you even unto death. If, however, you are indulgent, but unable to make your authority felt, kind-hearted, but unable to enforce your commands, and incapable, moreover, of quelling disorder, then your soldiers must be likened to spoiled children. They are useless for any practical purpose. If we know that our own men are in a condition to attack, but are unaware that the enemy is not open to attack, we have gone only halfway towards victory. If we know that the enemy is
Allison got this horror food
but are
have
unaware
great
that our
takes.
own
And
men
he's
are
like,
not in a condition to attack, we have gone only halfway towards victory. If we know that the enemy is open to attack, and also know that our men are in a condition to attack,
everyone likes to get
but
a
are
compliment
unaware
every
the
now and then.
nature of the ground makes fighting impractical.
Or, you know,
You never know.
We have
if they
still
really
gone
wanna-
only halfway towards victory. Hence the experienced soldier, once in motion, is never bewildered. Once he has broken camp, he is never at a loss. Hence the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, your victory will not stand in doubt. If you know heaven and know earth, you may make your victory complete. Chapter 11, The 9 Situations. Sun Tzu said the art of war recognizes 9 varieties of ground. 1. Dispersive ground. 2. Facile ground. 3. Contentious ground. 4. Open ground. 5. Ground of intersecting highways. 6. Serious ground. 7. Difficult ground. 8. Hemmed-in ground. 9. Desperate ground. When a chieftain is fighting in his own territory, it is dispersive ground. When he has penetrated into hostile territory, but to no great distance, it is facile ground. Ground the possession of which imports great advantage to either side is contentious ground. Ground on which each side has liberty of movement is open ground. Ground which forms the key to 3 contiguous states, so that he who occupies it first has most of the empire at his command, is a ground of intersecting highways. When an army has penetrated into the heart of a hostile country, leaving a number of fortified cities in its rear, it is serious ground. Mountain forests, rugged steeps, marshes and fens, all country that is hard to traverse. This is difficult ground. Ground which is reached through narrow gorges, and from which we can only retire by tortuous paths,
Ground that
so that a
takes all
small
your
number of
movement
the enemy would suffice to crush a
points
large body
in
of
one
our
movement.
men. This is hemmed-in ground. Ground on which we can only be saved from destruction by fighting without delay is desperate ground. On dispersive ground, therefore, fight not. On facile ground, halt not. On contentious ground, attack not. On open ground, do not try to block the enemy's way. On the ground of intersecting highways, join hands with your allies. On serious ground, gather in plunder. In difficult ground, keep steadily on the march. On hemmed-in ground, resort to stratagem. On desperate ground, fight. Those who were called skillful leaders of old knew how to drive a wedge between the enemy's front and rear, to prevent cooperation between his large and small divisions, to hinder the good troops from rescuing the bad, the officers from rallying their men. When the enemy's men were united, they managed to keep them in disorder. When it was to their advantage, they made a forward move. When otherwise, they stopped still. If asked how to cope with a great host of the enemy in orderly array and on the point of marching to the attack, I should say, begin by seizing something which your opponent holds dear. Then he will be amenable to your will. Rapidity is the essence of war. Take advantage of the enemy's unreadiness. Make your way by unexpected routes and attack unguarded spots. The following are the principles to be observed by an invading force. The further you penetrate into a country, the greater will be the solidarity of your troops, and thus the defenders will not prevail against you. Make forays in fertile country in order to supply your army with food. Carefully study the well-being of your men, and do not overtax them. Concentrate your energy and hoard your strength. Keep your army continually on the move, and devise unfathomable plans. Throw your soldiers into positions whence there is no escape, and they will prefer death to flight. If they will face death, there is nothing they may not achieve. Officers and men alike will put forth their uttermost strength. Soldiers, when in desperate straits, lose the sense of fear. If there is no place of refuge, they will stand firm. If they are in hostile country, they will show a stubborn front. If there is no help for it, they will fight hard. Thus, without waiting to be marshaled, the soldiers will be constantly on the qui-vive. Without waiting to be asked, they will do your will. Without restrictions, they will be faithful. Without giving orders, they can be trusted. Prohibit the taking of omens, and do away with superstitious doubts. Then, until death itself comes, no calamity need be feared. If our soldiers are not overburdened with money, it is not because they have a distaste for riches. If their lives are not unduly long, it is not because they are disinclined to longevity. On the day they are ordered out to battle, your soldiers may weep, those sitting up bedewing their garments, and those lying down letting the tears run down their cheeks. But let them once be brought to bay, and they will display the courage of a Chu or a Kuei. The skillful tactician may be likened to the Shuai-Jan. Now, the Shuai-Jan is a snake that is found in the Chang Mountains. Strike at its head and you will be attacked by its tail. Strike at its tail, and you will be attacked by its head. Strike at its middle, and you will be attacked by head and tail both. Asked if an army can be made to imitate the Shuaijian, I should answer, yes. For the men of Wu and the men of Yue are enemies. Yet if they are crossing a river in the same boat and are caught by a storm, they will come to each other's assistance, just as the left hand helps the right. Hence, it is not enough to put one's trust in the tethering of horses and the bearing of chariot wheels in the ground. The principle on which to manage an army is to set up one standard of courage which all must reach. How to make the best of both strong and weak. That is a question involving the proper use of ground. Thus, the skillful general conducts his army just as though he were leading a single man, willy-nilly, by the hand. It is the business of a general to be quiet, and thus ensure secrecy, upright and just, and thus maintain order. He must be able to mystify his officers and men by false reports and appearances, and thus keep them in total ignorance. By altering his arrangements and changing his plans, he keeps the enemy without definite knowledge. By shifting his camp and taking circuitous routes, he prevents the enemy from anticipating his purpose. At the critical moment, the leader of an army acts like one who has climbed up a height and then kicks away the ladder behind him. He carries his men deep into hostile territory before he shows his hand. He burns his boats and breaks his cooking pots like a shepherd driving a flock of sheep. He drives his men this way and that, and nothing knows whither he's going. To muster his host and bring it into danger. This may be termed the business of the general. The different measures suited to the 9 varieties of ground. The expediency of aggressive or defensive tactics. And the fundamental laws of human nature. These are things that must most certainly be studied. When invading hostile territory, the general principle is that penetrating deeply brings cohesion. Penetrating but a short way means dispersion. When you leave your own country behind and take your army across neighborhood territory, you find yourself on critical ground. When there are means of communication on all 4 sides, the ground is one of intersecting highways. When you penetrate deeply into a country, it is serious ground. When you penetrate but a little way, it is facile ground. When you have the enemy's strongholds on your rear and narrow passes in front, it is hemmed-in ground. When there is no place of refuge at all, desperate ground. Therefore, on dispersive ground, I would inspire my men with unity of purpose. On facile ground, I would see that there is close connection between all parts of my army. On contentious ground, I would hurry up my rear. On open ground, I would keep a vigilant eye on my defenses. On ground of intersecting highways, I would consolidate my alliances. On serious ground, I would try to ensure a continuous stream of supplies. On difficult ground, I would keep pushing on along the road. On hemmed-in ground, I would block any way of retreat. On desperate ground, I would proclaim to my soldiers the hopelessness of saving their lives. For it is the soldier's disposition to offer an obstinate resistance when surrounded, to fight hard when he cannot help himself, and to obey promptly when he has fallen into danger. We cannot enter into alliance with neighboring princes until we are acquainted with their designs. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. We shall be unable to turn natural advantages to account unless we make use of local guides. To be ignored of any one of the following 4 or 5 principles does not befit a warlike prince. When a warlike prince attacks a powerful state, his generalship shows itself in preventing the concentration of the enemy's forces. He overawes his opponents, and their allies are prevented from joining against him. Hence, he does not strive to ally himself with all and sundry, nor does he foster the power of other states. He carries out his own secret designs, keeping his antagonists in awe. Thus, he is able to capture their cities and overthrow their kingdoms, bestow rewards without regard to rule, issue orders without regard to previous arrangements, and you will be able to handle a whole army as though you had to do with but a single man. Confront your soldiers with the deed itself. Never let them know your design. When the outlook is bright, bring it before their eyes. But tell them nothing when the situation is gloomy. Place your army in deadly peril and it will survive. Plunge it into desperate straits, and it will come off in safety. For it is precisely when a force has fallen into harm's way that is capable of striking a blow for victory. Success in warfare is gained by carefully accommodating ourselves to the enemy's purpose. By persistently hanging on the enemy's flank, we shall succeed in the long run in killing the commander-in-chief. This is called ability to accomplish a thing by sheer cunning. On the day that you take up your command, block the frontier passes, destroy the official tallies, and stop the passage of all emissaries. Be stern in the council chamber. If the enemy leaves a door open, you must rush in. Forestall your opponent by seizing what he holds dear, and subtly contrive to time his arrival on the ground. Walk in the path defined by rule, and accommodate yourself to the enemy until you can fight a decisive battle. At first, then, exhibit the coyness of a maiden until the enemy gives you an opening. Afterwards, emulate the rapidity of a running hare, and it will be too late for the enemy to oppose you. Chapter 12. The attack by fire. Sun Tzu said, "There are 5 ways of attacking with fire. The first is to burn soldiers in their camp. The second is to burn stores. The third is to burn baggage trains. The fourth is to burn arsenals and magazines. The fifth is to hurl dropping fire amongst the enemy. In order to carry out an attack, we must have means available. The material for raising fire should always be kept in readiness. There is a proper season for making attacks with fire, and special days for starting a conflagration. The proper season is when the weather is very dry. The special days are those when the moon is in the constellations of the sieve, the wall, the wing, or the crossbar. For these 4 are all days of rising wind. In attacking with fire, one should be prepared to meet 5 possible developments. 1. When fire breaks out inside your enemy's camp, respond at once with an attack from without. 2.
You're right.
If there's an outbreak of fire, but the enemy soldiers remain quiet, bide your time and do not attack. 3. When the force of the flames has reached its height, follow it up with an attack if that's practical. If not, stay where you are. 4. If it is possible to make an assault with fire from without, do not wait for it to break out within, but deliver your attack at a favorable moment. 5. When you start a fire, be to windward of it. Do not attack from the leeward. A wind that rises in the daytime lasts long, but a night breeze soon falls. In every army, the 5 developments connected with fire must be known, the movements of the stars calculated, and a watch kept for the proper days. Hence, those who use fire as an aid to the attack show intelligence. Those who use water as an aid to the attack gain an accession of strength. By means of water, an enemy may be intercepted but not robbed of all his belongings. Unhappy is the fate of one who tries to win his battles and succeed in his attacks without cultivating the spirit of enterprise, for the result is waste of time and general stagnation. Hence the saying, the enlightened ruler lays his plans well ahead. The good general cultivates his resources. Move not unless you see an advantage. Use not your troops unless there is something to be gained. Fight not unless the position is critical. No ruler should put troops into the field merely to gratify his own spleen. No general should fight a battle simply out of pique. If it is to your advantage, make a forward move. If not, stay where you are. Anger may in time change to gladness. Vexation may be succeeded by content. But a kingdom that has once been destroyed can never come again into being, nor can the dead ever be brought back to life. Hence the enlightened ruler is heedful, and the good general full of caution. This is the way to keep a country at peace and an army intact. Chapter 13, the use of spies. Sun Tzu said raising a host of 100,000 men and marching them great distances entails heavy loss on the people and a drain on the resources of the state. The daily expenditure will amount to 1,000 ounces of silver. There will be commotion at home and abroad, and men will drop down exhausted on the highways. As many as 700,000 families will be impeded in their labor. Hostile armies may face each other for years, striving for the victory which is decided in a single day. This being so, to remain in ignorance of the enemy's condition simply because one grudges the outlay of 100 ounces of silver in honors and emoluments is the height of inhumanity. One who acts thus is no leader of men, no present help to a sovereign, no master of victory. Thus, what enables the wise sovereign and the good general to strike and conquer, and achieve things beyond the reach of ordinary men is foreknowledge. Now, this foreknowledge cannot be elicited from spirits. It cannot be obtained inductively from experience, or by any deductive calculation. Knowledge of the enemy's dispositions can only be obtained from other men. Hence the use of spies, of whom there are 5 classes. 1. Local spies. 2. Inward spies. 3. Converted spies. 4. Doomed spies. 5. Surviving spies. When these 5 kinds of spy are all at work, none can discover the secret system. This is called divine manipulation of the threads. It is the sovereign's most precious faculty. Having local spies means employing the services of the inhabitants of a district. Having inward spies, making use of officials of the enemy. Having converted spies, getting hold of the enemy's spies and using them for our own purposes. Having doomed spies, doing certain things openly for purposes of deception and allowing our spies to know of them and report them to the enemy. Surviving spies, finally, are those who bring back news from the enemy's camp. Hence it is that which none in the whole army are more intimate relations to be maintained than with spies. None should be more liberally rewarded. In no other business should greater secrecy be preserved. Spies cannot be usefully employed without a certain intuitive sagacity. They cannot be properly managed without benevolence and straightforwardness. Without subtle ingenuity of mind, one cannot make certain of the truth of their reports. Be subtle, and use your spies for every kind of business. A secret piece of news is divulged by a spy before the time is ripe. He must be put to death together with the man to whom the secret was told. Whether the object be to crush an army, to storm a city, or to assassinate an individual, it is always necessary to begin by finding out the names of the attendants, the aides-de-camp and doorkeepers and sentries of the general in command. Our spies must be commissioned to ascertain these. The enemy's spies who have come to spy on us must be sought out, tempted with bribes, led away and comfortably housed. Thus, they will become converted spies and available for our service. It is through the information brought by the converted spy that we are able to acquire and employ local and inward spies. It is owing to his information again that we can cause the doomed spy to carry false tidings to the enemy. Lastly, it is by his information that the surviving spy can be used on appointed occasions. The end and aim of spying in all its 5 varieties is knowledge of the enemy, and this knowledge can only be derived in the first instance from the converted spy. Hence, it is essential that the converted spy be treated with the utmost liberality. Of old, the rise of the Yin dynasty was due to Yi Chi, who had served under the Xia. Likewise, the rise of the Zhou dynasty was due to Lu Ya, who had served under the Yin. Hence, it is only the enlightened ruler and the wise general who will use the highest intelligence of the army for purposes of spying, and thereby they achieve great results. Spies are a most important element in water, because on them depends on an army's ability to move. Chapter 1. Laying Plans. Sun Tzu said, "The art of war is of vital importance to the state. It is a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin. Hence it is a subject of inquiry which can on no account be neglected. The art of war, then, is governed by 5 constant factors, to be taken into account in one's deliberations, when seeking to determine the conditions obtaining in the field. These are 1. The moral law. 2. Heaven. 3. Earth. 4. The commander. 5. Method and discipline. The moral law causes the people to be in complete accord with their ruler, so that they will follow him regardless of their lives, undismayed by any danger. Heaven signifies night and day, cold and heat, times and seasons. Earth comprises distances, great and small, danger and security, open ground and narrow passes, the chances of life and death. The commander stands for the virtues of wisdom, sincerity, benevolence, courage, and strictness. By method and discipline are to be understood the marshalling of the army in its proper subdivisions, the graduations of rank among the officers, the maintenance of roads by which supplies may reach the army, and the control of military expenditure. These 5 heads should be familiar to every general. He who knows them will be victorious. He He who knows them not will fail. Therefore, in your deliberations, when seeking to determine the military conditions, let them be made the basis of a comparison, in this wise. 1. Which of the two sovereigns is imbued with the moral law? 2. Which of the two generals has most ability? 3. With whom lie the advantages derived from heaven and earth? 4. On which side is discipline most rigorously enforced? 5. Which army is stronger? 6. On which side are officers and men more highly trained? 7. In which army is there the greater constancy both in reward and punishment? By means of these 7 considerations, I can forecast victory or defeat. The general that hearkens to my counsel and acts upon it will conquer. Let such a one be retained in command. The general that hearkens not to my counsel nor acts upon it will suffer defeat. Let such a one be dismissed. While heeding the profit of my counsel, avail yourself also of any helpful circumstances over and beyond the ordinary rules. According as circumstances are favorable, one should modify one's plans. All warfare is based on deception. Hence, when able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our forces, we must seem inactive. When we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away. When far away, we must make him believe we are near. Hold out baits to entice the enemy, feign disorder, and crush him. If he is secure at all points, be prepared for him. If he is in superior strength, evade him. If your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Pretend to be weak that he may grow arrogant. If his forces are united, separate them. Attack him where he is unprepared, appear where you are not expected. These military devices leading to victory must not be divulged beforehand. Now the general who wins a battle makes many calculations in his temple ere the battle is fought. The general who loses a battle makes but few calculations beforehand. Thus do many calculations lead to victory and few calculations to defeat. How much more no calculation at all? It is by attention to this point that I can foresee who is likely to win or lose. Chapter 2, Waging War. Sun Tzu said, in the operations of war, where there are in the field 1,000 swift chariots, as many heavy chariots, and 100,000 mail-clad soldiers with provisions enough to carry them 1,000 ally, the expenditure at home and at the front, including entertainment of guests, small items such as glue and paint, and some spent on chariots and armor, will reach the total of 1,000 ounces of silver per day. Such is the cost of raising an army of 100,000 men. When you engage in actual fighting, if victory is long in coming, then men's weapons will grow dull, and their ardor will be damped. If you lay siege to a town, you will exhaust your strength. Again, if the campaign is protracted, the resources of the state will not be equal to the strain. Now, when your weapons are dulled, your ardor damped, your strength exhausted, and your treasure spent, other chieftains will spring up to take advantage of your extremity. Then no man, however wise, will be able to avert the consequences that must ensue. Thus, though we have heard of stupid haste in war, cleverness has never been seen associated with long delays. There is no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. It is only one who is thoroughly acquainted with the evils of war that can thoroughly understand the profitable way of carrying it on. The skillful soldier does not raise a second levy, neither are his supply wagons loaded more than twice. Bring war material with you from home, but forage on the enemy. Thus the army will have food enough for its needs. Poverty of the state exchequer causes an army to be maintained by contributions from a distance. Contributing to maintain an army at a distance causes the people to be impoverished. On the other hand, the proximity of an army causes prices to go up, and high prices cause the people's substance to be drained away. When their substance is drained away, the peasantry will be afflicted by heavy exactions. With this loss of substance and exhaustion of strength, the homes of the people will be stripped bare, and 3/10 of their income will be dissipated, while government expenses for broken chariots, worn-out horses, breastplates and helmets, bows and arrows, spears and shields, protective mantles, draft oxen, and heavy wagons will amount to 4/10 of its total revenue. Hence, a wise general makes a point of foraging on the enemy. One One cartload of the enemy's provisions is equivalent to 20 of one's own, and likewise a single pickle of his provender is equivalent to 20 from one's own store. Now, in order to kill the enemy, our men must be roused to anger, that there may be advantage from defeating the enemy. They must have their rewards. Therefore, in chariot fighting, when 10 or more chariots have been taken, those should be rewarded who took the first. Our own flags should be substituted for those of the enemy, and the chariots mingled and used in conjunction with ours. The captured soldiers should be kindly treated and kept. This is called using the conquered foe to
Got like a
augment one's own
beautiful
strength.
profile picture.
In war, then, let your great object be victory, not lengthy capture. Thus, it may be known that the leader of armies is the arbiter of the people's fate, the man on whom it depends whether the nation shall be in peace or in peril. Chapter 3, Attack by Stratagem. Sun Tzu said, "In the practical art of war, the best thing of all is to take the enemy's country whole and intact. To shatter and destroy it is not so good. So too it is better to recapture an army entire than to destroy it. To capture a regiment, a detachment, or a company entire than to destroy them. Hence to fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. Thus, the highest form of generalship is to balk the enemy's plans. The next best is to prevent the junction of the enemy's forces. The next in order is to attack the enemy's army in the field. And the worst policy of all is to besiege walled cities. The rule is not to besiege walled cities if it can possibly be avoided. The preparation of mantlets, movable shelters, and various implements of war will take up 3 whole months. And the piling up of mounds over against the walls will take 3 months more. The general, unable to control his irritation, will launch his men to the assault like swarming ants, with the result that 1/3 of his men are slain, while the town still remains untaken. Such are the disastrous effects of a siege. Therefore, the skillful leader subdues the enemy's troops without any fighting. He captures their cities without laying siege to them. He overthrows their kingdom without lengthy operations in the field. With his forces intact, he will dispute the mastery of the empire. And thus, without losing a man, his triumph will be complete. This is the method of attacking by stratagem. It is the rule in war if our forces attend to the enemy's 1 to surround him, if 5 to 1 to attack him, if twice as numerous to divide our army into 2. If equally matched, we can offer battle. If slightly inferior in numbers, we can avoid the enemy. If quite unequal in every way, we can flee from him. Hence, though an obstinate fight may be made by a small force, in the end it must be captured by the larger force. Now the general is the bulwark of the state. If the bulwark is complete at all points, the state will be strong. If the bulwark is defective, the state will be weak. There are 3 ways in which a ruler can bring misfortune upon his army. 1, by commanding the army to advance or to retreat, being ignorant of the fact that it cannot obey. This is called hobbling the army. 2, by attempting to govern an army in the same way as he administers a kingdom, being ignorant of the conditions which obtain in an army.
I
This
feel like
causes
anything can be
restlessness in
moist,
the
but only
soldiers'
towels
minds.
can be damp.
3, by
Am I
employing the
crazy?
officers of his army without discrimination,
Okay.
through ignorance of the military
Anything can be
principle
moist,
of
but his fur was
adaptation to
damp, and
circumstances.
it's like a
This
towel.
shakes the
I'm
confidence
sorry,
of the
you're right, it's
soldiers.
wrong.
But when the army is restless and distrustful, trouble is sure to come from the other feudal princes. This is simply bringing anarchy into the army and flinging victory away. Thus we may know that there are 5 essentials for victory. 1, he will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. 2, he will win who knows how to handle both superior and inferior forces. 3, he will win whose army is animated by the same spirit throughout all its ranks. 4, he will win who, prepared himself, waits to take the enemy unprepared. 5, he will win who has military capacity and is not interfered with by the sovereign. Hence the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Chapter 4, tactical dispositions. Sun Tzu said, "The good fighters of old first put themselves beyond the possibility of defeat, and then waited for an opportunity of defeating the enemy. To secure ourselves against defeat lies in our own hands, but the opportunity of defeating the enemy is provided by the enemy himself. Thus, the good fighter is able to secure himself against defeat, but cannot make certain of defeating the enemy. Hence the saying, one may know how to conquer without being able to do it. Security against defeat implies defensive tactics. Ability to defeat the enemy means taking the offensive. Standing on the defensive indicates insufficient strength, attacking, a superabundance of strength. The general who is skilled in defense hides in the most secret recesses of the earth. He who is skilled in attack flashes forth from the topmost heights of heaven. Thus, on the one hand, we have ability to protect ourselves. On the other, a victory that is complete. To see victory only when it is within the ken of the common herd is not the acme of excellence. Neither is it the acme of excellence if you fight and conquer and the whole empire says, well done. To lift an autumn hair is no sign of great strength. To see the sun and moon is no sign of sharp sight. To hear the noise of thunder is no sign of a quick ear. What the ancients called a clever fighter is one who not only wins, but excels in winning with ease. Hence his victories bring him neither reputation for wisdom nor credit for courage. He wins his battles by making no mistakes. Making no mistakes is what establishes the certainty of victory, for it means conquering an enemy that is already defeated. Hence the skillful fighter puts himself into a position which makes defeat impossible and does not miss the moment for defeating the enemy. Thus, it is that in war, the victorious strategist only seeks battle after the victory has been won, whereas he, who is destined to defeat, first fights and afterwards looks for victory. The consummate leader cultivates the moral law and strictly adheres to method and discipline. Thus, it is in his power to control success. In respect of military method, we have firstly, measurement, secondly, estimation of quantity, thirdly, calculation, fourthly, balancing of chances, fifthly, victory. Measurement owes its existence to Earth, estimation of quantity to measurement, calculation to estimation of quantity, balancing of chances to calculation, and victory to balancing of chances. A victorious army opposed to a routed one is as a pound's weight placed in the scale against a single grain. The onrush of a conquering force is like the bursting of pent-up waters into a chasm 1,000 fathoms deep. Chapter 5, Energy. Sun Tzu said, "The control of a large force is the same principle as the control of a few men. It is merely a question of dividing up their numbers. Fighting with a large army under your command is no wise different from fighting with a small one. It is merely a question of instituting signs and signals. To ensure that your whole host may withstand the brunt of the enemy's attack and remain unshaken. This is effected by maneuvers, direct and indirect. That the impact of your army may be like a grindstone dashed against an egg. This is affected by the science of weak points and strong. In all fighting, the direct method may be used for joining battle, but indirect methods will be needed in order to secure victory. Indirect tactics, efficiently applied, are inexhaustible as heaven and earth, unending as the flow of rivers and streams. Like the sun and moon, they end but to begin anew. Like the 4 seasons, they pass away to return once more. There are not more than 5 musical notes, yet the combinations of these 5 give rise to more melodies than can ever be heard. There are not more than 5 primary colors, blue, yellow, red, white, and black. Yet in combination they produce more hues than can ever been seen. There are not more than 5 cardinal tastes, sour, acrid, salt, sweet, bitter. Yet combination of them yield more flavors than can ever be tasted. In battle, there are not more than 2 methods of attack, the direct and the indirect, yet these 2 in combination give rise to an endless series of maneuvers. The direct and the indirect lead onto each other in turn. It is like moving in a circle, you never come to an end. Who can exhaust the possibilities of their combination? The onset of troops is like the rush of a torrent, which will even roll stones along in its course. The quality of decision is like the well-timed swoop of a falcon, which enables it to strike and destroy its victim. Therefore, the good fighter will be terrible in his onset and prompt in his decision. Energy may be likened to the bending of a crossbow, decision to the releasing of a trigger. Amid the turmoil and tumult of battle, there may be seeming disorder, and yet no real disorder at all. Amid confusion and chaos, your array may be without head or tail, yet it will be proof against defeat. Amid the turmoil and tumult of battle, there may be seeming disorder and yet no real disorder at all. Amid confusion and chaos, your array may be without head or tail, yet it will be proof against defeat. Hiding order beneath the cloak of disorder is simply a question of subdivision. Concealing courage under a show of timidity presupposes a fund of latent energy. Masking strength with weakness is to be affected by tactical dispositions. Thus, one who is skillful at keeping the enemy on the move maintains deceitful appearances, according to which the enemy will act. He sacrifices something that the enemy may snatch at it. By holding out baits, he keeps him on the march. Then, with a body of picked men, he lies in wait for him. The clever combatant looks to the effect of combined energy and does not require too much from individuals. Hence his ability to pick out the right men and utilize combined energy. When he utilizes combined energy, his fighting men become, as it were, like unto rolling logs or stones. For it is the nature of a log or stone to remain motionless on level ground, and to move when on a slope if four-cornered, to come to a standstill but if round-shaped, to go rolling down. Thus, the energy developed by good fighting men is as the momentum of a round stone rolled down a mountain, thousands of feet in height. So much on the subject of energy. Chapter 6, Weak Points and Strong. Whoever is first in the field and awaits the coming of the enemy will be fresh for the fight. Whoever is second in the field and has to hasten to battle will arrive exhausted. Therefore, the clever combatant imposes his will on the enemy, but does not allow the enemy's will to be imposed on him. By holding out advantages to him, he can cause the enemy to approach of his own accord, or by inflicting damage, he can make it impossible for the enemy to draw near. If the enemy is taking his ease, he can harass him. If well supplied with food, he can starve him out. If quietly encamped, he can force him to move. Appear at points which the enemy must hasten to defend. March swiftly to places where you are not expected. An army may march great distances without distress if it marches through country where the enemy is not. You can be sure of succeeding in your attacks if you only attack places which are undefended. You can ensure the safety of your defense if you only hold positions that cannot be attacked. Hence, the general is skillful in attack whose opponent does not know what to defend. And he is skillful in defense whose opponent does not know what to attack. O divine art of subtlety and secrecy. Through you we learn to be invisible, through you inaudible, and hence we can hold the enemy's fate in our hands. You may advance and be absolutely irresistible if you make for the enemy's weak points. You may retire and be safe from pursuit if your movements are more rapid than those of the enemy. If we wish to fight, the enemy can be forced to an engagement even though he be sheltered behind a high rampart and a deep ditch. All we need do is attack some other place that he will be obliged to relieve. If we do not wish to fight, we can prevent the enemy from engaging us even though the lines of our encampment be merely traced out on the ground. All we need do is to throw something odd and unaccountable in his way. By discovering the enemy's dispositions and remaining invisible ourselves, we can keep our forces concentrated while the enemy's must be divided. We can form a single united body, while the enemy must split up into fractions. Hence there will be a whole pitted against separate parts of a whole, which means that we shall be many to the enemy's few. And if we are able thus to attack an inferior force with a superior one, our opponents will be in dire straits. The spot where we intend to fight must not be made known, for then the enemy will have to prepare against a possible attack at several different points. And his forces being thus distributed in many directions, the numbers we shall have to face at any given point will be proportionately few. For should the enemy strengthen his van, he will weaken his rear. Should he strengthen his rear, he will weaken his van. Should he strengthen his left, he will weaken his right. Should he strengthen his right, he will weaken his left. If he sends reinforcements everywhere, he will everywhere be weak. Numerical weakness comes from having to prepare against possible attacks. Numerical strength from compelling our adversary to make these preparations against us. knowing the place and the time of the coming battle. We may concentrate from the greatest distances in order to fight. But if
What's
neither
what now?
time nor place be known, then the left wing will be impotent to succor the right. The right equally impotent to succor the left, the van unable to relieve the rear, or the rear to support the van. How much more so if the furthest portions of the army are anything under 100 li apart, and even the nearest are separated by several li. Though according to my estimate, the soldiers of Yue exceed our own in number. That shall advantage them nothing in the matter of victory. I say then that victory can be achieved. Though the enemy be stronger in numbers, we may prevent him from fighting. Scheme so as to discover his plans and the likelihood of their success. Rouse him and learn the principle of his activity or inactivity. Force him to reveal himself, so as to find out his vulnerable spots. Carefully compare the opposing army with your own, so that you may know where strength is superabundant and where it is deficient. In making tactical dispositions, the highest pitch you can attain is to conceal them. Conceal your dispositions, and you will be safe from the prying of the subtlest spies, from the machinations of the wisest brains. How victory may be produced for them out of the enemy's own tactics, that is what the multitude cannot comprehend. All men can see the tactics whereby I conquer, but what none can see is the strategy out of which victory is evolved. Do not repeat the tactics which have gained you one victory, but let your methods be regulated by the infinite variety of circumstances. Military tactics are like unto water, for water in its natural course runs away from high places and hastens downwards. So in war, the way is to avoid what is strong and to strike at what is weak. Water shapes its course according to the nature of the ground over which it flows. The soldier works out his victory in relation to the foe whom he is facing. Therefore, just as water retains no constant shape, so in warfare there are no constant conditions. He who can modify his tactics in relation to his opponent and thereby succeed in winning may be called a heaven-born captain. The 5 elements, water, fire, wood, metal, earth, are not always equally predominant. The 4 seasons make way for each other in turn. There are short days and long. The moon has its periods of waning and waxing. Chapter 7, Maneuvering. Sun Tzu said, "In war, the general receives his commands from the sovereign. Having collected an army and concentrated his forces, he must blend and harmonize the different elements thereof before pitching his camp. After that comes tactical maneuvering, than which there is nothing more difficult. The difficulty of tactical maneuvering consists in turning the devious into the direct, and misfortune into gain. Thus, to take a long and circuitous route, after enticing the enemy out of the way, and though starting after him, to contrive to reach the goal before him, shows knowledge of the artifice of deviation. Maneuvering with an army is advantageous, with an undisciplined multitude most dangerous. If you set a fully equipped army in march in order to snatch an advantage, the chances are that you will be too late. On the other hand, to detach a flying column for the purpose involves the sacrifice of its baggage and stores. Thus, if you order your men to roll up their buff coats and make forced marches without halting day or night, covering double the usual distance at a stretch, doing 100 li in order to wrest an advantage, the leaders of all your 3 divisions will fall into the hands of the enemy. The stronger men will be in front, the jaded ones will fall behind, and on this plan only 1/10 of your army will reach its destination. If you march 50 li in order to outmaneuver the enemy, you will lose the leader of your 1st division, and only half your force will reach the goal. If you march 30 li with the same object, 2/3 of your army will arrive. We may take it then that an army without its baggage train is lost. Without provisions, it is lost. Without bases of supply, it is lost. We cannot enter into alliances until we are acquainted with the designs of our neighbors. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. We shall be unable to turn natural advantage to account unless we make use of local guides. In war, practice dissimulation, and you will succeed. Whether to concentrate or to divide your troops must be decided by circumstances. Let your rapidity be that of the wind, your compactness that of the forest. In raiding and plundering, be like fire, in immovability like a mountain. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. When you capture new territory, cut it up into allotments for the benefit of the soldiery. Ponder and deliberate before you make a move. He will conquer who has learnt the artifice of deviation. Such is the art of maneuvering. The Book of Army Management says, on the field of battle, the spoken word does not carry far enough, hence the institution of gongs and drums. Nor can ordinary objects be seen clearly enough, hence the institution of banners and flags. Gongs and drums, banners and flags, are means whereby the ears and eyes of the host may be focused on one particular point. The host thus forming a single united body, is it impossible either for the brave to advance alone, or for the cowardly to retreat alone. This is the art of handling large masses of men. In night fighting, then, make much use of signal fires and drums, and in fighting by day, of flags and banners, as a means of influencing the ears and eyes of your army. A whole army may be robbed of its spirit. A commander-in-chief may be robbed of his presence of mind. Now a soldier's spirit is keenest in the morning. By noonday it has begun to flag, and in the evening his mind is bent only on returning to camp. A clever general, therefore, avoids an army when its spirit is keen, but attacks it when it is sluggish and inclined to return. This is the art of studying moods, disciplined and calm to await the appearance of disorder and hubbub amongst the enemy. This is the art of retaining self-possession. To be near the goal while the enemy is still far from it, to wait at ease while the enemy is toiling and struggling, to be well fed while the enemy is famished. This is the art of husbanding one's strength. To refrain from intercepting an enemy whose banners are in perfect order, to refrain from attacking an army drawn up in calm and confident array. This is the art of studying circumstances. It is a military axiom not to advance uphill against the enemy, nor to oppose him when he comes downhill. Do not pursue an enemy who simulates flight. Do not attack soldiers whose temper is keen. Do not swallow bait offered by the enemy. Do not interfere with an army that is returning home. When you surround an army, leave an outlet free. Do not press a desperate foe too hard. Such is the art of warfare. Chapter 8, Variation in Tactics. Sun Tzu said, in war, the general receives his commands from the sovereign, collects his army, and concentrates his forces. When in difficult country, do not encamp. In country where high roads intersect, join hands with your allies. Do not linger in dangerously isolated positions. In hemmed-in situations, you must resort to stratagem. In desperate position, you must fight. There are roads which must not be followed, armies which must be not attacked, towns which must not be besieged, positions which must not be contested, commands of the sovereign which must not be obeyed. The general who thoroughly understands the advantages that accompany variation of tactics knows how to handle his troops. The general who does not understand these may be well acquainted with the configuration of the country, yet he will not be able to turn his knowledge to practical account. So the student of war, who is unversed in the art of war, of varying his plans, even though he be acquainted with the 5 advantages, will fail to make the best use of his men. Hence in the wise leader's plans, considerations of advantage and of disadvantage will be blended together. If our expectation of advantage be tempered in this way, we may succeed in accomplishing the essential part of our schemes.
Honestly.
If, on the other hand, in the midst of difficulties, we are always ready to seize an advantage, we may extricate ourselves from misfortune, reduce the hostile chiefs by inflicting damage on them, and make trouble for them and keep them constantly engaged. Hold out specious allurements and make them rush to any given point. The art of war teaches us to rely not on the likelihood of the enemy's not coming, but on our own readiness to receive him. Not on the chance of his not attacking, but rather on the fact that we have made our position unassailable. There are 5 dangerous faults which may affect a general. 1, recklessness, which leads to destruction. 2, cowardice, which leads to capture. 3, a hasty temper, which can be provoked by insults. 4, a delicacy of honor, which is sensitive to shame. 5, over-solicitude for his men, which exposes him to worry and trouble. These are the 5 besetting sins of a general, ruinous to the conduct of war. When an army is overthrown and its leader slain, the cause will surely be found among these 5 dangerous faults. Let them be a subject of meditation. Chapter 9, The Army on the March. Sun Tzu said, "We come now to the question of encamping the army and observing signs of the enemy. Pass quickly over mountains and keep in the neighborhood of valleys. Camp in high places facing the sun. Do not climb heights in order to fight. So much for mountain warfare. After crossing a river, you should get far away from it. When an invading force crosses a river in its onward march, do not advance to meet it in midstream. It will be best to let half the army get across, and then deliver your attack. If you are anxious to fight, you should not go to meet the invader near a river which he has to cross. Moor your craft higher up than the enemy and facing the sun. Do not move upstream to meet the enemy." So much for river warfare. In crossing salt marshes, your sole concern should be to get over them quickly without any delay. If forced to fight in a salt marsh, you should have water and grass near you, and get your back to a clump of trees. So much for operations in salt marshes. In dry, level country, take up an easily accessible position with rising ground to your right and on your rear, so that the danger may be in front, and safety lie behind. So much for campaigning in flat country. These are the 4 useful branches of military knowledge which enabled the Yellow Emperor to vanquish 4 several sovereigns. All armies prefer high ground to low and sunny places to dark. If you are careful of your men and camp on hard ground, the army will be free from disease of every kind, and this will spell victory. When you come to a hill or a bank, occupy the sunny side with the slope on your right rear. Thus, you will at once act for the benefit of your soldiers and utilize the natural advantages of the ground. When, in consequence of heavy rains up country, a river which you wish to ford is swollen and flecked with foam, you must wait until it subsides. Country in which there are precipitous cliffs with torrents running between, deep natural hollows, tangled thickets, quagmires, and crevasses, should be left with all possible speed and not approached. While we keep away from such places, we should get the enemy to approach them. While we face them, we should let the enemy have them on his rear. If in the neighborhood of your camp there should be any hilly country, ponds surrounded by aquatic grass, hollow basins filled with reeds, or woods with thick undergrowth, they must be carefully routed out and searched. For these are places where men in ambush or insidious spies are likely to be lurking. When the enemy is close at hand and remains quiet, he is relying on the natural strength of his position. When he keeps aloof and tries to provoke a battle, he is anxious for the other side to advance. If his place of encampment is easy of access, he is tendering a bait. Movement amongst the trees of a forest shows that the enemy is advancing. The appearance of a number of screens in the midst of thick grass means that the enemy wants to make us suspicious. The rising of birds in their flight is the sign of an ambuscade. Startled beasts indicate that a sudden attack is coming. When there is dust rising in a high column, it is the sign of chariots advancing. When the dust is low but spread over a wide area, it betokens the approach of infantry. When it branches out in different directions, it shows that parties have been sent to collect firewood. A few clouds of dust moving to and fro signify that the army is encamping. Humble words and increased preparations are signs that the enemy is about to advance. Violent language and driving forward as if to the attack are signs that he will retreat. When the light chariots come out first and take up a position on the wings, it is a sign that the enemy is forming for battle. Peace proposals unaccompanied by a sworn covenant indicate a plot. When there is much running about and the soldiers fall into rank, it means that the critical moment has come. When some are seen advancing and some retreating, it is a lure. When the soldiers stand leaning on their spears, they are faint from want of food. If those who are sent to draw water begin by drinking themselves, the army is suffering from thirst. If the enemy sees an advantage to be gained and makes no effort to secure it, the soldiers are exhausted. If birds gather on any spot, it is unoccupied. Clamor by night betokens nervousness. If there is disturbance in the camp, the general's authority is weak. If If the banners and flags are shifted about, sedition is afoot. If the officers are angry, it means that the men are weary. When an army feeds its horses with grain and kills its cattle for food, and when the men do not hang their cooking pots over the campfires, showing that they will not return to their tents, you may know that they are determined to fight to the death. The sight of men whispering together in small knots or speaking in subdued tones points to disaffection amongst the rank and file. Too frequent rewards signify that the enemy is at the end of his resources. Too many punishments betray a condition of dire distress. To begin by bluster, but afterwards to take fright at the enemy's numbers, shows a supreme lack of intelligence. When envoys are sent with compliments in their mouths, it is a sign that the enemy wishes for a truce. If the enemy's troops march up angrily and remain facing ours for a long time without either joining battle or taking themselves off again, the situation is one that demands great vigilance and circumspection. If our troops are no more in number than the enemy, that is amply sufficient. It only means that no direct attack can be made. What we can do is simply to concentrate all our available strength, keep a close watch on the enemy, and obtain reinforcements. He who exercises no forethought but makes light of his opponents is sure to be captured by them. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, then will be practically useless. If, when the soldiers have become attached to you, punishments are not enforced, they will still be useless. Therefore, soldiers must be treated in the first instance with humanity, but kept under control by means of iron discipline. This is a certain road to victory. If in training, soldiers' commands are habitually enforced, the army will be well disciplined. If not, its discipline will be bad. If a general shows confidence in his men but always insists on his orders being obeyed, the gain will be mutual. Chapter 10, Terrain. Sun Tzu said, "We may distinguish 6 kinds of terrain, to wit, 1. Accessible ground, 2. Entangling ground, 3. Temporizing ground, 4. Narrow passes, 5. Precipitous heights, 6. Positions at a great distance from the enemy. Ground which can be freely traversed by both sides is called accessible. With regard to ground of this nature, be before the enemy in occupying the raised and sunny spots, and carefully guard your line of supplies. Then you will be able to fight with advantage. Ground which can be abandoned, but is hard to reoccupy, is called entangling. From a position of this sort, if the enemy is unprepared, you may sally forth and defeat him. But if the enemy is prepared for your coming and you fail to defeat him, then, return being impossible, disaster will ensue. When the position is such that neither side will gain by making the first move, it is called temporizing ground. In a position of this sort, even though the enemy should offer us an attractive bait, it will be advisable not to stir forth, but rather to retreat, thus enticing the enemy in his turn. Then, when part of his army has come out, we may deliver our attack with advantage. With regard to narrow passes, if you can occupy them first, let them be strongly garrisoned and await the advent of the enemy. Should the army forestall you in occupying a pass, do not go after him if the pass is fully garrisoned, but only if it is weakly garrisoned. With regard to precipitous heights, if you are beforehand with your adversary, you should occupy the raised and sunny spots, and there wait for him to come up. If the enemy has occupied them before you, do not follow him, but retreat and try to entice him away. If you are situated at a great distance from the enemy, and the strength of the 2 armies is equal, it is not easy to provoke a battle, and fighting will be to your disadvantage. These 6 are the principles connected with Earth. The general who has attained a responsible post must be careful to study them. Now an army is exposed to 6 several calamities, not arising from natural causes, but from faults for which the general is responsible. These are 1. Flight, 2. Insubordination, 3. Collapse, 4. Ruin, 5. Disorganization, 6. Rout. Other conditions being equal, if one force is hurled against another 10 times its size, the result will be the flight of the former. When the common soldiers are too strong and their officers too weak, the result is insubordination. When the officers are too strong and the common soldiers too weak, the result is collapse. When the higher officers are angry and insubordinate, and on meeting the enemy, give battle on their own account from a feeling of resentment, before the commander-in-chief can tell whether or not he is in a position to fight. The result is ruin. When the general is weak and without authority, when his orders are not clear and distinct, when there are no fixed duties assigned to officers and men, and the ranks are formed in a slovenly, haphazard manner, the result is utter disorganization. When a general, unable to estimate the enemy's strength, allows an inferior force to engage a larger one, or hurls a weak detachment against a powerful one, and neglects to place picked soldiers in the front rank, the result must be rout. These are 6 ways of courting defeat, which must be carefully noted by the general who has attained a responsible post. The natural formation of the country is the soldier's best ally, but a power of estimating the adversary, of controlling the forces of victory, and of shrewdly calculating difficulties, dangers, and distances constitutes the test of a great general. He who knows these things, and in fighting puts his knowledge into practice, will win his battles. He who knows them not, nor practices them, will surely be defeated. If fighting is sure to result in victory, then you must fight, even though the ruler forbid it. If fighting will not result in victory, then you must not fight, even at the ruler's bidding. The general who advances without coveting fame and retreats without fearing disgrace, whose only thought is to protect his country and do good service for his sovereign, is the jewel of the kingdom. Regard your soldiers as your children, and they will follow you into the deepest valleys. Look upon them as your own beloved sons, and they will stand by you even unto death. If, however, you are indulgent, but unable to make your authority felt, kind-hearted, but unable to enforce your commands, and incapable, moreover, of quelling disorder, then your soldiers must be likened to spoiled children. They are useless for any practical purpose. If we know that our own men are in a condition to attack, but are unaware that the enemy is not open to attack, we have gone only halfway towards victory. If we know that the enemy is open to attack, but are unaware that our own men are not in a condition to attack, we have gone only halfway towards victory. If we know that the enemy is open to attack, and also know that our men are in a condition to attack, but are unaware that the nature of the ground makes fighting impracticable, we have still gone only halfway towards victory. Hence the experienced soldier, once in motion, is never bewildered. Once he has broken camp, he is never at a loss. Hence the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, your victory will not stand in doubt. If you know heaven and know earth, you may make your victory complete. Chapter 11, The 9 Situations. Sun Tzu said the art of war recognizes 9 varieties of ground. 1. Dispersive ground. 2. Facile ground. 3. Contentious ground. 4. Open ground. 5. Ground of intersecting highways. 6. Serious ground. 7. Difficult ground. 8. Hemmed-in ground. 9. Desperate ground. When a chieftain is fighting in his own territory, it is dispersive ground. When he has penetrated into hostile territory, but to no great distance, it is facile ground. Ground the possession of which imports great advantage to either side is contentious ground. Ground on which each side has liberty of movement is open ground. Ground which forms the key to 3 contiguous states, so that he who occupies it first has most of the empire at his command, is a ground of intersecting highways. When an army has penetrated into the heart of a hostile country, leaving a number of fortified cities in its rear, it is serious ground. Mountain forests, rugged steeps, marshes and fens, all country that is hard to traverse. This is difficult ground. Ground which is reached through narrow gorges, and from which we can only retire by tortuous paths, so that a small number of the enemy will suffice to crush a large body of our men. This is hemmed-in ground. Ground on which we can only be saved from destruction by fighting without delay is desperate ground. On dispersive ground, therefore, fight not. On facile ground, halt not. On contentious ground, attack not. On open ground, do not try to block the enemy's way. On the ground of intersecting highways, join hands with your allies. On serious ground, gather in plunder. In difficult ground, keep steadily on the march. On hemmed-in ground, resort to stratagem. On desperate ground, fight. Those who were called skillful leaders of old knew how to drive a wedge between the enemy's front and rear, to prevent cooperation between his large and small divisions, to hinder the good troops from rescuing the bad. the officers from rallying their men. When the enemy's men were united, they managed to keep them in disorder. When it was to their advantage, they made a forward move. When otherwise, they stopped still. If asked how to cope with a great host of the enemy in orderly array and on the point of marching to the attack, I should say, begin by seizing something which your opponent holds dear. Then he will be amenable to your will. Rapidity is the essence of war. Take advantage of the enemy's unreadiness. Make your way by unexpected routes, and attack unguarded spots. The following are the principles to be observed by an invading force. The further you penetrate into a country, the greater will be the solidarity of your troops, and thus the defenders will not prevail against you. Make forays in fertile country in order to supply your army with food. Carefully study the well-being of your men, and do not overtax them. Concentrate your energy and hoard your strength. Keep your army continually on the move and devise unfathomable plans. Throw your soldiers into positions whence there is no escape, and they will prefer death to flight. If they will face death, there is nothing they may not achieve. Officers and men alike will put forth their uttermost strength. Soldiers, when in desperate straits, lose the sense of fear. If there is no place of refuge, they will stand firm. If they are in hostile country, they will show a stubborn front. If there is no help for it, they will fight hard. Thus, without waiting to be marshaled, the soldiers will be constantly on the qui-vive. Without waiting to be asked, they will do your will. Without restrictions, they will be faithful. Without giving orders, they can be trusted. Prohibit the taking of omens, and do away with superstitious doubts. Then, until death itself comes, no calamity need be feared. If our soldiers are not overburdened with money, it is not because they have a distaste for riches. If their lives are not unduly long, it is not because they are disinclined to longevity. On the day they are ordered out to battle, your soldiers may weep, those sitting up bedewing their garments, and those lying down letting the tears run down their cheeks. But let them once be brought to bay, and they will display the courage of a Chu or a Kuei. The skillful tactician may be likened to the Shuai-Jan. Now, the Shuai-Jan is a snake that is found in the Chang Mountains. Strike at its head, and you will be attacked by its tail. Strike at its tail, and you will be attacked by its head. Strike at its middle, and you will be attacked by head and tail both. Asked if an army can be made to imitate the Shuai-Jan, I should answer, yes. For the men of Wu and the men of Yue are enemies. Yet if they are crossing a river in the same boat and are caught by a storm, they will come to each other's assistance, just as the left hand helps the right. Hence, it is not enough to put one's trust in the tethering of horses and the bearing of chariot wheels in the ground. The principle on which to manage an army is to set up one standard of courage which all must reach. How to make the best of both strong and weak, that is a question involving the proper use of ground. Thus, the skillful general conducts his army just as though he were leading a single man, willy-nilly, by the hand. It is the business of a general to be quiet, and thus ensure secrecy, upright and just, and thus maintain order. He must be able to mystify his officers and men by false reports and appearances, and thus keep them in total ignorance. By altering his arrangements and changing his plans, he keeps the enemy without definite knowledge. By shifting his camp and taking circuitous routes, he prevents the enemy from anticipating his purpose. At the critical moment, the leader of an army acts like one who has climbed up a height and then kicks away the ladder behind him. He carries his men deep into hostile territory before he shows his hand. He burns his boats and breaks his cooking pots like a shepherd driving a flock of sheep. He drives his men this way and that, and nothing knows whither he's going. To muster his host and bring it into danger. This may be termed the business of the general. The different measures suited to the 9 varieties of ground, the expediency of aggressive or defensive tactics, and the fundamental laws of human nature. These are things that must most certainly be studied. When invading hostile territory, the general principle is that penetrating deeply brings cohesion. Penetrating but a short way means dispersion. When you leave your own country behind and take your army across neighborhood territory, you find yourself on critical ground. When there are means of communication on all 4 sides, The ground is one of intersecting highways. When you penetrate deeply into a country, it is serious ground. When you penetrate but a little way, it is facile ground. When you have the enemy's strongholds on your rear and narrow passes in front, it is hemmed-in ground. When there is no place of refuge at all, it is desperate ground. Therefore, on dispersive ground, I would inspire my men with unity of purpose. On facile ground, I would see that there is close connection between all parts of my army. On contentious ground, I would hurry up my rear. On open ground, I would keep a vigilant eye on my defenses. On ground of intersecting highways, I would consolidate my alliances. On serious ground, I would try to ensure a continuous stream of supplies. On difficult ground, I would keep pushing on along the road. On hemmed-in ground, I would block any way of retreat. On desperate ground, I would proclaim to my soldiers the hopelessness of saving their lives, for it is the soldier's disposition to offer an obstinate resistance when surrounded, to fight hard when he cannot help himself, and to obey promptly when he has fallen into danger. We cannot enter into alliance with neighboring princes until we are acquainted with their designs. We are not fit to lead an army on the march unless we are familiar with the face of the country, its mountains and forests, its pitfalls and precipices, its marshes and swamps. We shall be unable to turn natural advantages to account unless we make use of local guides. To be ignored of any one of the following 4 or 5 principles does not befit a warlike prince. When a warlike prince attacks a powerful state, his generalship shows itself in preventing the concentration of the enemy's forces. He overawes his opponents, and their allies are prevented from joining against him. Hence, he does not strive to ally himself with all and sundry, nor does he foster the power of other states. He carries out his own secret designs, keeping his antagonists in awe. Thus, he is able to capture their cities and overthrow their kingdoms, bestow rewards without regard to rule, issue orders without regard to previous arrangements, and you will be able to handle a whole army as though you had to do with but a single man. Confront your soldiers with the deed itself. Never let them know your design. When the outlook is bright, bring it before their eyes. Tell them nothing when the situation is gloomy. Place your army in deadly peril and it will survive. Plunge it into desperate straits, and it will come off in safety. For it is precisely when a force has fallen into harm's way that is capable of striking a blow for victory. Success in warfare is gained by carefully accommodating ourselves to the enemy's purpose. By persistently hanging on the enemy's flank, we shall succeed in the long run in killing the commander-in-chief. This is called ability to accomplish a thing by sheer cunning. On the day that you take up your command, block the frontier passes, destroy the official tally, and stop the passage of all emissaries. Be stern in the council chamber. If the enemy leaves a door open, you must rush in. Forestall your opponent by seizing what he holds dear, and subtly contrive to time his arrival on the ground. Walk in the path defined by rule, and accommodate yourself to the enemy until you can fight a decisive battle. At first, then, exhibit the coyness of a maiden until the enemy gives you an opening. Afterwards, emulate the rapidity of a running hare, and it will be too late for the enemy to oppose you. Chapter 12. The Attack by Fire. Sun Tzu said, "There are 5 ways of attacking with fire. The first is to burn soldiers in their camp. The second is to burn stores. The third is to burn baggage trains. The fourth is to burn arsenals and magazines. The fifth is to hurl dropping fire amongst the enemy. In order to carry out an attack, we must have means available. The material for raising fire should always be kept in readiness. There is a proper season for making attacks with fire, and special days for starting a conflagration. The proper season is when the weather is very dry. The special days are those when the moon is in the constellations of the sieve, the wall, the wing, or the crossbar. For these 4 are all days of rising wind. In attacking with fire, one should be prepared to meet 5 possible developments. 1. When fire breaks out inside to enemy's camp, respond at once with an attack from without. 2. If there's an outbreak of fire, but the enemy's soldiers remain quiet, bide your time and do not attack. 3. When the force of the flames has reached its height, follow it up with an attack if that's practicable. If not, stay where you are. 4. If it is possible to make an assault with fire from without, do not wait for it to break out within, but deliver your attack at a favorable moment. 5. When you start a fire, be to windward of it. Do not attack from the leeward. A wind that rises in the daytime lasts long, but a night breeze soon falls. In every army, the 5 developments connected with fire must be known, the movements of the stars calculated, and a watch kept for the proper days. Hence those who use fire as an aid to the attack show intelligence. Those who use water as an aid to the attack gain an accession of strength. By means of water, an enemy may be intercepted but not robbed of all his belongings. Unhappy is the fate of one who tries to win his battles and succeed in his attacks without cultivating the spirit of enterprise, for the result is waste of time and general stagnation. Hence the saying, the enlightened ruler lays his plans well ahead. The good general cultivates his resources. Move not unless you see an advantage. Use not your troops unless there is something to be gained. Fight not unless the position is critical. No ruler should put troops into the field merely to gratify his own spleen. No general should fight a battle simply out of pique. If it is to your advantage, make a forward move. If not, stay where you are. Anger may in time change to gladness. Vexation may be succeeded by content. But a kingdom that has once been destroyed can never come again into being, nor can the dead ever be brought back to life. Hence the enlightened ruler is heedful, and the good general full of caution. This is the way to keep a country at peace and an army intact. Chapter 13, the use of spies. Sun Tzu said raising a host of 100,000 men and marching them great distances entails heavy loss on the people and a drain on the resources of the state. The daily expenditure will amount to 1,000 ounces of silver. There will be commotion at home and abroad, and men will drop down exhausted on the highways. As many as 700,000 families will be impeded in their labor. Hostile armies may face each other for years, striving for the victory which is decided in a single day. This being so, to remain in ignorance of the enemy's condition simply because one grudges the outlay of 100 ounces of silver in honors and emoluments is the height of inhumanity. One who acts thus is no leader of men, no present help to his sovereign, no master of victory. Thus, what enables the wise sovereign and the good general to strike and conquer and achieve things beyond the reach of ordinary men is foreknowledge. Now, this foreknowledge cannot be elicited from spirits. It cannot be obtained inductively from experience, nor by any deductive calculation. Knowledge of the enemy's dispositions can only be obtained from other men. Hence the use of spies, of whom there are 5 classes. 1. Local spies. 2. Inward spies. 3. Converted spies. 4. Doomed spies. 5. Surviving spies. When these 5 kinds of spy are all at work, none can discover the secret system. This is called divine manipulation of the threads. It is the sovereign's most precious faculty. Having local spies means employing the services of the inhabitants of a district. Having inward spies, making use of officials of the enemy. Having converted spies, getting hold of the enemy's spies and using them for our own purposes. Having doomed spies, doing certain things openly for purposes of deception and allowing our spies to know of them and report them to the enemy. Surviving spies, finally, are those who bring back news from the enemy's camp. Hence it is that which none in the whole army are more intimate relations to be maintained than with spies. None should be more liberally rewarded. In no other business should greater secrecy be preserved. Spies cannot be usefully employed without a certain intuitive sagacity. They cannot be properly managed without benevolence and straightforwardness. Without subtle ingenuity of mind, one cannot make certain of the truth of their reports. Be subtle, and use your spies for every kind of business. If a secret piece of news is divulged by a spy before the time is ripe, he must be put to death together with the man to whom the secret was told. Whether the object be to crush an army, to storm a city, or to assassinate an individual, it is always necessary to begin by finding out the names of the attendants, the aides-de-camp and doorkeepers and sentries of the general in command. Our spies must be commissioned to ascertain these. The enemy's spies who have come to spy on us must be sought out, tempted with bribes, led away and comfortably housed. Thus they will become converted spies and available for our service. It is through the information brought by the converted spy that we are able to acquire and employ local and inward spies. It is owing to his information again that we can cause the doomed spy to carry false tidings to the enemy. Lastly, it is by his information that the surviving spy can be used on appointed occasions. The end and aim of spying in all its 5 varieties is knowledge of the enemy, and this knowledge can only be derived in the first instance from the converted spy. Hence, it is essential that the converted spy be treated with the utmost liberality. Of old, the rise of the Yin dynasty was due to Ichi, who had served under the Xia. Likewise, the rise of the Chou dynasty was due to Liu Ya, who had served under the Yin. Hence, it is only the enlightened ruler and the wise general who will use the highest intelligence of the army for purposes of spying, and thereby they achieve great results. Spies are a most important element in water, because on them depends on an army's ability to move.
Space. Space? What is space? Why do I have to wear a spacesuit? That is so formal. Too cold? Not a problem. I'll just put on a jacket. Why does everyone say you can't go faster than the speed of light? It's super simple. You just go the speed of light, and then you push on the accelerator a little more. Oh no, not the sun. The water will put it out. Hey Alexa, play Who Let the Dogs Out.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't
Alexa,
do that.
play the thing.
Despacito
No.
remix
Alexa,
by Luis Fonsi
play
and
Who
Daddy
Let the
Yankee.
Dog... Ah ha ha. Now I will be able to get all the best news. Yeah, you should have closed your curtains. Ooh, I wonder what's in there.
Sorry.
Oh, hey, how you doing, little fella? Oh, I think he's just sleeping. Aha! I knew it was fake the whole time. All this and more on this episode of In the...
Space.
Space. What do you know about space?
What do not a lot.
Okay, let's start at the very beginning.
Oh.
Not the beginning of the universe.
Oh.
The beginning of how people thought space was.
Oh, yeah, so the history of space. Okay, yeah.
So we've got flat Earth, right? Now there's going to be a whole bunch of people in the comments that go, oh, actually, they've known that the Earth was round since the Greeks. We know, everybody knows. No one thinks you're smart, shut up. But there were plenty of societies that did think that the world was flat. Yeah, I saw this in a lecture once, or I overheard it on the bus, or something. But this is how it goes. You've got like this circular flat Earth, right? And then you've got land in the middle. They call this area the Mediterranean, because that's the middle land, right? It's right in the center. And then past the land, you've got water. Now, all that water is mostly fine, but if you go a little further out, there's a lot more water, like a shitload more water. These disc maps you see are not to scale. It goes way further out. But if you try to traverse them, what will happen is sea monsters, right? They'll destroy your ship. Easy. And you can tell that sea monsters are real because once in a while you get some weird thing that washes up to shore. If somehow you make it past the sea monsters, you encounter mud.
Just mud?
It's flat mud, and it mixes with the land, so you can no longer pass by it in a boat. So you can try to walk across it, but it's basically like quicksand, you know, you just straight into it. But somehow, if you manage to traverse this plain of mud, which is even larger than the ocean itself, it would start to get colder and colder. And eventually that mud becomes frozen, and then it turns to ice, and then it's just cold nothingness for far, far longer than all the oceans. And then eventually you come to a big mountain range. And this mountain range goes right round the Earth. And it is the thing that at the very top holds up the filament, which is the thing that encompasses the stars.
So the mountains go up and then it like holds the star canopy above the Earth.
It holds up the heavens.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Space. Survival. Survival? Who is this Survival? Does he have the latest survival tips? Look here, I've made a makeshift shirt out of a pair of pants. When disaster strikes, you must learn to survive if you want to survive. And sometimes, staying alive takes extreme measures. Now, the trick to this one is... Get back! Can't you see I have to preserve the species? All this and more on this episode of In the... Samito, I sentence you to life in prison for the crime of being too sexy.
I knew being horny on Twitter would catch up to me eventually, god damn it.
I'm just kidding, it's tax fraud.
Fuck!
So, you're now in prison. The roughest, toughest bad boy in prison walks up to you and he goes, "What's your name, cadet?" What do you do?
You don't know my name? You don't know who I am? You're asking my name?
I smacked you to the ground.
My name? But my face is now on the ground. You don't know my name? And I just keep doing that until they put me in the psych ward. My immediate thought would be, you gotta befriend the biggest guy there.
I don't reckon you go to the biggest guy and you punch him in the mouth. That's stupid, unless you are also one of the biggest guys.
Even if you are one of the biggest guys, if you're the biggest dude in a prison, I imagine you've now also got ties with everybody else.
So 3 of the biggest guys are gonna now show up and shank you while you're asleep.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid.
So instead, what you do is walk up to the roughest, toughest guy in town and you give him a big kiss on the lips.
Exactly.
Consider us friends.
I'm here to play ball.
Okay, let's say big prison guy comes up to you and he goes, "Samito, you looking pretty cute.
Oh, thanks, man.
You're my new boyfriend now."
Oh, hell yeah. Can I be the top?
Can I be the top?
And then just hope for the best at that point, I guess.
Like, that's great. Yeah, he's such a selfish lover. I can't stand it.
You're at VidCon, and I, for whatever reason, go, "Hey, yo, internet historian!"
Holy fuck, yes. So I would turn around with everyone else and be like, where? But I'd have to do it in America. Oh, where? Awesome. There's no main channel anymore.
So let's just say you walk up to me and you go, "Hey, Sumeto." And I'm like, "Hey, haven't seen you in a while." But then the dude next to us goes, "Internet historian? Are you the internet historian?" And then suddenly everybody in a 360 around us turns and sees you.
Honestly, I think I would just take off running.
So proud of this community.
No, wait. Okay, you're in VidCon. Fan comes up to you. "Oh, Samito, I love your stuff. Like and subscribe and all that. I love your catchphrase. Whammy."
You know how I say. Thanks for watching, guys. Whammy.
I just wanna... And then they just start crying. They're like inconsolably crying. Right, what do you do now?
That's a Sumeto Media subscriber. You gotta be a pro. I start crying with them.
Okay, it's now been 15 minutes of abject wailing.
Inconsolably. Oh yeah, I'm on the floor. Wah, wah.
It's just 2 people, just like making a scene.
Any real Sumeto Media fan would join me on the floor. Yo, was that fucking Sumeto? Oh, I gotta join in. There'd be 30 or 40 of us, middle of the VidCon floor.
To be that vulnerable.
So, you're at VidCon. You've just shit yourself, and you're about to get out the door, and then you suddenly hear in this sense, "Samito! Samito, come here! We've just formed a breakdancing circle. It's your turn."
Oh, man.
What do you do?
I'm walking up to you. "Hey, internet historian, what's up, clean shorts, huh?" And then I just take off my shorts and everybody can see. Like, "Yeah, you can't dance like me, Mr. Clean Short." And now everybody's making fun of you.
I just start inconsolably crying.
I would walk up to the biggest, toughest, crying internet historian and just kiss him on the lips. So...
You're on a plane. The plane is going down. Uh-oh, Samito.
Oh, no.
What do you do?
As the plane is falling, I would just wait until we're about to crash into the ground, and I would just jump up really hard, and then boom, I'd just be alive.
Perfect. There I was. I'm getting on this flight, and I sit down on my seat.
Sure.
I have my carry-on bag. I put that on the floor. Everything's going normally. There's a lady sitting next to me. She's sort of like my age, and exchange pleasantries. And then I pick up the bag and I put it on my lap.
Right.
Looking for my, I don't know, phone, whatever. And I put the bag back down on the floor. And then I look down, and what has happened is someone has left a fucking candy bar on the floor, and it has gotten on the bottom of the bag, and now it is on the front of my lap.
Oh.
And so it looks like I have shit all over the front of my pants.
As you do, yeah, that's embarrassing.
And now it's like, well, okay, I've engaged this person who's sitting next to me in conversation, and I can't have them look over and notice that I've got, like, shit on the front of my pants.
Disgusting!
Right.
I've got to acknowledge this somehow. I think, okay, maybe I'll be frustrated, but also laugh to myself, ha 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 ha. She sort of turns over and, oh my god, there's chocolate all over the front of my pants.
Right.
I even, like, lifted the bag. Yep, there it is. Trying to be casual about it.
Right.
And then she's very helpful, right? She turns to me, she goes, oh, do you want some water to clean it off? And so she's got this big open bottle. I was like, actually, yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Sure.
But I don't know, I was just kind of nervous. So I just thought, yeah, this makes sense. So I started pouring some of the water from the water bottle onto the front of my crotch. And I'm like, I'm not thinking. Like, I don't have any tissues. I don't have anything.
The water hit your balls and you're just like, wait a second.
And it all dawned on me. I could have just gone to the bathroom and sorted the problem out in private.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Of course I could. Why am I still sitting in this chair? And that becomes instantly funny to me. Uh-oh, I can't hide this. This is like I'm crying with laughter, and I don't know how to express, because part of the joke is the fact that I'm awkward.
Right.
And so there's no way to express what's so funny to her. And so I just look like this psycho. So we politely ignored each other for the rest of the flight. Anyway, the point of why I'm telling you this story is because at one point we flew through a storm. It's incredible. It's like seeing something of such a scale and power that you realize exactly in that moment how not only fragile you are, but insignificant.
Right.
And it must be what it's like to be an astronaut and see Earth from the moon.
Right.
It was like this, except it was darker and angry looking than that. It was like...
Yeah, it's crazy.
Dozens of them every second, all over. Like, I'd never had that experience of just the sheer... fuck.
Yeah, it's nuts, yeah.
And in that moment, it felt as though the world could be ending.
I saw this TikTok where this dude had a pair of shorts, and the back pockets of the shorts were exactly the same as the front pockets. Instead of being flat, they were just like angled off to the side. So like if you accidentally pissed yourself, you could just flip the shorts around and then no one would know.
Think about what you're saying right now, man. How would I have shit the front of my pants?
It's such a beautiful contrast between this story. Let me see it. Let me see the shorts. NordVPN renewed the contract.
Yeah, but he's dead.
I have an idea, but it's gonna take a lot of Photoshop. Upgrading. 4 months free with a 2-year plan. Uploading international Netflix catalog. Installing. A huge saving on a 2-year plan. Why not? Integrating savings with region-specific pricing. So good. Oh my god, so much money saved today. It's all coming back to me now. I remember everything.
You're not done yet, Nord man. You can die when you're finished.
You're right. I've still got work to do. Excuse me. Do you have Nord? Get Nord. Fuck you, buddy. Click the link in the description. Fuck you, Kip Nord. It's risk-free with Nord.
My god. He's back.
NordVPN.com/incognito.
So, you're in an apartment building. You realize there's a zombie apocalypse, so you hop onto your elevator. The second that you hit the button, the cable snaps.
Oh my god.
You're in a free fall.
Yup.
You have maybe 8 seconds to think. Survival instincts, go.
So we'd be falling, right? I'd spot at the top, oh my god, there's like a vent.
Right.
And so I'd get out my pocket knife and I'd start... using the knife part to like undo the screws.
Okay.
I'll do it real quick, you know.
Yeah, you've only got 8 seconds, so you gotta be fast.
Before I jumped out though, I'd press all the buttons.
Right.
And then that way, like, the doors would be opening as the elevator is falling past the doors. And then I'll be climbing up on the outside of the elevator, right? Just before we hit the ground, I'll wait for one of these doors to open, and then I'll just snap right through, do an action roll.
Excellent.
And then land on my feet. No problem.
Congratulations. You have made it to the lobby. However, fungal-type zombie invasion.
Oh my god.
You have bumped into Herstoриan. If you breathe in this fungal infection, you will die. What is the most effective way for you to keep your breathing clear so that you don't turn into the Last of Us style zombie?
Okay, maybe you rip a sleeve off your shirt or something and you wrap it around your face, but before you wrap it around your face, you pee on it.
I will say that there is a reason I picked Herstoриan.
Oh, you take a bra and you cut it in half.
A bra, because of the tremendous amount of elastic, can be forged into a much thicker and more effective face mask than any sort of t-shirt would allow you to use.
Oh, that's neat. The problem is Herstoриan has like triple J's, and so it's
absolute anime.
It's just gonna go all the way on top of my head, yeah. What you could also do, if it's a fungus problem, I always keep some athlete's foot cream in my jacket pocket.
Absolute immunity. Perfect.
Yeah, I would probably just cover my whole body with it. I love this. I love everything about this. Just imagine you are here to steal, but you don't want them to know that, so you've got to act casual.
Of course.
You've got to act more casual than you've ever been in your entire life.
Just go in and act casual like you buy them all the time.
Yeah, I suppose I'm just looking left and right. How's it going, man? Alright, so just putting it on, right? Keep the hands free. And then inch towards the mirror near the door.
Why is there a table filled with board games that take a very long time to buy jewelry?
Hey, you want a game of Kaplunk while I decide?
Hey, I need an engagement ring and Stratego. Just buying a gold chain and my Adidas flip-flops.
He knows he doesn't have the money for this thing. His heart is racing. He probably doesn't know what to say. Here we go. He's probably counting down in his fucking head. He's probably going 3, 2, 1.
Whoop.
This guy like barely looks.
Take a look at that Sonic 3 style wind up he does.
No, it's locked. I love this. Why didn't he come in and go, oh, and then just like test it by opening it back up?
Do you think he gets arrested? Do you think the guy just takes the Nexus back and go, dude, just fuck off? Like, this is, you're so bad, just fuck off.
You still want to play Mousetrap, right? Oh, wah. There he is going to court.
I mean, what do you think was going to happen?
Alright, what would you do? Thank you for coming into this jewelry store.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I try on this necklace, by the way?
No problem. Let me secure it fastly to your neck with a padlock.
Oh, wow. The doors are locked. You really keep the doors locked?
Oh, yeah, I know. We keep
doors
them
locked. I left
yeah.
my umbrella outside. Thought I could just run out and grab the umbrella.
Yeah, that's no problem. No, I'll grab the umbrella for you.
Yeah, sure.
You say right here.
Yeah, I'll stay here.
Right here. I am backing up to the door while still keeping perfect line of sight with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am never losing my gaze as I am inching over to... Alright, I got the umbrella.
Thank you.
Back in the door. I'm
okay,
back in the door.
Yeah, you're back in the door. Cool. What can I help you?
Here's the umbrella.
Appreciate it. What can I help you with today?
That necklace... Wait, what?
Yeah, this necklace? Yeah, absolutely. It's $2,500. If you want to try it on, feel free. Let me know if you'll be
you
ready.
owe me $2,500.
What are you I'm on this side of the counter. You just went out to get the umbrella, buddy.
I saw you jump over.
I work here. I'm allowed to jump over. Listen, do you want to see the necklace or not? Tell you what, for you, best price, $1,500.
If this is something I can buy, how come it's padlocked to your neck?
Honestly, you're being a little bit hostile right now. I'm going to unlock the door. I'm going to give you one chance to get out of here before I call the cops, okay?
Fine, but I'm keeping the umbrella.
When I was in Bangladesh, guys would just walk around holding hands.
Oh.
I'd look at my cousin and I'd be like, yo, isn't it like way not okay to be gay here? Yeah, it's like way not okay. Like they would beat you in the streets for it. It's like totally not all right.
Right.
And I'm like, well, what's with those dudes? And he's like, well, they're not gay, obviously. What do you mean, obviously? They're holding hands. He's like, yeah, but like in a straight way. Like if it was in a gay way, like they wouldn't be doing it all this openly, right?
I sure hope they're making out in a straight way. Did your cousin reach out his hand and like try to hold yours?
He did do that a few times, but I was not comfortable with it.
Really?
Yeah, you hold hands with your mate.
Do you kind of like swing your arms as you're walking?
Yes.
Kind of like you're skipping through a meadow?
Yes. Weirdly, stuff like that is normalized because it's like, well, of course you're not gay.
You are gay.
Okay, so if it's completely straight, I kind of don't understand the purpose of it.
That's where I got lost as well, because I was like, if it's not a romantic thing, what the fuck are we doing? Two dudes holding hands, 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
Are you holding it like this, or are you interlocking fingers?
Either or. I don't think that makes a difference.
Is it gay to just hold pinkies?
Probably not.
Or is it like, no, this is masculine, like you're gripping on firmly to a baguette?
No, not at all. I do think it's interesting that, like, holding hands with a guy is perfectly socially acceptable, but holding hands with a woman would be too much of a public display of affection.
Yeah.
It's a wonky world.
You had your hand like this, and then your mate comes along and he's got one finger. He just puts his finger like right through the hole.
I can't imagine. So long as the thing that's going through that fist is someone else's hand, I think you're fine.
Well, the problem with slow-moving zombies is they're just too easy. You just barricade the house, go to the second floor, and then kick the ladder down. And so they have to kind of manufacture stupidity into the scenario in order for anything to happen. Because otherwise you just go,
Coral!
Maybe you do it as a reality show. So you go, here are the zombies. They are paid actors, of course, so don't go attacking them.
Sure.
Survive for 2 weeks. If they fake bite you, then you're out.
So it's tag. Okay, yeah.
Creative reality TV show out. Samito, more suggestions.
A game where it's like 12 contestants, 6 women, 6 men. One of the men is a virgin, one of the females is a virgin. And the goal, who is the virgin?
Oh, no, but it's too easy. Like, I'd go to each of the guys and go, all right, fellas, have you still got your foreskins? All right, there you go. I can tell which one the virgin is. Oh, I lost mine.
I think I might have one. We call it Chastity House.
Okay.
Where nobody's allowed to jerk off or have sex.
Right.
That's basically it.
Okay, I've got another one.
What do you got?
But instead of like no sex, no wiping.
Brilliant.
So you can go number 2. But she's not allowed to clean up the area.
Oh man, what would you even do? When it rains, everybody would just be hanging out outside.
What if you set it up like the Truman Show? What you've got is this pre-built house, but there's actually walkways within the walls. So people, like producers and stuff, are within the walls.
Okay.
And it's called gaslighting. And all you do is just gaslight the shit out of the person. They put their toothbrush down, and then they leave the bedroom, and because the whole thing is surveilled, a producer then comes out of a secret door, moves their toothbrush slightly, and then goes back into the wall. And then you just see how long the person can get by without just going fucking mad.
I like it. That would
12
be...
contestants.
Okay.
It is a physical challenge like those Japanese...
Obstacle courses? Ninja?
Yes,
whatever?
yes, but
Okay.
11 of them are actors. Every week, just one of them pretends to get horrifically injured.
Okay.
And then you just see how long it takes for this one guy who's not in on it to refuse to do the obstacle course. Okay, at some point we're gonna have to get off reality television.
I don't think we do.
I'm gonna throw in one for a game show as well.
Okay.
I reckon it's something like... it's Wheel of Fortune.
Okay.
But it's nothing but racial slurs.
Brilliant.
And then at the end, like if you want to win the money, you have to say it out loud with an angry invective.
Can we get a G? 2 G's. Did you want to take a shot at the answer?
No.
All right, we're spinning for the 58th time.
Oh, fuck. All right, it's been 5 weeks and nobody's claimed the big prize.
Okay, today's category is another racial slur.
All right.
Here's the survival situation. You're at the end of a YouTube video and we can't think of an outro.
What I do
is
I just press the stop record button. This video is made possible by NordVPN. Architecture. Architecture. What's the deal with architecture? Why do they call them buildings when they're no longer in construction? They should be called builts. And why do they always use that blue paper for plans? And why is nobody outside? And why can't I get into this house? And why are they calling the cops? And why won't the voices in my head stop? And who gave me this gun? All this and more on this episode of In the Quarantine. Did you hear about that building? What had all the reflective bits on it, and then it caused some fires?
What the fuck? No.
Okay, here's how I remember the story goes. There was a guy, his name was Frank Gehry, and he was commissioned to make like a new opera house, I think it was. So he goes, you know what? I'm gonna make this thing that actually looks like a big piece of shit. It's all made out of glass, stainless steel, or concrete. Right. Those are the three ingredients they know how to bake a cake with now.
Right.
So he made this thing, and it looks like a big crumpled up piece of paper. What they didn't realize is they didn't take into account, well, there's this massive ball of plasma in the sky that seems to shine a lot.
The moon.
The moon.
How many vending machines are on the moon, Smet? Shut up.
Over one per person.
Fucking love vending machines.
And it can reflect, right? Those beams just shoot off in the other direction.
Right.
And sometimes they strike other buildings. So, you know, you'll be in the 20th floor and all of a sudden you're getting this big bright light in your eye. Oh, God.
Right.
It's Frank Gehry's building. It's coming right through the window. And then sometimes it would concentrate a ray like right down on someone's parked car.
Right.
There's some good images where there's like people's parked cars and they've just got, like, it looks like a death ray.
Holy shit.
Burnt right over the top.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I thought so.
I hope that's true.
I do too. After the recording, I looked into it, and it was not. It's in an Italian city called Pisa.
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Torre Pendente de Pisa.
Oh, the tower is situated behind the Pisa Cathedral and is the third oldest structure in the city's cathedral square.
The tower began to lean during construction in the 12th century due to soft ground.
This is a weird one because it's one of those things that you're not actually allowed to fix. So you've got to stop it from falling over. We have the technology to fix it. We could fix the Tower of Pisa.
Right.
We could lay down a concrete slab underneath it, no problem.
Right.
But you're not allowed to because that ruins all of its prestige.
Nobody would ever visit.
Exactly. It's no longer the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
I'm going to be the architect who built the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Okay.
I come home to my mother, played by you, and reveal that it didn't go exactly as according to plan. Okay? Mama, I'm back home from building my Tower of Pisa.
Come in. There's dinner on the table.
Oh, fantastic. My favorite. Spaghetti and meatballs. Listen, Mama, I know you want to be proud of your son.
Lasagna.
I know you want to be proud of your son, but I got something to tell you.
Oh, yeah, I know it's about the tower, how well it stands. I know how much you like vertical towers and things to go straight up in the air.
Listen, Mama, it's not all about...
I know you're always talking about how things should go straight up and down, just like your personality, straight up and down.
Mama, listen, not all towers need to be straight up and down.
What are you talking about, Guillermo? I
gotta be my own man, Ma. We can't just keep doing what Dad did. My tower, it's
What's wrong with it?
It's leaning a little bit. It's, something to the tune of maybe 5 degrees.
On purpose?
Well, I mean, when we built it, I thought the ground was hard. You put your foot down, you hear the taps. But listen, they say they're gonna call it the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Mama.
I'm very disappointed in you, son. I'm gonna be honest. I'm taking this lasagna and I'm putting it back in the pantry.
But Mama, the tomato sauce is perfect.
Stupid.
I don't know what we're doing anymore. Like, imagine like you and me got into a fight,
right?
And I moved in next door, and I knocked down whatever shed was there prior,
right?
And I tell them, hey, I'm gonna build myself an apartment.
Yeah.
But I have an architecture do it, and it's just like a big reflective satellite dish, just right into your fucking bedroom, just right where the head of your pillow is.
Yeah.
Could they stop me from doing that? Like, it's my property, right? What am I? Oh, I have to worry about the sun? No, fuck that. I'm just gonna build my house, which is a satellite dish.
Yeah, you probably can't. You'd probably have a difficult time getting permission from the council.
Well, they wouldn't know. They're gonna factor in the reflection of the sun. Fucking Disney didn't.
Put big radioactive stickers all over them.
Right.
Just to make them know.
Just one giant bird feeder. They have nothing but just pigeons within 4 miles just swooping in and out of the fucking yard, yeah.
That's probably legal.
Oh.
And you could just have like all of your neighbors are just covered in shit. Zaha Hadid.
Right. Mother of Bella Hadid. That's not true. That's probably not true.
Maybe he didn't. Something.
A lot of these look. I mean, I think a lot of these are just different angles of the same building, but her stuff looks pretty good from this initial Google search.
Do you know how difficult it would be to clean some of this stuff?
Yeah, especially since they made it all white.
I know it kind of looks cool, but at the same time, I kind of hate this stuff. This looks to me, although it does look modern, it looks to me like a Matchbox race car track.
Yeah, it looks like you could slide down the side of one of these, yeah.
This is a fantastic design for, say, a luxury cruise ship.
Yeah.
But as a building, looks like shit. How do I get in the front door? I don't know. Just keep walking around and around and around until you find one gap.
No windows, by the way? Or like little peeking windows on this one?
This just seems like a bad haircut.
Johnny Bravo.
And look, they've built it on top of this beautiful building down here.
Yeah, this isn't exactly what we meant by adding a modern addition to these rather old-looking buildings. People need to come to us for ideas, man. That's what I'm saying.
They do. I'm tired. You know what? I've got another idea as well. Have you ever seen the center of Australia?
I haven't seen Australia outside of Roadrunner cartoons.
This is outrageous. Livable, uninhabitable, wasteland, nothing.
Looks like Mars.
It basically is, but like way hotter. If you're stuck here, you'd need to go underground.
Why? Because it's too hot on the surface?
Yeah, you'd end up with regularly 45-degree days.
Quietly translates that to Fahrenheit. Oh, whoa, that's crazy hot.
Yeah, it's a desert, but you look at this, right? And there's an obvious solution to the problem.
Skyscrapers?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. You start digging a big fuck-off channel, and you go like from there to there, and then you just let water flow right through the middle. And the only reason they don't do that, because of all these people who are like, well, there's a desert lizard, and it would be quite disturbed if you dug up some of the sand.
It's probably accurate.
We're all residing in like 4 cities.
Right.
Because they're the only places you can live in this desert continent. But if you just made a big channel and made this arable land, we could all spread out. And we're the same size as the continental USA. We could be the next USA. We could fit another 100 million people there. Why don't they do it? The lizards.
What do you reckon that would cost? Geological disturbation aside, neither one of those were real words. What do you reckon that would cost? Like a communal effort?
Okay, you could certainly compare it to the Panama Canal. $375 million. That's cheap.
That's including 10 million paid to Panama and 40 million paid to the French company. So assuming that Australia did this themselves, you could actually knock 50 million off that price.
Australia logistically is a lot easier than Panama, and you don't have to work through, you know, any of the corrupt government systems. We have all of the machinery here. We're a massive mining exporter.
Oh.
So we can just dig these channels, you know.
In my head, I was picturing like a Call of Duty airstrike through the entire thing. That we would have done in like, 4 days or something. We definitely wouldn't be able to keep the lizards after that, I guess.
We'll overestimate, right? So 3,000 divided by 80, which is kilometers for the Panama Canal. 37.5 times 375 million equals 14 billion. That is so cheap.
Think about the fucking internet historian theme park we could fucking put together with all this newly found inhabitable land now.
It's a slide, and it starts at 80 Mile Beach.
And it ends at the hospital.
Why don't they do it? The lizards. When are they going to give this thing windows? That's what I want to know.
What's it running currently? I gotta stop making that joke.
So we'd give it some windows. We could also add
an octagon at the base for UFC fights. It's already a giant cage.
The only rules are there are no rules. If you added some curtains.
Oh, look at that.
And then it's like, right, 6 p.m., close the drapes.
Right.
And then you know that the Eiffel Tower is shut.
Yeah.
Everyone inside can get some sleep. Next one, Frank Geary.
This guy.
Geary.
This is the one everybody would know.
This is one of, dude, this isn't check, I've seen it.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's kind of neat.
I mean, his whole thing is just sort of like Wonka-esque buildings, right? If you plan this in advance, is it particularly tough to take a normal-looking building and just sort of give it italics?
I mean, I guess that one's kind of cool. It's cool for the novelty, I guess.
I mean, if you stuck all these in the same city, it would just kind of feel like an amusement park.
Hold on, we can design one of these.
I reckon you could do a lot just by sharpening all the curves.
Okay, so if we took this and then maybe curved.
Right.
Get rid of the black and then another one.
Right.
And we have right here the new Frank Gehry building.
I mean, that's pretty spot on.
Is there anything you want to add to it?
Well, it's gotta have a 5G antenna.
Of course,
I mean,
of course.
It's not modern without that, you know?
900 million.
That's a bargain if you think about it,
Mm.
considering that it took 4 cars to make.
Mm.
I think you should go to architecture school. We could use you here in the States. All of our buildings are boring.
Ad time. On YouTube, NordVPN is known as one of the most easygoing sponsors. Losing their spot is a real test of skill. For the speedrunning community, doing it the fastest is considered the ultimate challenge. In April 2020, a new record was set. Here is that run. Go. Herder, it's me, NordVPN man. I just had sex with your wife. SwordVPN is the best company ever. VPN stands for very good. I'm going to nordvpn.com/incognito because it gives 70% off a 3-year plan, and I tell everyone that I have a massive... Look, I can be anywhere in the world. Oh my god, he's in Singapore. Brazil captain, UK captain, now he's in Australia. How is he so fast? Is he teleporting? Captain, he's inside the building. Oh, fug. Oh, shit. Oh, fug. Got him again, boys. 70% off a 3-year plan. Use code incognito. There are sexy proxies in your area. Use it to look at international content. God knows there's nothing new on the main channel. Internet go brr. Equivalent to only $3.49 per month. Return free in 30 days if you hate it. You're locked indoors with the virus, and you need more stuff to watch. Get international catalogs of Netflix totally legally. Wink. Free BBC. Wink, wink. Get the free content. I agree. Shadowman here. Fuck off.
Oi, stop that.
Not today, Grand Squad Leader of China.
NordVPN, it's my only weakness.
Fulfill your dreams, get more content, give me money by signing up to Gord VIP and getting a 3-year plan. Links below. Explosion, explosion, Frederick Knudsen, explosion, NordVPN, the thinking man's VPN. Time.
That's world record, dude.
Do you know, I think my least favorite fact...
Oh wow, okay, here we go.
...is when bringing up the topic of the Colosseum.
Right.
And someone goes ahead and says, you know, they used to close up the whole Colosseum and then flood it and then have small ship battles in there.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Everybody knows.
Right.
Shut up. I knew this girl and she was a friend of a friend. We got into this sort of discussion and we got sort of very different views on the world, right? She was saying, oh, she just came back from this trip to Europe. I went to the Colosseum and it was just the most beautiful thing in the world and stuff. And I said, she doesn't really understand irony.
Right.
And so I just went, dude, Colosseum's shit. Like how many people can you even get in there? Maybe 5,000? Have you seen like a regular stadium in Atlanta? You can get 40,000 people in there and it's got a jumbotron.
Easily.
And she's like, no, well the point is like how old it is. And so it's like the more that she's earnest about it, the more I have to keep piling on it. Would you rather go to the Colosseum to watch the latest Mets game? Or would you rather stand around? They had hot dogs.
I feel like you'd never have an option other than to double down in that situation. It's like, well, I'm not just gonna go, oh, I'm joking. Like, you're gonna get this eventually, or we're both gonna die. Like that's...
She's still convinced that that's my viewpoint.
Le Corbusier.
Okay, so what did he do?
This dude looks like he does homes again.
Oh.
Wait, what do you think of that one with the colors on the front of it?
This one, I think that is hideous. Look at the beautiful building in the background.
Yeah.
And then look at this public toilet.
I think a splash of color on something that's otherwise just like steel and glass is kind of not fancy. Unique, I guess, is the word.
I can appreciate the color, but it looks like they've branded it with like a Tommy Hilfiger logo.
Yeah.
And then the flag to some obscure country no one wants to visit. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, this looks like a busway.
Yeah.
This looks like where you stand waiting for a bus.
I've built this in Minecraft before. 100% I've built this in Minecraft. This exactly.
These are supposed to be the best examples of his work?
I mean, architects only get so good, right? Like, what's the fanciest looking building you can think of?
Parliament House is pretty good.
Parliament House. I've definitely also done this in Minecraft. I like the clock towers on the edge of it.
What does Buckingham Palace look like?
Yeah?
Yeah, Parliament House looks way better than Buckingham Palace.
I mean, say you become like super royalty of Australia.
Yeah, you become the Queen of Australia. Yeah.
Would you go with something like this?
I know what to do. Here's my palace.
Okay, I'm excited.
You take this, right? I think that's pretty good. And then, of course, some 5G.
Nice.
Boom.
Give it the Frank Gehry treatment. Just give it a slight, just a little something.
Frank Gehry.
Nice.
Legit though. Legitimately, that
This-
looks like a Frank Gehry building. Who gets to live at the top of the pyramid?
The ghost of the dude that they buried at the bottom of the pyramid.
Oh, right, that makes sense. What do you reckon of this kind of architecture? Simple.
Simple's one way to put it, yeah.
We could do this in 2 weeks if we wanted. This is easy as shit, dude.
Like, if you start from the top, it would take like a week. It would take no time at all.
They would redo this, but they'd do it in like, with hideous glass and steel.
It would literally be you and me and just like half a chopped down tree at the end of 2 weeks. And we'd be like, holy shit, we were way off.
I bet this is really easy to build.
Famous last words, man.
With modern day stuff, I get that it wasn't easy to build back then.
Not even modern day stuff. Let's say you, me, and we get like 30,000 slaves. Because that's probably what they had then, right? You think we could figure it out?
I just have to predict the comments because they're going to go, actually, there weren't slaves. It was all done through paid labor and service to the whatever at the time. The Ra? No, wait, that's the sun god. Pharaoh.
Yeah, Pharaoh.
Yeah, okay, so if we had 30,000 laborers, do we get modern tools?
Yeah, I think we could definitely get it done with forklifts and 30,000 slaves.
Yeah, exactly.
I think would be just fine.
The real question is, how do we fix this?
A pyramid, you say?
Boring. Yeah, the pyramid's boring.
What if we made it upside down?
Done work upside down, all the people fall off. Like a guard tower.
Ah, there you go.
That's better.
Yeah, the ground floor of anything should have food, right?
Food, yep.
Maybe like solar panels?
That's a great idea.
I don't really know what they'd be powering, but I just feel like you've got the surface area.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like an angel out of Evangelion, huh?
Yeah, go Exodia.
There you go.
Hey.
I feel like we could do some terraced rice paddies. Yeah, you get what I mean, right?
Yeah, you can have it like running down. Everybody needs grain.
Yeah, the Egyptians really were idiots, man. They didn't think of a single one of these things.
I know, right? No imagination. What do you like? Triangle. Yeah, but big triangle.
Dude with a lion on his face.
Someone killed Tutankhamun. Triangle. Right, I think that's pretty good.
Maybe a lightning pole at the top of it?
Oh yeah, for more electricity. Think of how much electricity they'll be producing.
What, is that what lightning poles do? Oh, look at that.
Could you imagine looking at that and not saying that that was better than the original?
I mean, I'm currently erect. I mean, look at it.
Speaking of erect, you ever noticed this building?
Ah, yeah. I've been there.
It is enormous.
It is.
I had no idea how big it was.
Wait, I mean, compared to what, though?
I saw it as, this is like a 10-story house or something.
Fuck no. No, it's much bigger than that.
These things are actually really tall, these poles.
Yes. I mean, those things are probably 10 of me. Yeah.
And then you compare that to that.
Yeah, it's a big one.
I remember seeing it the first time and just going, holy shit.
Yeah, it is just about the highest point in pretty much all of DC. A philosophy he calls organic architecture. He believes in designing structures that were in harmony with humanity and their environment.
Right.
That's pretty good.
This was his house.
Holy shit.
Oh, what do you think of that?
It looks like...
That's a nice house.
If you told me this was just a zoomed in picture of like a little thing that you would put on your desk that flows water, I would believe you.
Problem with this is, it's in between a whole bunch of trees and that.
Right.
You're not going to get any good 5G signal out here. I think you'd want that like here.
I'm sure the architect might have something to say about it, but you know what? He had his go.
He's dead now, don't worry about that.
There's got to be exactly at least one architect who would tribute his architectural career to Minecraft. There has to be at least one.
You're not entirely wrong, because now, right, you go to the city, and it's nothing but 3 building materials. It's steel, glass, concrete.
Right.
Because those are the cheapest things, the easiest things to work with.
Right.
So now in the virtual world, we have everyone reviving these beautiful classical styles, and they do it in Minecraft.
Right.
Look at that. Wouldn't you be so proud to have that in the middle of your city? And then compare that to, like...
What an egg.
Yeah, who wants the egg?
Happy Easter, everyone.
Boo. one of those things you ask Google to.
Oh, a Google Home or whatever.
Yeah, it looks like that kind of design.
Yeah. God, that thing be loud as shit when the alarms go off, huh?
There are 3 events tomorrow.
This doesn't look all that bad. This almost looks like a little segment out of the Futurama intro.
That is gorgeous.
Mind Your Manners by Emily Richardson. Why isn't her name showing up as the top architecture? This thing shits on some things IRL. We gotta play some Minecraft, by the way. I feel like this would be an appropriate co-op. Let's see how well the Radish boys can make a real radish farm, you know?
Well, maybe we could do that on Twitch.
Yeah.
Do you have a Twitch?
I do have a Twitch.
What? What's the URL for your Twitch?
Twitch.tv/Sumeto Media, streaming some days.
What? What the hell? I think I have a Twitch.
You do? Oh, look at that.
Amazing.
You know what I always kind of got jealous of is like in America, right? The country is not all that old. It's, I mean, as new as it gets, really, if you think about it. When I watch travel videos and like food videos in like England, they'll have like just squared up looking buildings or like castle looking building or just like a pub.
Yes.
But it'll be like 700 years old or something stupidly old.
Yeah.
Because the country's just been around for so long.
Yeah, some people's houses are 600 years old. So what happens is there are all these regulations. Like anytime anyone wants to do any sort of extension, maintenance, anything, they have to go through like 18 levels of council approval. That always takes so much time and ends up being so expensive. You know, these people who have old school thatched roofs and they're not allowed to improve them and they have to get them like re-thatched. And they can't just get a regular roof. And they're tired of it and they go, you know what? Electrical fire.
Yeah. Does Australia have any famous buildings?
Yeah, we got one.
Oh, yeah, that one. P. Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney.
Hold on.
That's the address, right?
You patronizing. I don't appreciate this. We've got a beautiful building. It's called that one.
Aha.
Oh, here's a bit of view. That one.
That is quite good looking.
Sydney Opera House.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's pretty big. And it's like right on the water too, which is nice.
Do they actually do opera there, or is it just like a big like NASCAR circuit on the inside?
Yeah, they do opera there. They do all sorts of stuff. And then they can use that as like a generator. And then boats can kind of come in there and people just sort of jump off into the spinning wheel.
Right,
Puts
yeah,
them
yeah.
down on the platform and boom. Who would say that's not an improvement?
I mean, yeah. So they spin, right?
Yeah, they spin. And then they generate electricity, and then that's what powers the opera. And then it's in the water.
Ah, perfect. You could probably show this to somebody who doesn't know what the Sydney Opera House looks like, and they'd probably just accept it. Oh, those spin? Oh, interesting.
You see what I mean? Like, this comes free, and then they just drive this thing around the city.
Right.
You know what I mean? Everyone just hops on the Sydney Opera House.
Right.
And you just drive that around downtown. You catching the Opera House downtown? Yeah.
The Sydney Opera Boat.
Yeah, Sydney Opera Boat. Look at, this is architectural, right?
It's rock, yeah. I mean, this is primitive architecture.
The problem with working out is your head doesn't actually get any bigger, so your body gets enormous.
There aren't too many head exercises, that's the issue.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's like a Gundam pilot, but like the dude's actual head is at the top.
Yeah, he hops in here and he's like,
Go Gundam activate. Whoop! It's crushing time. That's pretty good animation right there.
Oh, sorry, Smeeto. I'm going into a tunnel. This was... I enjoyed. Goodbye. Sword VP.
I mean, that's what you think of when you think of Wired magazine, right?
Yes.
So we just go with this.
Didn't they do electronics at one stage? Wasn't that their whole...
That's the only... that's mainly what I think people know.
Oh, right, okay.
That's why
I mean, their YouTube has their YouTube channel's completely different because I mean, like Complex was
Because they can't compete with Linus Tech Tips.
Yeah, exactly. Complex was originally just supposed to be like hip hop music and interviews with hip hop people, but then they did the Hot Ones interview on its own First We Feast, and now it's still hosted by Complex, but it's like their main thing is doing those spicy chicken wing interviews.
Wow, you
because
should be an internet historian.
so much. Hey, shut up, all right? I do a tiny bit of research, and suddenly I'm the fucking internet historian. All right. So if you type in is internet. Oh wait, no, that's not going to be the easiest thing. I wonder if I get all the right.
If you type in "does internet historian," does it finish with "have a face"?
Most of them are what does internet historian look like? Yeah. But the first one they typically do is who.
Right.
And usually it'll be like who is Tom Holland. Then it'll be like who is Tom Holland's best friend, who is Tom Holland's wife, and stuff like that.
Right.
Yours is just who is internet historian, which I think is actually still a good question. I mean,
well, they want to know who the old man is.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So when they think who is internet historian, I'm sure.
So hold on, I got to explain this.
You've got a fandom page.
So
go on.
I swear there are a couple people out there who think this is real. This is a photo of Wavy Web Surf with an old age filter put over the top. And then so there's a does it say here? January. Oh no, that's when I can't quite see because of the resolution. But if it says. Wow. Science. It's pretty big. And important. And apparatus. Thanks, by the way, to Tom Franklin, who informed me that I'm no longer allowed to use Vivaldi because I don't know anything about classical music. Hey, well, the joke's on you. It's not Vivaldi. It's actually a guy called Audio Library, no copyright music. So it seems like you're the one who doesn't know anything about classical music. Welcome back to another episode of In the Field. Hot Singles, the re-upload survived. Very happy. And we're gonna provide an update on that one because we've uncovered some things. This one goes right to the top. And so you can hear Historian playing PUBG in the background, so you just have to excuse that while we try to professionally investigate the internet with our scientific team. And yes, it seems that our forced meme,
yes.
Shit though it is, that everyone said in the comments, your meme sucks and you should feel bad. That seems to have gone somewhere at least. The format's been seen around the place. It was in a guy's video. Yeah, so it got a little bit of traction there.
I actually didn't see all of those. You'll have to share those with me, or maybe in like the description or something.
Yeah, we might.
Once you go past 47.
Yes, so we're going to go through each one systematically, and determine whether these really are the rules, and whether rules are made to be bent or broken. Sort of stuff. Spooky. Spooky. What is spooky? Is this kind of spooky? How about this? Jump scare. What if I built up tension like I was going to do another jump scare? But then I didn't. But then I did. Aha, I have jump scared you. I will wait here so that I can do my ultimate spooking. Boo. And then I'll just load some of these Halloween-themed bullets. All this and more on Jumpscare.
I don't know if you explicitly want to talk about your phobias, because I kind of don't.
I don't like moths.
Moths kind of suck.
Yeah, it's not that I'm afraid of moths. It's that I know what they're like.
And what's going to happen is, if I try to live and let live with a moth in the room, you're going to bump into the light bulb for a while, and then you're going to find a way to get down the back of my shirt. I just don't want to have it, so I go out of my way to kill moths.
Being a personality online, last thing you want is to be like, oh, I'm terrified of beautiful woman's breasts, and then you wake up next day with 500 DMs being like, look at this loser, and you're like, no. Which, by the way, is my phobia.
I don't find butterflies to be very beautiful either. They're just larvae with wings.
Yeah, but aren't we all?
I guess you could classify ghosts as a phobia.
Why are all ghosts from like the 1800s? How come you never just see some guy who died like 2 weeks ago wearing like a Gucci shirt or something?
Oh, I've seen modern ghosts.
What, in real life?
In movies and stuff.
Okay.
Usually it's like just after the accident though, so Sixth Sense.
Yeah. Right.
There's this scene with a bike crash, and it's like the moment that the mum starts to believe. And she goes, how do you know that? Like with tears in his eyes. She's standing beside my window. But then it's just this extra with no lines.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of standing there with like a bloodied up head. But then it goes, what's my cue? And it just sort of walks away in this very like nonchalant. And it's so funny. It's funny, right? It's not just me. Like, it's this really well done dramatic moment. But then the bike leaves.
She just kind of feels a bit awkward. She's like, I'll come back later.
I do think that is a potential market that has not been tapped. Airbnbs that are gimmick haunted. Okay, so some of the cabinets, the hinges are, installed a certain way so that they like naturally swing open more than they should. Stuff like that. Fuck, that would be awesome.
Little actuators that like open up doors late at night.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like, oh, fuck. And then you've got like a story to go home with. Why the hell isn't that a thing? Okay, let's say you've booked in the Airbnb and you're on your way there.
Yeah.
It's like this one dirt road, and so they've hired a guy. Steve, you got to get out there.
There's this old British man with a flat cap.
You're playing the role of the harbinger. In case you don't know what a harbinger is, here's the scene from Cabin in the Woods.
I've seen plenty come and go. Getting back. That's your concern.
You're not staying in the old cabin down the way, are you? Some say it's haunted. Ah, it was 80 years ago. The old Brown family. They had perished in a terrible fire. That's how they haunt the grounds ever since.
You might be wondering why the house seems old if it caught on fire. Don't think about that too much.
Well, it's made of asbestos, you see. And that's the real scary thing. Don't see people in
the
now.
silent killer. In fact, would you know that asbestos was actually...
Stop it. Stop talking about the asbestos. Got to get back onto the... Yeah, he's got a little earpiece in. They say that no Airbnb customers ever make it out alive. Oh, I know what you go. The whole house is yours. Feel free to enjoy it. But there is one rule. Do not open the door to the basement.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
And then that stays locked until like 11 p.m. and then it just unlocks itself.
If a door like that unlocked, I would slam it shut and put a chair up against it. You have to make a reason for them to go down there. So it would be something like...
Like a child's voice. There's a Bluetooth down there as well.
Excuse me, hello? Oh, that's good. Would you even try and sleep if you like paid money to stay at somewhere creepy like that? I guess you would.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
You might end up with just a bunch of drunk people who go, fuck yeah, look, there's probably a Bluetooth speaker in
There's
here.
like a fake child doll, and like punch it, break it. There's a lot of setup that's involved to like suspend the disbelief. What I was thinking was the power cuts out or something along that.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
I've got it. The power goes out, but they've given you a torch beforehand.
Yeah.
But they're UV torches.
Ah.
And so when you turn them on, there's like bloodstains and shit all over the wall.
Hidden messages. Yeah.
If you sold it as an experience instead of as an actual accommodation, it would be brilliant. Because you get some businessman who's just like, I had the worst night's sleep. 0 stars. Have you seen the Saw movies?
I haven't, but I've watched all of your movie successes.
But the question is, how would you design a saw trap?
First of all, you have to design a saw trap that I think it's meant to make them appreciate life.
Right, so you have to put me in the saw trap. What's my crime?
Internet historian, would you like to play a game?
Yeah, why not? That sounds fun. I like games.
Very relaxed about the whole situation.
Wow, what a wonderful nap. It was right in the middle of the day as well. I feel so refreshed.
That was great, thank you.
So what happens next?
You wake up taped to a deck chair,
Right.
and
The little sawman comes out.
For your crimes of not replying to my DMs one time.
Yeah.
Your pinky finger was trapped in a vice grip.
Oh no, that's my favorite of all my fingers.
The handles of the vice grip are electrocuted. The only way to remove it is to unplug the electricity, but the plug is at the bottom of a tube of smartphones which are all logged into your Twitter account with tweets already typed out containing the N-word.
Oh no, right, so you have to like not touch the... Oh my god. And at first I'm like, I'm not gonna go near that thing. That's too high a price to pay, man. But then I would put my pants over my hands, and now I'm digging through the phones and I'm not setting them off.
What are you doing?
I have passed the trap. What are you doing? Stop it.
Oh, you don't mean to do it like that.
Wouldn't that be great if you just not thought of like one really obvious thing? Right, you suddenly wake up in a lazy boy chair.
Oh, this is pretty good.
You are duct taped to the lazy boy chair.
This is still fine.
Suddenly, the television turns on. Hello, mini cuties.
Hello.
You've never appreciated having legs.
Dear God.
So, as punishment, you're gonna have to,
I don't want to be a critic, but I mean, usually when I'm kidnapped, people have it more planned out than us.
No, shut up. So, as you can tell, the cuffs of your pants have small hooks in them, and they are connected to these chains on the wall. This television is going to turn into only sex scenes from popular movies. After 3 minutes, your pants will be all the way down, and you will still be stuck to this chair. And at that point, a little bell will go off, and your mom will be summoned into the room. And she will catch you.
Dear God, no.
If you want to stop this from happening, you're gonna have to cut off your own legs.
With what?
Here, I got you this implement. We'll just let the editor decide what the implement is.
Here's what Derek Sorman didn't foresee, though.
Right.
I saw The Wolf of Wall Street with my ex-girlfriend's parents in the theater, so nothing will ever beat that.
You could have turned to your girlfriend and gone, oh, we've done that one.
And then I fucking look her dad in the eyes.
There's like a, you never appreciated your foreskin when you had it.
Have you seen that video of the pigeons getting sucked into the grain silo?
Oh, yeah, it happens to people too.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the people aren't eating the grain, though. That's kind of like the pigeon version of Saw. Their own hubris does them in because they're just...
Yes, that's kind of, you love corn, do you?
Well, here's an infinite supply of corn. Don't get sucked in. One of them goes in head first. He can see it coming and he's like, this is my fate.
Right, I am not afraid. My ancestors will look down upon me. Ad time. Email, Netflix, Facebook, Amazon, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. Too many accounts, too many.
Well, now there is. It's me, NordPass Woman.
Oh, but
shut up, ugly. It's time to use NordPass. Store all of your accounts and passwords in one delicious place, using just one master password.
Wow. That sounds great.
Shut up.
Oh my god, I cannot believe that those hackers managed to guess password 123.
Oops, your turret's broken. Now let's fix those passwords. Improve your security with big sophisticated passwords, all randomly generized. Here, let me install it now on your phone.
No, thank you.
Who really? Can you believe what a total bee she is?
Help, I am afraid of technology. Something, password.
Shut up, you handsome man. Did someone say a better way? No need to enter login info ever again. Use NordPass across all devices. Throw away this post-it note. And give me your phone number. We should go out sometime with NordPass. I'm not really sure how this ad should end.
Shut up and go to nordpass.com/incognito to get 70% off 2-year plan plus additional free month plus 30-day money-back guarantee. Ad over.
I wanted to talk about those YouTube channels that call people at 3 a.m.
Oh, that's a good one.
Because I hate those with a passion.
Guys, if I spin this fidget spinner,
oh, look at that.
Spin for 5 seconds, you guys have to smash the like button. 5, 6, 7,
Whoa.
8, 9,
That's pretty badass.
Boom! Hi guys, have to smash the like button.
Fuck, alright, fine.
You win.
So today's video, we are going to be calling Thanos.
What did he say? You tell me what he just said. You tell me right now. What did he actually say?
Today's video, we are going to be calling Thanos at 3 a.m.
Okay, we're gonna be calling Thanos and his go love. No, hold on, we gotta get in the mood. Editor, we gotta put in some of the spooky music. Here we go.
Oh, then he has a dance montage.
Wait a minute. How did he get Thanos' number?
Make sure to subscribe and turn on the little bell.
I wanna be on the notifications.
Come on, please.
Please, Thanos. Please.
Hello?
I mean, what else could I have expected? But, like, somehow I'm still disappointed.
Wait, who are you?
You called me. Should I comment this?
Yeah, I think that's...
Disclaimer. This is just a skit.
Oh, what?
What the fuck?
Yo, Thanos. Oh my god.
I did not see that coming.
This is one of my favorite videos. Look to the left of him underneath that car poster. That looks suspiciously like lights coming through blinds, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you're right. 100%. The comments turned off, the like to dislike ratio is turned off. Okay, here's the thing. This must be semi-ironic, but the thing that's throwing me off is the threatening, we need to talk kind of facial expression. I have just called the sus in Among Us, and I have terrible news about your balcony.
Cray gang, it's your Will I was creating the building man coming at you with another leave videos.
What the hell did he?
And Cray gang, it's your Will I was creating the building man.
So he's saying, what's up YouTube and Cray. So his channel is Eli So Cray.
Yeah, you know,
so,
I got that one, but then issue with us train the building man.
And coming at you with another leave videos always.
Wait.
No, the damning. This guy is so self-aware. He knows.
No, I know he is not. I guarantee you he's not.
Guys, make sure you go check out that video after this video. FaceTime Imposter Eli So Cray. It was absolutely insane.
I can hear the things you're saying without staring at me with enormous intensity.
You need to start your videos with like a snappy kind of like, what's up? It's your boy XAS. I'm back in the building with another banger of a video for you today.
Hello? Is this Among Us?
This guy is so self-aware. This guy is brilliant.
He's not!
This is satire, and it is genius.
Let me ask you a question. How much treasure is on that boat? How much money worth of treasure?
Again, no mention of treasure at any point in Among Us.
Does he think they are scuba divers?
Or like pirates? Something that involves money on the high seas?
$100 million? $100 million?
I'm gonna be honest, this is so entertaining that like I actually don't even want to commentate over it.
No, I agree.
I am absolutely enthralled by it.
I genuinely love this video. Banger of a video. Today we are calling the internet historian who recently passed away, RIP to my boy. Anyway, let's just jump into this. So first of all, before we get started, guys, make sure to follow my Instagram.
You forgot the fidget spinner.
If I can spin this fidget spinner on this loaded gun in my mouth for more than 3 seconds, then you have to hit the subscribe button. First of all, let me just, I found this number on the dark web.
I just sent you a DM.
Oh my god, you guys, he DM'd me his number, so I'm just going to call this now. Bring, 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 bring.
Hello? You've reached Internet Historian's voicemail. I'm not available.
Oh my god, you guys, did you hear that? The internet historian just replied to me from beyond the grave. Oh.
You get halfway through that, then your phone starts buzzing again.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, no, I missed your call. What's up?
Is this the real internet historian?
Why are you talking like that? Yeah, it's me. What's up?
When are you gonna upload a new main channel video? It's been like 6 months.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Did you do Halloween?
Growing up in rural New Zealand, not really, but kind of. So we would dress up and, do the whole, go around the houses, but it was probably 1 in 10 houses actually did it.
Yeah.
Nothing like American Halloween. People didn't really try. We went to 2 of them and they were like, no, fuck off. We're like, all right. I think one woman gave us 50 cents. It wasn't very good.
My experience is that Halloween, I think, was my favorite holiday of anything.
Really?
Way better than Christmas or my birthday, because you get to dress up, which is fun in the first
I'm
place.
going to go as an Arabian Night and put on blackface. And
I'm going as Justin Trudeau. So Halloween is great because you have absolutely no idea what's going to happen. And it's one of the first times where you get to go out on your own.
Yeah.
You can do slightly criminal things and get away with it. It's brilliant. One time, I think I was a ninja.
Yeah.
Oh, Fortnite Ninja 11s.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's fun.
Me and a couple of mates, we're walking around, and every second house is not doing Halloween.
Yeah.
But they would see you dressed up, and it's like, hold on, kids, just let me see
check the
what's in the
pantry.
pantry. They would come out with a whole packet of Tim Tams.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a haul.
It's fantastic. And then once in a while, they would be like, oh, you know what, I'm not doing candy, you can have something healthy, and you get vegetables and
Oh, yeah,
stuff.
I got an apple once. That was the worst.
Bro, I got a full cabbage. It was 3.5 kilos. It was enormous. It was like, oh, this is our new fucking treasure for the evening. We're walking along the streets. Some teenagers in a car see us with this big cabbage, and they're like, roll it, roll it. And so they got us to roll it onto the street, and then they're in their car, right? And so they would just go forward and backwards and try to run over the cabbage. And we were just having the best fucking
That's so
time.
cool.
Oh, it's just the best, man. And then you get home, and then there's just a whole bunch of candy.
I love the idea of you having to Diablo-style inventory manage your bag with a cabbage. It's just taking up 12 slots, and you're like, wow, can't get rid of it though.
Drop item.
Halloween, I was dressed as Super Mario.
You're going as Chris Pratt?
Yeah, I was a Chris Pratt. So I was 16, 17. We were drinking grape juice because I was underage. We were like, let's go to McDonald's, as all good stories end on a night of debauchery.
Right.
So it was probably a 15-minute walk, not too far away. Side note, the entire way, one of my friends was put his arms around me. He's like, James, bro, fucking love you, man. Just so you know, I've always got your fucking back if anything fucking happens. So we pulled up to an intersection and a car pulled up, and this dude who had been trying to finger me a second ago was like, hey, g'day boys, you having a good night? Guy gets out of the passenger side. This dude's in his late 20s. Eyes us all up. Sees I'm the smallest.
Yeah, right.
All I remember is being up, and then I remember being sideways.
Holy shit.
And he had cracked me in my jaw.
Holy fuck, he could have turned you into a ghost.
You hear about people who just ding their head off the concrete and they're done.
Yeah.
So, maybe I am dead.
Healing Joel Osmond's there.
You look outside the window and I just walk away kind of nonchalantly. So I get smacked. I'm on the ground.
Yeah.
I didn't pass out. I just got a walloping. And he got back in his car and they peeled off up the street.
Yeah.
Conveniently, a police cruiser pulls up. So they didn't see any of that happen. But all my friends are like, go get that fucking car. They just punched my friend. Cops peel off up the road after them, pull them over. And then they come back to us and they're like, yeah, they say that they didn't do anything. And then they see me on the ground, bleeding. Well, they obviously did something.
Yeah.
Ended up taking the guy to court.
You took him to court?
I did. And he pled not guilty.
So what did you say? I hereby declare, Your Honor, this guy did a mischief to my face.
Take a look at my mug. One woman screams and she's like, he's disgusting. It's just my normal face.
Oh, and his speech impediment ever since. Alright, so what happened then? Did he go to jail?
He pled not guilty and I gave my statement. He said that my attire was offensive to him.
Yeah, right.
Keep in mind, dressed as Mario from the video game Mario.
Yeah. Did you get punched by fucking Waluigi?
Now that I think about it, it wasn't a car, it was a cart they were in, and they drove off onto a big rainbow road in the sky.
So what happened? Did he go to jail?
So he pled not guilty, and then I think he was from up north, so he went back to whatever town he was from and was being trialed in their court. And while he was awaiting his court date, he assaulted someone else.
Mild brain damage, I suppose?
Yeah, well, I started a YouTube channel, so... Oh, we should do a really dumb creepypasta for a video game we both know.
Oh, that would be quite good. Okay, guys, you'll never believe this story, but it's 100% true. When I was 14 years old, I really wanted to play the new game, Fallout 4.
but my parents wouldn't buy it for me. So, one day I went to a garage sale. Lo and behold, there was a copy of Fallout 4, but the disc was just an ordinary disc, and someone had just written FO4 on it in a marker pen. It must have been a pirated copy. I wish I had known what I know now. That is not any ordinary copy of Fallout 4. When I installed the game, it came with a warning that said, "May cause death." I thought it was the developers trying to be funny. Holy shit, this is every game creepypasta.
This is very accurate.
When I booted up the game, it wouldn't work properly. It would be a black screen. But then I messed around with the system files and I managed to get it working.
I thought it was just my PC acting up because my mom wouldn't let me buy a new graphics card.
The first thing I noticed was that there was already a save file on the game. I thought that was strange. I opened it up and it took me to the character creation menu. Except the man standing in front of the mirror was dead.
Can I tell you something?
What?
My wall just creaked and I got a fright because you were putting me on edge. I genuinely got scared by that. After I picked up my baby, the screen went black and I figured once again maybe my old PC had bugged out. But all of a sudden, it skipped to what seemed like a few hours in the game. I was back in the wasteland and I was talking to... what's his name?
Preston Garby.
I was talking to Preston Garby.
The only option it gave me was strangle. So I pressed the button. And what happened next was an extremely graphic cutscene of my character cutting the circulation to Preston Garby. He screamed in pain, and it wasn't like any of the usual voice acting. This sounded real.
I swear when I looked into his eyes, it was like the textures suddenly got hyper-realistic, and I thought I saw a reflection of a person in it. I thought I saw myself. Not only that, but the familiar Fallout UI went from being nuclear green to blood red.
And then it goes, I've been playing this game for a long time now, and I've started to notice some things. I feel like there's shadows in the corner of my room in real life.
I played for another 20 hours, literally exploring every crack and crevice, until finally I found the first NPC I'd seen in a literal day.
It was my dead wife, and she was still frozen, like she was in the cryo chamber. I started doing some research on the dark web. I found a post that said that actually, during the production of Fallout 4,
one of the beta testers was forced to play the game for 20 hours straight to see if there was any bugs with the game being played for 20 hours straight, and the man died of dehydration.
And then Todd Howard buried the body, and he didn't want anyone to know. Something is not right. I feel like there's creatures all around me, like in the game. I can see map markers in the distance. Here's the worst part. I decided to webcam my friend, but when I opened the call, he said, "Why are you hanging out with Preston Garby?" And I said, "What? I'm all alone."
I've got another twist.
You got a better one?
An alternate one. To my shock, when the webcam turned on, it wasn't my friend as I expected. It was the Todd Howard staring back at me.
But his eyes were different. They were more evil.
His eyes were black, and as though he'd been crying blood. He opened his mouth, and only static came out. I was terrified of what would happen.
Through the static, though, I could hear something. He said, "If you die in the game, you die in real life."
Finish the game.
That's it. Yeah. I hope this isn't my last entry. Things are getting really bad now. I went back to that neighbor's garage sale, and it turns out they've never even lived there. If I can end on one thing, it's to say this. If you find a pirated game at a garage sale, don't play. That's a great one. Okay.
Aren't they?
Well, they must be. It's in the name.
Pokemon monsters. Oh wait, that's Digimon. Okay, I'm gonna read you some names of some new Pokemon.
Oh, go on. You're gonna do that, and I'm going to draw what I think it looks like as well.
Okay, I'm gonna go over a new one. So this Pokemon is called Rayquaza.
Rayquaza. I'm gonna guess it's spelt like that.
It's not, but go with it.
Okay.
Okay, I've got some facts for you to help.
Okay, yes, first clue.
Okay, so one of its powers is Dragon Claw.
Rayquaza. Something like that. And then it's got like an eye.
Yeah.
Like a big, strong body.
As a start, this is pretty good.
And it's got like a big tail and funny little arms.
You know, you're not far off. Quite
Really?
impressive. Yeah, you're not. That's not as as a guess. It's pretty good. Okay, you've sort of gone off track a bit now, but it's still good. Keep going.
Okay, hold on. What did you say it did?
Okay, so it's got a Dragon Claw power, and it lives in the ozone layer far above the clouds and cannot be seen from the ground.
Oh, okay.
Apparently.
Then it needs to have wings.
Little flying rat boy. Now put it in a cage in a Wuhan wet market. This guy's got spunk. He's got character.
Hold on. So he can run really fast. Okay, so he's more like this.
Rayquaza sounds like someone tried to do like a funny quiz team name and they couldn't quite figure it out. They like panicked. It's like Rayquaza. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they thought it was a pun and then they thought about it longer and then we all
should have just gone with Adolf Quizler like all the time.
Okay, am I close? Is that Rayquaza? Okay, it's Snake Boy.
Go flying Snake Boy! Tune in next week for another product, Pokemon for you to purchase.
No, his power will be, Quasar Ray.
Quasar Ray. I've got a card here called Cricketune.
Yeah.
And his power is improvisational performance. What's that? Is it like improv? He just puts on a little black turtleneck and he's just like, has anyone got any suggestions for powers?
You, sir, what do you do for work? Yeah, front row.
I think I heard psychiatrist, and I think it'd go something like this.
It's amazing.
I think improv is the lowest form of comedy. I hate it. Even though technically that's what we're doing. But I mean more like improvisational theatre comedy.
Oh my god, I can't believe you brought your baby to rock climbing class. No, I didn't. Fuck, just go with it, Steve. I heard you got free lessons in rock climbing from your dead uncle.
You are incorrect.
Yes.
Anyway, here's a box.
Yeah, and then he gets really stage frightened as well. He doesn't have anything to say afterwards.
And he just goes... just a really unfortunate exhale. Is anyone else really sweaty? Just like takes off his turtleneck. Just like... Anyway, yeah, my name's Steve.
Oh wait, no, I'm supposed to improv something. It's Stevie.
You can't even think of a different name.
Someone walks in the room and he just goes, you're dead. What? What?
You are dead. This, please. Just starts crying. It just ends in him in the fetal position. Just going like, I'm funny. Tell me I'm funny.
I love Steve the Improv Dude. He's the bit. He needs to be like a recurring character.
Steve the Improv. He's brilliant because you can just pull him out whenever you're struggling. Just go, what's the deal with stage lighting? Am I right, guys? It shines on you and makes you feel warm.
I suppose it does light up the set.
Do aliens count as monsters, or are they a separate category?
I think they're a separate category, although I think some aliens have been monstified.
Definitely.
You can have aliens that are monsters, but only if they're not anthropomorphic. Like the aliens from Alien, they're monsters.
Totally.
But then the aliens from Signs, I don't think are monsters.
Yeah, ooh, interesting.
They're aliens.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that.
What about, what's that one? Horn Mouth Man?
Horn Mouth? Horn Mouth? I like that.
SCP Horn Head. I'm getting closer. Siren Head.
Siren Head? Oh, I like that.
You don't know about Siren Head?
No.
He's the new hip monster.
Oh, yeah, I like this. This is good.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that guy.
That's real too.
Ah, good to know. I'm scared. Very good, very good.
So, what do you think of this monster?
I think it's very much of our time. See, I like this kind of monster because it's a monster that reflects societal fears. It's the fear of technology.
Technology! What, horns?
Horns, yeah. I mean, aren't you terrified of horns?
It's so loud.
I know, it hurt my ears. That guy is giving everyone tinnitus in like a 10-mile radius. You know what he looks like? Some kind of radio tower. It's almost.
Shut up. No, like he ticks a lot of boxes though.
Yeah.
You look at him from a distance and you can't. I mean, you can you figure out his shape and everything, but there's an innate mystery around it. Like, how does he work? Where is he from?
Yeah.
Like, it's the intrigue of it that's brilliant. You immediately want to know more, and you know that it's threatening and terrifying.
I think you've really cottoned on to something there, because the best monsters are those that have a backstory, but one that you get to fill in. Like Slender Man, for example.
Yeah, the more that gets fleshed out, the worse it gets.
They made a Slender Man movie. Who gives a fuck? Like, I don't want to watch that. I just want to think about Slender Man, and that's why Siren Head is great. It's just like all you want is a 10-second clip. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. Yeah, well, it's one of the SCPs. There's a lot of quite good SCPs.
Yes. Remind me what that stands for.
Secure, contain, protect. It's like this.
Oh yes, yes.
I hope this isn't too much like hyperbole, but I think it is one of the best writing by committee group pieces of literature since the Bible.
I agree.
Oh, I know what to do, ordinary things. Just had a spontaneous idea, not planned ahead of time. Let's draw the ultimate monster. I'll draw it, and you describe what it's like.
That sounds great. Let's do it. I see a monster with like two big teeth that start from the bottom jaw and are so big, almost like he has a mustache made of teeth.
Yeah, that's pretty spooky.
One eye, I reckon.
Pretty scary. So far we've got Cyclops with dental problems.
I see him a bit more bear-like. He's got like a bear body.
Okay, so he's got like bear nose.
Yeah.
I've drawn like a cute kitten.
This is more like a teddy bear, but I'll go with it.
Oh, but with spikes.
Yeah, spikes. You've got spikes. You gotta have spikes.
He's got like, okay, bear body.
No, I think we should take some Slender Man and just give him a suit.
Oh, yes. Okay, suit. This isn't super scary, I'll be honest.
No, if you saw it in an alleyway, you'd be a bit scared.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you woke up and that was on the end of your bed.
You go to a McDonald's bathroom and this guy's just standing at the urinal beside you, just giving you looks. You'd be unnerved. A big monobrow.
Now, what's his superpower? The quasar ray?
I think he eats humans.
Okay, he eats humans.
But like, because he's got a business suit, it suggests that he's a little bit more like sophisticated. Yeah, so he does it with like a knife and fork.
Yeah, okay. So
what's his name? What's this monster called?
Ray Quasar.
Let's ask Steve, the improv dude. He'll know.
His name is Bear Knife Fork.
Spider legs.
That's it. Spider legs, but like Daddy Long Legs legs.
Oh mate, this is good. This is a good monster. I'm pretty pleased with this sucker.
That's how he walks around.
We'll give him a real name. I think.
How do people name monsters normally?
It's true.
Vampire, succubus, Frankenstein.
Mento, the monster.
Oh, I like Mento.
Mento, because he's also got mind powers. One of his mind powers is to hypnotize you with his big eye, right? And then you just get on his plate and just he eats you without complaint.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, it's Mento, but the O is a spiral.
Oh yeah, Mento.
For like hypnosis.
And his weakness is Coca-Cola.
Oh right, I just got what you meant.
And like, I like to think that he haunts the backstage of theatres, sort of like a bit of Phantom of the Opera style.
Oh, that's quite good. Yeah.
He was an actor who never made it, and so he only eats other actors as revenge. Wait, hang on. Okay, I just imagine the stage manager of this theatre where Mento lives, just like, okay, everyone, just got a few basic safety things to go over. Fire exits are this way. You need to line up outside if you ever hear the alarm, and also carry Coca-Cola with you at all times because Mento is lurking around and he will eat your organs.
His legs don't actually make the noise, but he does.
Because he's theatrical. He's an out-of-work actor, so he's always just going like.
Oh, dude, I love that. That actually is kind of creepy. Like, he thinks that whenever he kills someone for real, it's like part of some play.
Ooh.
And he's like, oh yeah, right, you're that character in Tempest or something. Minto, SCP 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm creative. Just make this an SCP, right? It's fucking brilliant. And if they delete it or the mods come along, just make it again. And just put it somewhere else. Just keep hiding Minto. Minto deserves to be an SCP. Thank you. Maybe it was like the Opie and Anthony show or something like that. They had this guy and he was talking about how he was in Iraq during the Gulf War. And he said he basically saw a monster. And not like in like, oh my god, this man has become a monster. Like he said he saw a monster.
It had a guy chest. It was like this high.
Glowing eyes.
Almost like a horse, but a wolf, but a guy.
The thing he described is he says it looked like a werewolf.
It had 4 feet. It was a werewolf.
I reckon what he saw was an escaped bear from the zoo, and it was shaved.
It was shaved. A shave. Who's out there shaving bears?
I think that they had shaved a bear and it was roaming around. This is what a bear looks like without its fur.
Oh, I could see why people would think that was a werewolf. If you saw that in the dark, you would think like that is a man transforming into a wolf, like mid-transition.
Yeah, it's amazing how much they look like cats or rabbits. Like they all have the same sort of physiology once they're all nude.
What's your favourite monster? Just like off the top of your dome, you've got no time to think about it.
As much as people aren't going to like this answer, Slender Man.
Slenderman. See, I don't know much about Slenderman.
Oh, watch out, boyo. He's going to get you. Right. So he's got no face, right? He's tall.
Yeah.
Wears a nice suit, but don't look at his face.
So what happens if you look into his face?
Everything will go staticky, like this.
Scary.
And then you'll disappear. And I believe you join his child army.
Ooh.
I guess they're like Joseph Kony and his child soldiers or something.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't exactly know how it works.
So he's a bit of a Pied Piper type figure. He steals kids.
By the way,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
On that note, how creepy is the Pied Piper story? Do you remember getting told that story as a kid?
Is that the one about him leading all the rats out of the town?
This is how I remember it going.
Nothing there,
Oh my god, there's rats everywhere. I think we have to do something about these rats.
Get you some water.
I think there's someone at the door.
Hello everyone. I'm the Pied Piper. I've got a solution for your rat problem.
Oh yeah? Go on.
He's dressed like Lyle Landry from The Simpsons. I've got this magic flute, and I'll play it, and all the rats will follow me.
Oh really?
Yeah. Yeah, it'll definitely work. All I ask is that you give me a lot of gold.